I have a wonderful electronic invention I want you to see.
We got to the point where we could control the laws of nature by advanced electronics.
Up in heaven, waiting to flood out. The net will land. Donut still down to hell. 3 on the round. Make that 4th.
One enemy remaining.
Goes and Vanitas says not an outlaw, but a marshal. This is a vandal. Oh my gosh.
Moving forward. Again and again, that's gonna be another. Waiting for more players to challenge. Again, she finds it. 3 on the round. And again!
One enemy remaining.
I think the read's there.
Oh
my god. Oh my.
But Femboy has the judge. This could cook. That's 3. Femboy dances around and tops back in for the 4th. Should be the ace.
Shopify Rebellion. They weren't here for a kickoff, but they remind everyone who the best in Game Changers is.
To Verizon, Valorant Game Changers North America Stage 2, it is a mouthful, but we're here, the players are ready, and we have more games for you in Stage 2. I'm Rivington here with Zobi to bring you all the action today and get you up to date if you're not up to date on everything Game Changers.
Yeah, 16 teams enter the Swiss stage, vying for those 8 main event slots. Last chance to get Game Changer Championship points and make that run for the LCQ or that championship that was recently announced to be in Seoul, Korea, or South Korea. I'm ecstatic for this stage. We've got some familiar names, familiar rosters. We've got some switch ups, and we've even got some new names out of the 3rd and 4th Open Qualifiers that happened before to replace those bottom 8 teams from Swiss last stage. Rivington.
That's true. Let's go ahead and take a look at all the teams that we will be seeing here in Game Changers as we get into our day. They're, like you said, teams that we remember. Some teams we're seeing with new faces. Some teams are getting a bit of a makeover with getting picked up by an organization.
Yeah, I mean, cat out of the bag, 100 Thieves GC shaking up the Twitter feeds earlier today, getting announced out of Aussie and Friends, then Flogwomp, then now, officially 100 T. But jumping out, you have the consistency from like Ghost Gaming, from Lotus, from SRG, those top tier main event teams. You have little reforms here from like YFP, FlyQuest, Red, but all in all, there's still some surprising teams you have to keep an eye on that, like, when I was watching over the Open Qualifiers, they really shocked me, and those are your teams like Mac and Cheese, Artificial Intelligence, and Carrot that have less experience but a lot of firepower.
I love seeing the new team names, whether it's like a mix of players that have already played or new players coming in, because the scene is growing. That's the best part about it. Like, there are new teams being made, there are new teams being picked up, and that's one of my favorite things. And if you're not familiar with Swiss and how it works, the teams all going through this stage, kind of, you win a game, you're going to play against the team that won a game. It's kind of like scores will always face each other as you move throughout the bracket.
And it's randomized in each stage as well.
Exactly.
So like we're going to see today, you may have some main event teams versus some main event teams from stage 1. And just a reminder that all of these teams are also fighting for main event, because that's where you get those championship points, being in that top 8, right? It was 7, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 counting down from the last stage with SRG, Wadada, Ghost, and Frogwomp. Now 100 Thieves leading the charge in the top 4. And this is your last opportunity to get those points, because second place goes to LCQ off points. First place winning the entire stage gets that direct invite to Game Changers Champs. But today, the matches that we're looking at here, the 1-0s, the 0-1s, does anything surprise you there, Rivington, to see in the lowers versus the uppers?
Not yet so far. I'm excited to see who pushes on through that upper match. Both of them come out without really having to go through the opens. They got themselves into Swiss with seeding. So, are they ready? Are they prepared for what each other are going to throw at them? I remember speaking with you earlier about how it's going to be a difficult one with just the subs coming in, or not subs, but players that would be subbing currently for that side of, now I'm blanking, or Wadada. And that could make a big difference here, because this is the head-to-head for those two teams. But yeah, Hikikomori has been actually crushing throughout their run-up to this. So if they can keep that momentum, it would be perfect for them.
Completely great. I feel like Mac and Cheese and Hikikomori are those two surprise teams in the uppers, versus then you see Fly and TV in the lowers, and you're like, big question marks and alarm bells there. But I think they just need time. TV, Kaide was in Italy, had to get subbed out. FlyQuest Red picking up some new talent like Kachao Kora, who just has to get integrated into the system, and hopefully we'll see them reap the rewards later in the Swiss stage, Rivington. But we gotta start focusing on the matches that are happening today. The action on stream, the multiple streams, A through D here with Raidiant and VALORANT Americas. And what are they?
That's going to be the Wadada versus YFPX to start. One that we think is going to be quite spicy. We have to keep an interesting check onto Shopify, Rebellion Gold, and Mac and Cheese here. But I think all of these games, especially with YDZZ Black, kind of showing that they're playing up to the level of their opponents at times, and really surprising. I think Catface could face a tough game there.
Oh, for sure. And I feel like Equinox and Alliance is going to be so close. Equinox actually taking a map off of, I believe it was the new 100 Thieves roster last week. And again, Mac and Cheese has some veterans in the space, so they're definitely going to be familiar with the Shopify Rebellion Gold game, and they're going to have to be on their A game, ironically, to ensure that they have that clean victory and maintain their kind of reputation in the space.
The little bubble image gets me, the little guy. Is he a line?
I love they redrew it actually too. The Melon Cat.
What that is?
It's Melon Cat.
That is right. It's Melon Cat, but they
redrew it. Yeah, their own Melon Cat. The new Melon Cat.
How far Melon Cat actually went back. It makes me so happy to see it here used today. There's power in Melon Cat. I promise. He's ready to fight.
Well, speaking of power, we got Wadada and YFPX, right? Our first series up for the day, Rivington. And I wasn't saying power in terms of the player power. but, Power is on that roster.
Very, very true. Yeah, we'll get to see that roster in a second. And I think YFP is in a good position, like we said, because of what we have Wadada facing in just a little bit, but also because what they have as a team seems to be growing a little bit more. They've been sticking together. They've actually done really well with seeing a lot of changes throughout the previous months during May, during that stage 1 stuff. So them able to still stay at the top of GC, get themselves seated and find success while having a lot of things going on with that roster is impressive.
Yeah, I mean, they're your second place team coming out of stage 1, only losing really to Shopify Rebellion Gold and some one-off during the Swiss stage. They're your kickoff champions. They are that team to kind of beat going into the LCQ here. But that's the big red flag today, is that Australis is out, actually. We do have Kestrel playing. We have Stay playing as well for Starbound.
Yeah.
And that's because those two, it's summertime. You got to enjoy your vacation. They will be back, though, next round 3. So if there's an opportunity for YFPX to get an additional win into their belt while Waterda is quote-unquote weak or vulnerable, it would be now. But Kestrel, Stay, not to be underestimated. Stay's been the 6th player for this team all throughout stage 1, and Kestrel coming out of another Swiss stage team, Berserker's Dawn, that broke up and they kind of like shuffled their members to different rosters across the Swiss stage. I think they're really well integrated. They're really close friends, and they've been playing, games in and outside of the server together. And I know Arya's confident that they can make the run with or without those star players.
I mean, their runs have been fantastic. We looked back to kickoff, and I think they went through, I have it 7 best of 3s, losing 2 maps, and then being able to 3-0 a best of 5. So they know how to make the runs. They just have to get that synergy there if the full team isn't. And I think it is doable, like you're saying.
Oh, for sure. And this is also a grudge match as well. This is kind of the tiebreaker for the YFPX versus Wadada Core. Wadada won it in kickoff in the upper bracket finals versus YFPX kind of stole their Swiss stage 1 spot temporarily, to say the least. But we should probably change gears a little bit, Riv, and talk about YFPX, because they're coming in with the same core, but some slight changes here and there as well.
Yeah, I'm unsure of the changes today. You need to inform me of that.
I got you that.
You're the one
it's
on top
gonna be so the core that's still here, guys, is Scary Shark Renora, Zoriental, and it would be Corrupt, but they are currently subbed out today because they're just getting back from a Philadelphia VCL LAN that they run. They won it. So I mean, they're gonna be tired, obviously, after getting their team that trophy out of the 10K LAN. But it'll be Oppie stepping in, and then the new players are Glowstick and Sharad. Now, Glowstick was a standout player to me from the Open Qualifiers. When you're watch partying, you're like, oh my gosh, they're at top of the leaderboards consistently. They kind of stand out from the rest of their team, so definitely deserve this opportunity. Now, Sharad's an interesting one because they were kind of just a stellar sub pugging out. They're kind of they were on their retirement arc, I call it, in Game Changers, where they're like playing here and there, but they're not on consistent rosters. Just to see them return with such a notorious organization in a good way as YFPX, it's a statement to their abilities and what impact they're going to bring to the team.
I mean, so I was like, which one's changed? Because looking back, they're back and forth, but Sharad led the way on the last kind of game that they were in. The Cypher and the Clove, having the flexibility to play all of that. So seeing Sharad come back and being able to play that strong, hopefully, or from before, hopefully they can bring that again into this game would be incredible, because of being able to flex in and out like that. We were saying YFE earlier has gone through a lot of that and still find success. So it's
and I'm glad that they have a core 5 set from the get-go, because they were riddled with some FF losses here and there during the Swiss stage early stage, and then they kind of had this warming up period towards the end of Swiss to make main event. But again, I don't think they had enough experience and reps under their belt because of the joint conflicts with VCL, because they had such strong players but they had other commitments. And so I'm excited to see both of these teams, in their kind of differing forms. The new YFP working on getting that synergy versus Waterda with 2 substitute players.
And a big Fracture and Pearl were a big one for YFP before, so have they gotten a lot more on the other maps? We're going to have to see. Let's check out what we have for both teams coming into bind. Sunset and Lotus, which actually is not too bad. Both teams have a decent bind. The Sunset there feels good. Lotus, however, Wadada's Lotus is crazy, but you can't get mad at their YFPs. They still have a good record.
Yeah, I think for me, I still lean slightly in Wadada's favor for this veto, just because their week 1 match was literally on Lotus and Sunset, and they chose Bind. And this is a reminder, these two teams have not played Bind since pre-Taeho nerf, right? It wasn't in the pool. And so we're going to be seeing new formats for them, and we're going to see, again, I feel like a little bit more puggier style, because they are kind of testing out what they might have tried in scrims for the first time in officials for the new stage. But if Wadada gets that momentum rolling, I do feel like Sunset was an intelligent pick for YFP, because it was a close affair against, Carrot in week 1 for Wadada, where it was a 13-11. So if you can replicate some of those mistakes, expose some of those weaknesses, we could very, very well see a Lotus. But like you mentioned, it's such a strong Lotus that's also a risk in itself for Rivington.
Yeah, and looking at Wadada from the beginning of the year, they're 10-0 on Bind. Obviously, things have changed, but that's still a crazy thing to see. You're like, okay, this is going to get pretty spicy if they're just playing off old stuff, but also can bring new things to the table. And going through this, Wadada and YFP are two teams that really, Zobi, only find trouble against the other top teams, right?
Oh,
it might be like Shopify or somebody else and each other, but it always stays close.
Yeah, and I'm so glad you mentioned Wadada and what they're going to be picking up on Bind, because Stay has been that kind of Starbound cosplay. They've even tweeted that out as a joke before, where some maps they do pick up that Chamber, and other it is that Cypher kind of comfort pick like we've seen on Sunset. So I'm curious on Bind specifically which way they're going to lead. They're both very viable options, but they change up how aggressive you are, how much your defense you're seeking out the duels versus playing, backside offside for retake. Yeah. And we know that Wadada likes to, be confident, take these engagements. But from what I saw in the YFPX game as well for their week 1, maybe it was, just confidence against a new team, a new kid on the block in terms of YDZ Black, but they were never letting them poise for retake. They were always pushing into CT. They were always fighting forward. So I'm curious how those playstyles are going to clash on Bind.
Aggression. We'll see what kind of picks we have coming in for the agents here as we get on to Bind to start off. It was, I think, Haven, Bind, Fracture, for this first one. And it was kind of a game where it was like it's close and then it wasn't and then it was. So maps really flopped back and forth, but the close maps were super close. So I'm excited if in that non-close one was the Bind Wadada 13-4. So YFP is going to come in with their homework ready for this one.
Yeah, I mean, both times Wadada winning it out, so definitely a great way to start. They're just trying to repeat history again, leaning into these heavy fraggers, heavy players. But that's where my curiosity lies. I actually got to play Bind with coaching Aria in the last Radiant Academy, and they weren't so confident on the Rays. They're like, I haven't played Rays in a week, so I'm curious if they are going to lean back into the Rays. They've gotten those reps in behind the scenes since then to come into the Swiss stage, or if they're going to try and play more comfort picks. Pick up the Neon still, because that is undeniably Aria's best agent. And for the side of YFPX, they also have Zoriental, who's a tried and true Neon. So are we going to see them flex out the Yoru, the Rays, who would be the secondary duelist here? It doesn't really fit that well for the Bind current meta, and I feel like they might just go for like that safe bet.
Speaking of Zoriental, that there is a spot in my mind. I think it's Vans and all other calls too, but I still hear it, like, just seeing that player for the first time, I'm like, all right, what can they do? And it's like star power play. And I'm like, all right, Zoriental's kind of real. And every time I hear that name, I'm like, yep, there's going to be some slidey plays. There's going to be some fast plays. And there's going to be a lot of cool stuff going on. So really awesome to see them entering the scene and be able to do a lot.
Speaking of star power plays, a big thing to point out as well is that Power Pixel, right, the IGL is a consistency, is not subbed out, right, is not on vacation, versus the side for YFPX, Corrupt is normally their IGL, so they are going to be leaning into Nora, Scary Shark, and some more mid-rounding from the team here with that substitution out, again, traveling, recuperating to be at their full strength, but I do believe we might be getting ready to jump into our map, Rivington.
I'm excited. I cannot wait. Like, looking at talking about YFP's Lotus, they're 4-1, which is why I think it would be a decent matchup. But to get there is going to be tough. They're going to have to play it strong here. Like you said, on paper, this does look like Wadada is just a little bit, but having the caveat of 2 players out could be enough for YFP to find a break in that armor. And both teams have the ability to deep run to the finals. So you can't count them out here. And it's not an elimination stage. It's Swiss. It's Swiss. Hopefully you get a swish as they move through here.
Oh, for sure. And again, we've seen some of these teams. I think both these teams, again, had early stage losses. Wadada was paired up against Shopify, Rebellion, and Gold in the second stage, or the second round of Swiss Stage 1. And YFP, I think, also had like a very early, again, FF loss because they couldn't field their 5. for a game. So they're no stranger to having, to play after a loss. And again, they'll be at their full strength. They'll be, starting to get this new 5 integrated for YFPX. And I think the best way to see the preparation and the questions answered about these substitutes is to get ready and jump into Bind Rivington. Let's see those compositions.
All right, what do we have? We do have that Charade Chamber, Oppion Clove. They love to keep the Clove on both sides here. So if you're a Clove player, you're going to absolutely love this series. But we also have Vi's Fade. I love the mix-up here from Wadada.
Oh, for sure. Whenever they pull out the chamber, it's always the chamber Vice, and I love to see this stay chamber here. We are getting the Arya or Femboy Raze, and I'm sorry, I've played against the Oppie Clove. It is terrifying. You do not want to mess with it, so we'll see if they are online here in the server today, but Pistol's underway. Looks like we are going to have an early Fountain Exchange, possibly off for this Guiding Light. Let's see if they decide to take the dive.
A little bit of extremity control on that right side as well. Not too much util to use, so it's going to be bodies walking into that shower and just up long here on towards the B side as they shoot on sand. So good default coverage on the map for Wadada to read what the defense might be.
Yeah. Dual chambers, so we didn't really get to highlight either. I do like this kind of shower and B-long aggression. It kind of sets them up, obviously, for a fake rotate to B, take a TP play once you got that opening kill on A, but because they disengaged, because Charade went for that heal, don't think they're going to quite get that opportunity, so with less than a minute left, they're going to have to make a decision here pretty quickly.
They teleport, or they come, well, giving up that shower's control makes me think they're going to try and stay, and they've really actually bought the safe site here. With this movement, with this hold, YFP has decided to go to the A side to cover. And it could be still a fake once they walk into B. So it looks like it's almost going to be a no util use. No, as I say that, they start huffing the util in. And they might receive their own as Femboy tries to get that Burns clearance, trying to take that safe space. And it looks like they may still go for the rotation. Yes, 15 seconds on the clock.
Wow, this is such a gamble. You can see the immediacy from YFPX, and it's going to be on Charade to try and cancel out this execution. Spike, save the Herald to default. Power Pixel should be good for the plant. No contestation because of these ruses, but it's Arya to finally strike blood so late into the round, and they are continuing to fight these backside players one after another.
Ooh, Zorianto and Scary Shark getting feisty there for a moment as another one coming in from that defensive side. The 2v1, though, leaving Scary Shark looming, lurking, trying to get the kill, but it's going to be Juna to get that final one. A great reaction from YFPX to get back and do that much damage, but Wadada working the map well.
Oh, for sure, and you kind of saw as well Scary Shark trying to go for that flank, but a nice sheer wall there implemented pretty early on, leveraging that double Sentinel well to kick off the pistol round on attack, but all in all, again, gambles, they pay off, and that is what Wadada is known for, is when they make a decision, they lock in, and they utilize their mechanics to convert. And Arya just, again, that protector to get the spike down to make sure that time wasn't a detriment. But now, weapons in hand. Outlaw specifically for stay. Keep an eye on that for the light shields aplenty on YFPX's side. And looks like it's a very similar default here, except for YFPX actually trying to contest showers this time around, Riv.
Yeah. See if they get the 2v2 here. I love the little, they got me. I thought Wadada was leaving showers, as we're probably seeing this fight from the last round on pistol, right? They were walking out. And I considered it's because they could have caught a sky flash in there, right? So they leave to come back. Like, really smart map play so far. And here they already picked one up with the Outlaw, making sure that shower extremity is still controlled. In pretty much the same 2-1-2.
Yeah, they want to keep their options open until the last second possible, and that's when Power, off the information they have, off the util that's been invested, will make the best decision for the team. And my concern here is this doubled up setup between Charade and Scary Shark. It's a bait and switch. You're going to take the initial duel, you're going to TP out, and hopefully don't clear out Nora here, and that Prowler does exactly that. Will it work, though? Not on Femboy's watch. Quickly cleared out, and this should be the speed up, but there's been a snag. Charade and Hookah.
That cuts off one spot that Wadada have to protect. And it's going to be Power Pixel. Doesn't take much time on that. It's just one to check off the books immediately as they saw Charade in Hookah. And now 2 to come in from spawn. That would have been such a nice little pinch that they could really have distracted everyone in sight with. But just taken apart there by Fade.
Yeah, definitely a big loose end with that Guardian picked up by Sherrod, but
Last player standing.
Power gets the refrags, and now the last remaining players are only with pistols, light shields, and that's quick work for Stay and this Outlaw. Just as deadly as their wadded up predecessor. It wadded a very clean second round. I mean, you even saw Power, who got that sheriff shot, recollect the Guardian, so they're really not down any of those extra weapons here. Curious to see if they're going to keep the default, or if they're going to go for more dive style, because it is the bonus round.
Aggressive push from Sherrod. Wants a shot already. Looks like aggressive towards the right side. It's the first time everybody's really been in somewhat of a death ball composition here for Wadada. Quick early clear to make sure they don't get judged themselves.
Where are you?
We might see a bounce right here from Femboy into the lamps area with that judge of their own.
Is deadly with the movement. Speaking of deadly, I was wondering if they were going to keep going. They know Showers has been a consistent control point here. And it seems like they know their homework. They know that Femboy with the judge is a threat in U-Haul, so they give up that space. They play very central to Triple and Shower, and because they gave up the Shower's TP pivot, there's nobody there to counter it from behind.
Right here.
Wadadad's done a good job, I'm sorry, YFE so far at keeping everybody alive, so this retake is full of utility, and Oppie's going to start them off. Even though trade, they still look to be in a good position. They found 3 members of Wadadad just on that peak. Glowstick can call it out, and now they can really start to pinch in.
Ooh. That pinch comes off of Sherrod as well. Likely communicated, but not handled. And somehow they flipped the map and gotten into defender spawn here. But Arya's left. The TPs have come through, and the call to come back should be good if they can just handle Glowstick. Shining alone in the darkness, pivoting one after another. Revealed by the Haunt, but still not eliminated, and should buy enough time for the re-rotations from YFPX through short.
Glowstick has always been ultra alerted to how many people were in A. Is that peak on Lamp said, wait a minute, there's way too much going on here. Stays in A, knows there's going to be a few stragglers, actually meets the retake coming in from Wadada, like you said, from a flipped map. Somehow that happened in the round. And YFP are going to find the bonus on that one. So really nicely controlled, and what surrounds are getting pretty chaotic.
Yeah, I think the flip map was the result. They just realized they didn't have any Showers or triple control. So what I need to see is, again, that chamber or that Vice successfully clear out Showers on their own, or we need to see a coordinated fight from them once they take the main part of site to fight towards triple. And we saw neither of that out of Wadada, but it's attributed also to the worst weaponry versus now Operator in hand, full weapons in hand. This is where the action starts, and we're actually seeing Femboy fight in addition to Power over towards Shower here this time around. So they flipped the duos.
Operator to watch. Yeah, they put both of those kind of detects in one spot here, so you can use the guiding light into the boom bot. Just a squeeze out. There it is. Oriental, the plays we were talking about before, even under pressure situations, able to make it work. Takes a bit of damage there, though. So you're up against the veterancy of Power Pixel in that moment. It's going to be tough.
Sherrod across the map shut down the Operator as well, so now the entire B execution hinges off of Juna and her ability to clear out Hookah and get past this trademark. And meanwhile, Wadada prodding towards short. Good use of the fade until to try to flush these players out. They're even going to invest the Nightfall. They don't want this rifle round to slip away, and Oppie's trying to, again, play distraction for Scary Shark. But knowing that a player was hugging that corner, they are taking no risks. They're going to rely on Juna, her ability to try to take care of Sherrod outside of Garden. They make their way on the B, rotate with 30 seconds to go.
What a smoke by Oppie there. You know, Wadada with the inclination to still head out, but getting nothing out of the Nightfall, but trying to push a ruse at A. Sherrod another big kill. And now with 1v3 situation, teammate comes through. Oppie is going to make it 2v, and now Kestrel dwindling the numbers once again here. Beautifully done for YFP to be covering each other, playing their lives in these situations, and making it tough for Wadada to find a kill.
Yeah, Wadada's, I think, was pressured by the time there. You kind of saw that hesitation. You saw Juno want to fight with Kestrel into elbow, but they had to try and stick the spike, and the players were just too quick on the rotate. So again, we mentioned how converting from these defaults into the executions, Wadada has to keep the timer in mind, and it truly became their enemy. So YFPX, again, chipping away at these solo players, does super, super well. Breaks the bank as well for Wadada, but they are, again, one off from a few key ultimates. Showstopper, Tour de Force, and that's probably why Arya is forced up the Stinger here. So let's see what happens when Sherrod gets challenged over towards Sand. I mean,
Again. Femboy finally has to run the stinger in there, just full W to get Sherrod down. We know the reason they came back, and it has not skipped a beat, that play style.
And you're probably going to hand off the Vandal because you got the Tour de Force popped. Femboy should have the entry, or at least the safe spike plant off the showstopper. So nice investment is going to delay the retake from YFPX, but they are patient. They're happy to wait things out here because they got OP1 from Molt. They got plenty of Sky utility here for recon, but it's not going to spot anything out just yet. So they expect 3 in the elbow.
Yeah, if they can get one for Oppie here, like you said, it pops. They can go for not dead yet. Really get in. So you still have Stay playing very safe towards the outside of B Long, though. Last one to peek, really, in this situation, if they're going to. Metal down to 1, maybe not peeking at all. If I'm going to be honest, what a shot from Kestrel. That's going to be a step through, and they start to trade, get the diffuser, and it's going to be a Thrifty coming in for Wadada.
And they played that very, very well. In the regroup, they actually got on to B. Again, they understood how pivotal the opening kills were for Ari and for Stay specifically, or Femboy, around that showstopper, around that Tour de Force, and that's exactly what they used to convert. And that's something Power has explained to me personally, is how they are so keen on not wasting ult orb opportunities in that ult economy. That's how you stay ahead here. And it does give YFPX actually now an opportunity to give them the same treatment, right? They have Tour de Force, they have Seekers, and you can see Oppie forcing up because she has that not dead yet. So we'll see if it proves the same result. For now, it's a repeat fight over towards Long.
Rod was able to do this with the Vandal. Now the Tour de Force is out, but there's a lot of people knocking on the front door of Hookah. The fight is won at Long. We questioned it, but it is quickly taken down as Femboy comes flying through the back door.
My Phantom does not get headshot accuracy like that while satcheling across the site, but this is Femboy we're talking about. So they secure the site, they secure the plant, and now they are spearheading this fight because they're confident that knowing it's an anti-eco towards CT.
Chomp's just missing to the side, but little concussed. The teamwork still there.
Last player standing.
Femboy's on for the ace.
Maybe a 5. Zoriental from the backside. Gonna hold on to the showstopper for now.
They're hunting for it.
Yep, found it. And the shot to the face. An ace for Wadada Femboy.
Oh, the iBUYPOWER raise. Femboy doing their job to a T. The entry, the shutdown of the Tour de Force Long, along with that eco player, Skater Shark, playing around the toxic screen. And that's not enough. They take it one step further, fighting into CT to intercept this sheer numbers of players that were trying to play together to convert some of these eco kills. So no ultimates utilized, no opportunities really to do so here for the side of YFPX to get their Thrifty on board, but now we're back to basics. We're back to defaulted approach here. We'll see if how these get leverage in a retake or a site hold.
Oh, a little off the top. Clove v Clove. Oppie is just a menace right now. Like we said, you're gonna get a lot of Clove play here. And Femboy, last packing forward, play after play. Not dead yet comes up, but Zoriental's gonna hit that showstopper. We saw them holding last round. And how much further can YFP get on this one? Apparently not much with Kestrel there.
Ooh. Beautiful way to wrestle things back after Zoriental opened things up with the showstopper. Kestrel as well, one off from the steel garden, but it doesn't matter when the showstopper can open up the backside control because of the ace Femboy got in the last round. Ooh, Punish trying to get additional info. Have to off the haunt instead. Sherrod in the 1v2. This is where we look towards Watered on the coordination between these remaining two players. Don't take your ones. Play down the timer. Play down the spike.
Oh. Throws the TP down, just back to the left. Sherrod looking to get one kill and maybe flick through. Drawing fights, looking for the 1v1, trying to separate Wadada here on this play. Finds one, it's going to be the sidestep that gives it enough bullets for that fight to come through, but the one way is going to be so treacherous here.
No one else could do this.
Oh, actually just outside. Half's going to be tough. And that's going to be the round. Beautifully played by the side of Power Pixel here to waste out the post plant and gets that Vandal out of Sherrod's hand.
Ooh, a nice way to break the bank for YFPX to secure Wadada, hopefully a 6th moving forward. But There were those concerns. They did come to light about, again, taking ones there, but Power playing down, the win condition, playing off the one-way as well from Juna that you can't do, right? If you have a Brimstone pick on this map, that is from, like, again, post-human smokes. So, again, only something that a Clove can offer. And I think if there was a time for a YFPX timeout, it would be now. They're not getting any momentum on these rifle rounds. They utilized 2 big ultimates to no avail. And now the question mark is, okay, how can we disrupt these Wadada entries, quite frankly? Even with Zorianto getting 2 Rivington.
Yeah, and this is kind of deja vu for the moment. There was 4 rounds that YFPX got, and it was Wadada starting on attack the last time these teams played bind. After we got to the defensive side for Wadada, they ran the rest of the rounds. So YFP wants to cut that out right now. They want to stop the bleeding, like you said, and see if they can't figure out which ults are coming up, where they can start to use them, which would be Scary Sharks. They have the Seekers if they feel unsure and around or want to make a play. But yeah, being able to read Wadada is going to be a tough one. Now they have an op, so they're going to be playing a little bit different if they're not going B or they're trying to just slow it down even.
I'm so curious about this stay attack operator. I wasn't gonna like harp on them for it because they're up, but we haven't really gotten to see too much impact from it outside B-Long, again, losing to Sherrod time and time again. So I'm not against their position to maybe open up the round here towards Shower, especially because they've picked up on the tendency now for it to be this Raze Sky combo instead, fighting off this Guiding Light. I'm curious to see how it will function once the toxic screen drops.
Well, this could stay in a ready moment, especially when somebody taps that and one shoulder is seen. I wonder if they consider that that's only a... Yes, they do. They said it's got to be a protocol play. Someone's in the corner if they're messing with us like that, and read like a book there. They still get the trade back, though. Onto Power Pixel.
Across the map, yep. Sherrod again, always taking out this B contingency plan. So all in for Wadada on this A site, but fights they're not afraid to take. Yeah, we mentioned how they needed simultaneous short and shower control. This round, it's been achieved, but they're kind of giving that backside leniency to the squad. So you do get these Seekers, but it's immediately countered by the Steel Garden. Primaries down. They're going to aggress into U-Haul off of it, finding an opening kill, stalling out this retake even further, Rivington.
3v3. And Scary's trying to push up with his Sheriff, get a little closer, try to be the human sentry and let him know where everybody is. This should be a good trade. This should be a good crossfire. Oh, patience, though. Sherrod was making sure no shower play was there, so they got a little disjointed. It may not cost them, though. Juna looking for another ace on the round. An iBUYPOWER ace. Let's rack up another one.
Oh, my gosh. 2 iBUYPOWER aces for Wadada as they secure their 6th and deny a thrifty momentum shift out of YFPX's timeout. So that's 4 in a round. 4 in a row so far. YFPX, though, this is the round where you're hoping to see some of those changes implemented coming out of the timeout. Part of that, the Sherrod operator here, perhaps to change things up, to shut down one of these A-side avenues, because Wadada is a team where if it ain't broke, they don't try to fix it. They will rinse and repeat until the strategy, the approach fails, and with this aggression off the rendezvous, it could just be now.
Oh, looking for the team to take that. You can see Sherrod standing their ground till the last moment, and probably a reason they've been winning a lot of these fights 1v1 across the map. So ready to take the shot, playing the mind of their opponent here. So back to the shower control, gonna need some util to re-clear this, or a lot of bodies if they don't.
I think they rationed the Fade util properly to clear out Sherrod, at least the initial peak, but the secondary follow-up is good, but it's Juna. She's not dead yet, is going to be the entry now off of this ultimate to try and clear Sherrod out, but it's the similar end, and they're also backed up by Oppie, so now it's a screeching halt where individual prowess has to set forward. Aria or Femboy from Shower opens it up with the recovered operator, looking for more through these smokes.
Oh no, the Vandal's on the other side. That's a judge, isn't it? Wait. Okay, there we go. Sorted out. Got the Vandal back for Femboy. But yeah, they have to get out of this. 30 seconds left. They are going to be surrounded if they can get Scary Shark over here too. But YFP don't even have to move. They feel comfortable.
Might be a safe angle.
Yeah, take a moment to just pick up some orbs if they can on the way out.
Yeah, I mean, even if they wanted to go for the B-rotate, like we mentioned, time was against their side. You still had Scary Shark anchoring over towards Hookah. with that re-arc rose, they're kind of gambling that this was going to be an A follow-through in the last few seconds. Try to set the seeds of doubt, try to go for some additional plant money. Because they are pretty rich, so I don't think they necessarily need to save, but an operator, Vandal in hand, a 4 now 3 round safety net in round differential. I think they were okay with this outcome, given that they were going to lose the round.
Yeah. Big starts by Sherrod. Cannot be understated here. A reason why FPX is getting these rounds in their favor and able to convert from the 5v4 position. But it's not easy. Wadada is taking quite a bit out, so getting these weapons, you are seeing a bit of lower armor or regen armor coming through on that side of YFP.
And might be getting a little bit of tech pause, a little bit of a breather here as well, which I think is... It's a timeout, which I think I was going to say, if this is a Wadada one, it's exactly what I said. They rinse and repeat until it fails. Now that it's failed, now that they've repositioned Sherrod over towards A, they're going to come up with a change here. And even prior to the timeout, it feels like YFPX has already kind of read that they're going to go B this round. They have Sherrod repositioned with the trademark over towards B, ready to aggress again towards B short with this operator, where they've shut down players the same way they have over towards long. So I'm curious to see what the util combination is going to look like if they do in fact fight through here, and how they're going to get past this player, because right now it looks like there's a reason why they were brought out of retirement for this squad.
Yeah, and honestly with Sherrod, I feel like it is just the straight up peak. That confidence is unreal. You know, you get out, you know you're faster, and you're right back to a defensive position. Sometimes even a second shot, if you see that there's a bit of a scatter that you've created with the first one. Operas have to work fast, and Sherrod is kind of hitting that flow state with these first bloods right now. I can't wait to see what they calculate to as we get out of the first map, honestly. And he's going to have, they're going to have one shot too. It's going to be a 2v1 in this instance. Unless, I think somebody actually is hiding under there.
Here we go.
It's Spies.
There.
Yeah, nice use of the arc rose to again push them off that line.
Yeah.
Delay the peak. So you really can't repeat because you don't know what angle they're going to be deposited on. So broke line of sight. It got these players a little bit deeper here. The threat neutralized for now, but the scary prospect is going to be the reposition, whether they're fighting hookah or sight from hookah, whether it's scary shark from long. We have the Rays now pivoting over Zoriental here for the fight. But again, Wadada really likes to fake these. They usually have a really good read as to which players remain on the opposing site. I think there's been a round where they've hit the more stacked site.
Again, a kill from Sherrod to start off the round. They saw the sky flash coming out of showers, and that's all they know about A, but I don't think they want to go towards the op, so still committing to A for Wadada here. They're going to try to get this plant down. They're getting stalled, though.
Yep, Nightbot was supposed to set up Aria, but it's a close delay to hold on to U control, but it's a coordinated effort alongside Kestrel that opens up the space, but they are not done. Even with flashes, it doesn't matter. They are challenging forward. One falls, and Power Pixel rejoins Kestrel to further aggress to challenge the reload and leverage this round back into Wadada's favor slightly in the 1v3.
Yeah, the 4v5 conversion really in Wadada's favor now as we see how it pans out into the site with just Sherrod left. Having to let go of that operator to make sure it can be a flick for each one of these shots if it comes down to it. And this also seems to be kind of a goal for the team. Sherrod playing their life after that first kill, getting around, being ready for a post plan if possible. It's unfortunate that YFP is losing too many members before this all happens though.
Ooh, pros don't fake, but the haunt will force you off regardless. And
Close.
there it is, Save-Al, that player that could challenge in the 1v3 because of the rendezvous, goes back for the swing and finally gets their revenge. The final operator kill on to Sherrod to secure a Wadada lead at the half. And I think that timeout being as proactive as it is geared towards the fact that Bind is... attack is their stronger half. 76% win rate versus their 68 on defense. Still neither too shabby when it comes to percentages, but it's undeniably their stronger suit, and they understood that they want a dominant lead before the side swap where anything can happen.
It is playing the great textbook style, right? If you're not comfortable in the site, you push a little further. They're not happy with just a little bit. They play until everything can be 100% their advantage, and that's really smart. While taking the little advantages beforehand to make sure it all works out. Sherrod, for once, pushed off a line without finding a result.
There's so much utility already gone from the Fade, right? A Prowler, the Seas. Can't use those French anymore, and And you didn't get much benefit to take that fight because you can just TP right out of it if you are the chamber. So a hefty trade to just get that B long control, which we already have mentioned for Wadada, isn't the end game. They aren't trying to go B. They're trying to set it up for this potential TP play once they get more information about what's happening over towards Shower, what's happening over towards A. And I'm concerned because it doesn't feel like Stay or Kestrel went deep enough to really discover that more than this guy's playing there, unless they've picked up on, okay, this is the duo that exists. And Sherrod.
Yeah.
Ooh, that should be the speed up towards B.
Hookah's gonna get
Find you.
a little bit of power coming into the other two rotating now, and they're gonna hit at the same time. Beautifully orchestrated here. Nice step back by Oppie, but it's gonna be a Bucky, and it's not going to count. As Wadada open up the site and have all of this free space now for post-plant.
Yep, and the save already called. They want to have the best weaponry, the most strength they can coming into the last round of the half. I mean,
yeah,
it's a little bit unlucky when, again, Sherrod gets caught off peeking for more information. Oppie's Bucky shots don't connect, and I think a player even got shut down through CT through the smoke, mind you. So they didn't even get a chance to have a cohesive, coordinated retake attempt, which is where YFPX kind of thrived on some of those A-side retakes when they had numbers. So YFPX struggling here a little bit, and again, Wadada coming to the last round have plenty of fun, so they're searching every nook and cranny of Bind, looking for these saving players, and the Oriental, and Cave Splunkin.
Get out of here.
Got one. Now, have to move. Snipers always have to move when you take a shot. It looks like it's going to be good enough.
Last round.
Wadada grab this one. Stay keeps the knock. And now we see Tour de Force is ready. They're still going to throw around this Bucky to see if they maybe can get something down with the pit, where that's going to be highly effective if they can actually force the hand of Wadada here.
And Scary Shark's been having a slower than normal map, right? This is Nora, the Flex, a goddess, and she's been sitting on the pit for a few rounds now, and I'm surprised it hasn't been utilized, right? To either break up this A split, shut down these late B pivots. And it's last round of the half, it's now or never, so it is finally invested.
Okay.
Trying to push these players towards that Tour de Force over towards A, but Wadada, I'm going to call it right now, they're not afraid to challenge a pit. And I'm curious to see if that's exactly what Ari is going to do. Or Femboy.
Right? I mean, you throw a metal nade in there once you figure out these first two clear areas, and they have to be hiding in that left right of Hookah, right? That little T in the back. Uh-oh. They may be setting this. They're happy to do it. They're like, you get that metal in there? I can get my nade in there. Slyly playing. Scary Shark keeps moving ever so slightly just to make sure that's not the case. But still, playing to the extremities. This bit of shower control. Now back to B main. I think that might have tagged. Maybe Glowstick just missed the flash, but they feel like there's a few long.
Again, it's whichever fight goes Wadada's way first, that's where they're going to go. And I'm nervous about the repivot with 40 seconds left towards a short. I mean, you know they didn't push up because you have that really proactive sheer wall, but you don't know that Oppie is holding this line. Showers, and you don't know that the Tour de Force is on truck. So when all these shots align and Oppie has a not dead yet again, it feels like the time is Wadada's enemy.
Nice little hold there, too, before activating to get some time. But, didn't realize the angle on their back was open just wide enough in that doorway to go down. It doesn't matter, though. Sherrod, who's left at the end of the round, one of the ones pulling up a lot of kills with the rest of the team. Glowstick there to finalize the 8-4 first half in favor of Wadada.
Again, they were conscious, they saved, they leveraged the ultimates that they had to finally shut down that A split. And it definitely felt like Wadada kind of fell victim to the exact plan that they had. Use the Viper's Pit to shuffle these players towards that Tour de Force. And Sherrod ultimately delivered, right? 14-8 right now. A shining spot in the YFPX half despite being down 4-8. And we knew Wadada was worried about this half to a degree that they took a proactive timeout when they were up 7 rounds. So, curious to see how fleshed out this is, especially because you have a Dumble Sentinel, right, coming into the defense here. So it looks like you're going to have double fight towards Shower, the Chamber getting aggressive here. So it really hinges the A-side defense on these players winning their duels. The B-side, traditional hold off your Vice Util, true to life Sentinel. And let's see if it works out.
Juna, first one. They're going to try to follow up with the Trailblazer, but everybody has left, and the Headhunter finds enough damage onto Scary Shark, too. Down to 3 already before 20 seconds pass in the round, and this is going to be tough for YFP to regroup, but they're going to try to make it happen here over towards the right side of the map. Yep.
So it hinged on these players getting the opening kills, and Short and Shower both deliver. Did identify that it's solo stay playing over towards U-Haul. So group up, try to overwhelm here, especially with that rendezvous. Not quite back online yet, but if you wait to swing off the flash, they're going to have the TP back and probably the confidence to swing behind it, especially off of this nice short smoke provided by Juna. And now the rest of the players to reposition truck as well, so Stay's no longer fighting alone.
Exploding out now through the smoke. Just a little bit of sound made. You can see they actually hid their jumps pretty well. Wadada still considering that this could be a fake through that teleporter and making sure they're watching every angle. Glow stick starting them off very nice here, but they got to start getting to the site because they're only going to be delayed once they try to plant. 30 seconds on the round.
At this point, if I'm Kestrel, I'm tucking away. Oh, trademark though, spotting them out. It is going to hinge on Kestrel to deny the plant with 20 seconds left to go. If they punish them, try to track them down long, there would have been a wall, but it doesn't matter because the reinforcements from A side have arrived. It's Aria Femboy with the classic. They're going to come running in with right clicks ablaze to shut down and secure Wadada's second pistol.
Femboy just flying through on the blast back here to break crosshairs in a lot of these situations. Easing the team's entry into their retake of their own post plants, and now we see on the pistol round. And it is very deja vu. 3 more rounds and we'll have the exact same instance that happened the last time these teams played bind. That 8-4 first half into 4 rounds. Or 5 rounds, I should say, for Wadada.
With 2 other players, right? The subs stepping in for Australis and Starbound, so showcases how it's, again, the strength of the core, the strength of the calling that's prevailing here, and strength of the calling. PowerPixel asked, demanded upon to hold down this long position. I love this setup, right? Prowler detects somebody, you immediately flash, you immediately swing while they're running away from the Prowler, and you get some chip damage. You start draining this regrowth really early on. So you'll start to turn these chances at a thrifty round.
Just a miss there. Sherrod, though, you can see is so close to getting these headshots, and why all of them, or I should say most of them, are hitting when they get the chance. See what this lurk from Scary Shark provides in the last moments if they can get the better of Stay. The outlaw is there, and there's only room for one.
The broken gun. And it's going to break any chances here for YFPX. 4 players still kind of grouped up outside of B, but again, it's this delay util meant to keep them off the site, just buy time for players like Juna, players like Femboy to rotate back over. See, they've at least made it down to the side, but it's going to hinge on Oriental shotting down Kestrel, who finds 2, and Juna with the Bulldog should have been able to close out the round, but that's a weapon upgrade gifted to Glowstick, an opportunity to shed some light on this thrifty attempt. 7 bullets, 47 HP in 20 seconds. It's gonna be difficult.
Whoa. They peeked a few times. Nicely playing the pressure. I really like the way that was set up by Glowstick. You fake plant, peek, just to get into their mind that you want them to draw. You want to draw out the 1v1. So actually, getting time to get the plant down was very nice, and almost getting the whole entire round was a beautiful attempt, but it is going to Wadada in the end.
Plant money, the best of the worst, and I love how they kept Arya's judge in the dark just for them to come satcheling out to cinch the round. But again, that's not going to be a kind of a longevity, right? Look, there's no bonus. It's been completely obliterated here, and it's full shield across the board. You know the outlaw's still on the table, so curious to see what kind of strides these Bucky, specifically for PowerPixel and Femboy, are going to find. Positioned on opposite chokes of the map. You can see that slow approach, just ensuring that they don't get aggressed on right now through YFPX.
Nice clear. Playing hookah, though, to avoid all of this utility. So Wadada may be ready to attack. They break their crossfire for a moment, but only a moment. As YFP tries to read the map here. They're not going to play too much extremity on this one. They're bringing the full team to make sure they can get through any trickery this low buy from Wadada might produce. And they're right to think that. This could get weird.
Flash. The turn. The bait should have been good for Kestrel to finish the job, but heavy shields prevail. Keep numbers in their favor, and remaining players of Wadada start to splinter and take ones as only 2 will remain.
What's the last play here from Wadada? YFP doing a very nice job to collect themselves around, though. Yeah, they're getting ready for a few alt point pickups, but also very happy to find themselves getting this round. And not even because of the last map, but they could really turn things around here
Last
with what, like you
player
said, they did to the
standing.
money of Wadada. They can keep themselves on the right path. So they get 5 here versus the 10 of Wadada to keep them
It
off
seems
that
these
real
strangers
pressure
won't be dead.
11-12 round count.
They're not.
Yeah, no thrifty antics this time around for Wadada, but they're full by coming online now. Operator for Say specifically. Sherrod, because he had a slower start, we didn't get to see the operator of the Tour de Force till later in the half. So I'm curious to see what, from, round 4 onward, it'll pose as a core part of this defense. It's interesting, it's not any longer on the A side with this duo that's aggressing Shower. They just kind of entrusted the Thorns to hold down short. And that may be their undoing, as it looks like the primary objective off this toxic screen.
Oh, wow. Just running right into Showers, actually. Really nice util to be used. Just flash, break that entry, and get right in here. YFP is playing textbook, and they're playing it very nice. It looks like Wadada was not even expecting that. It seems like they were ready for a slow round again to be paced out and thinking they had to rotate a bunch, but that is not the case.
Yeah. Wadada is a very, I'm going to call it an anti-retake team. They really do like to, again, get those first bloods. They like to live by the site, die by the site. And I think they got punished for it there a little bit, right? The trap play through their TP doesn't quite work out. Player Shower fall too early, and Kestrel's left to save the remaining util on site as their only defenses over towards B. And YFPX, I mean, you got some money, but I don't think it's enough to go hunting without a partner. So slow dispersal away from the spike detonation zone, but all in all, is it too early for a Wadada timeout? I feel like they'd be super, super proactive for their last one, right? Like they wait a few more.
Yeah, maybe like 8. Get this, whatever, hero rifle round through, see what happens out of it, and if they don't get the next one, yeah, probably, probably go ahead and just figure out what is plaguing the team, or switch up what they're doing. And to see if they switch it up here. That Vandal is going to go over towards the B side. So do they get aggressive on the right? Right? Or they're going to try to get into the face of YFP, and it looks like they might go for a Seasonade to start things off.
I'd like to fight forward.
Yeah, YFP says we're not going to be there.
I would love to see these players actually fight down B long, though. And it feels like that is not the outcome because Stay does have the Tour de Force here, and you can feel that pressure mounting out of Hookah for the time being. See? Alright, lots of Hookah isolated by that sheer wall. Seeker's really just to prevent the swing alongside that guiding lights. They nullify the effects. Showstopper's supposed to be good for the entry, but backside only gives a haircut, and surprised we would see more from Wadada here, shutting down these fights because it is 3 up and over to counter backside. Disrespect the Fade util and keep numbers.
Sherrod steps forward to take down Femboy, and Juna stuck with Stay in some pretty bad spots. Okay, Tour de Force. Just absolutely putting that in the chest of Scary Shark here. Everybody hides for a moment. And they should keep hiding. Oh my gosh, Sherrod. Finally getting that kill on Stay. And yeah, that was so tough for Kestrel. They had the Hero Vandal, and it was down to, what, 44 HP from chip damage and utility before they got in the site. Wadada having a bit of an unfortunate beginning there, but fortunate for YFP here. They're finding ways to get into the site, and it seems to be a little bit of speed on their end, too.
Yeah, and I'm gonna take your 13-4 of repeating history that you raised, and I am going to counter with a 13-8 the first time these two teams met this year at kickoff as a possible outcome here, because that would line up with their timeout kind of cadence, and then the last few rounds to cap things off. But for now, I don't see Wadada making enough changes. Well, I'm actually lying. They're pushing further off the nade play that they wanted to do.
Oh yeah,
it's gonna be a matter of timing. Look at Nora; she narrowly missed it. They're not gonna know.
Oh my gosh. No, this is literally ships in the night. This is the crazy part. So they're going to want to try to get the op pushed up. And they're wondering right now. They just have to realize how to fix this in the moment is going to be so tough. Already rotated back around. Uh-oh. This timing though. Getting a little sketchy, but that's a nice kill by Juna. Brings himself back to life here. And wow, what a play by Wadada. Like you said, they replicate the push down mid. It is a bit different in this style with it being Juna that time. But yeah, because Not Dead Yet was up, and it really played a big part.
And another big part as well was Stay finding that kill specifically on Desoriental, because if they didn't get that kill, then Juno was not going to use that ultimate. She just wasn't going to be able to get away. So the fact that she can reposition on the fight that Nora was trying to clean up things. She's going to clean things up. Sherrod, again, and stepping up for YFP, but the 1v3, they realize we're not underestimating this player. We're going to step back. We're going to play across. And we are going to play for that 11th round.
Power Pixel's like, I have the timing. So there's 11, and we may just stave off the timeout at this point. We'll leave it up to the team to make it happen. Oh, okay, so YFP will, however, call a timeout. We were expecting the Wadada one in a few rounds, but I like this.
As if they didn't win.
Yeah, they had the momentum, and maybe they changed something there that is very noticeable to coach, and it's like, let's go back to X. We were getting past the defense with it. Keep going kind of thing.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the money, like you'll be able to like force another weapon or two for that last round of the half, but otherwise, I mean, you have some important ultimates. Oppie's not dead yet. You have the tour de force. So again, I think this timeout's more to prevent a similar outcome they had previously, where they wasted some ultimates without a round conversion, because that might as well be a death sentence for this first map pick, which isn't the end of the world. You know, Bind is Waterdaw's pick, but we mentioned how Sunset's a coin toss, considering both teams did play and win it in their week 1. So
yeah.
Nonetheless, I mean, Waterda, I don't want to say they got lucky, but again, you can't aggress like that and catch YFPX off guard every time. So it definitely is, they're just trying to like inch out these last few rounds, right? So that they can get across the finish line.
Looking at the compositions coming in, with Wadada, like you said, on their aggressive side, they can also be way more aggressive with what they're bringing in. Having the Nightfall, having the Steel Garden, you know, the pit is something you have to go to. The Seekers will kind of get you through mid-round and could really, really help a retake, but the power, the way Wadada plays is complemented so much by having those two agents in there to also just add more to the mix that they bring, so... You can see that working on the retakes too, as some ults are starting to come online for the teams. Power Pixel just one away from that Nightfall. Maybe Sherrod's tour de force here can ring out and bring YFP back after this timeout.
A little nerve-wracking that Sherrod's alone again, keeping B-side as a viable option. See the team trying to destroy that dog so that Arya can stay, or Femba can stay tucked with this judge up close and personal. Smoke here as well is going to get punished. I'm almost certain there it is. Arya 2 found getting away so that they don't get victimized by the not dead yet from Oppie. And it's going to come down to the time where the chase is on. Whoa.
Just having all the util there to shut it down for the most part. YFP is still able to wait it out. Patience is a virtue here for them as they still somehow make it up through that short A area. Femboy is just on the other side, letting them know, being a nuisance, but really hasn't put too much more damage down just yet with the spike now planted.
Yeah, that snake bite was perfect so that Arya Femboy couldn't challenge with that side smoke on the spike with close proximity here. And now as a result, they have a very, very stable post-play position here and numbers as the 2v3 is entered upon. And gonna call upon Arya. It'll have to be the ace clutch to get to 12 for Wadada. The high-low, the double swing is good though for YFPX to get to their 8th. The first timeout didn't convert, the second hits home.
Yeah, I mean, I was ready for the third ace. I'm not hating. It's been kind of crazy this game, but YFP, like you said, wanting to shut that down. Wadada, they don't need to give Wadada any momentum like that right now. And it's going to be a nice full buy here. I don't know if YFP will actually slow down or go for the throat again, or maybe they go for the throat that round that Wadada will have money after this. It is a question, and Sherrod still has actually this tour de force online. And we'll listen for it to see if it happens on this round. Whoa, Wadada is saying, all right, let's get a little freaky on this low buy.
Great if he goes. Wadada kind of now sandwiching them here, reacting and challenging. I'm surprised they're fighting deeper into sand. They're just waiting for these players to swing one after another. The slaughter and more the backstep as well through a short here. Piece apart the remaining players. They're just avoiding now. Letting her clean at the loose ends. So it should be a pretty safe round unless Kestrel on site has something to say about it with this Sheriff in the meantime. Or Femboy with the upgraded Vandal here.
Last player standing.
Oh. Trying to get the quick flicks to peek with a little bit of a wide swing, but Scary's ready. We're seeing Scary now start to come online as well. As Glowstick ends the round up 9 now as YFP creep up and continue to pressure Wadada on Bind.
And we're getting to that tipping point as well. A lot of ults for both sides. Again, yep, Wadada in this kind of purgatory cycle of buy, save, buy, save. So, you know, sometimes you have to have somebody intervene, and that'll be King Fred for Wadada. Again, it feels like right now the timeouts are geared towards one-off strategies to get rounds on the board, whether it's to end off a half, whether it's to end off the game, or whether that was even shown in YFPX's own timeout, right? That's what they came up with. So I'm not expecting anything different from that mentality, that philosophy in this round itself. And they still have one more that they have to secure to prevent an overtime. So I'm curious, maybe they try to half invest these ultimates. I feel like if they try to do another kind of trap play aggressive approach, that YFPX will be expecting that though, Rivington. So what else do we think they have to do here? Play retake for once?
I think Sherrod is making it tough for them to consider how many they can leave at a site. So playing retake they want to be able to find what's on that extremity. So they're always inside the site, I think, is one of the things that's kind of plaguing Wadada if they aren't backing up for the retake right now, right? They always want to own one of these extremities. And again, it looks like it'll be the right side of the map. Maybe this one will help because they'll be able to see YFP going left this time, but it does seem like everybody's taking a few too many, like you said before, 1v1s when they could be waiting a little bit to get everyone in the site.
Well, for now, it's just early info. And this disengagement, like, from the fade into spawn, and then playing, like, pretty far, like, cubby backside, shows me that they aren't trying to play for these forward choke points and maybe playing a little bit more cautious here. But it's also stay with the operator, so you want to get that early angle. Kestrel, it's an uncomfortable position to be in. You know what Util's on that other side.
Oh, toast up. Wait a minute.
Ooh, a little early.
Staybell still peeks. Was like, wait, I know I heard a blast. What's happening? Are they faking? It was actually just a fumble that worked out really well because they were all looking at Stay as they peeked. And again, it kind of turns into another 1v1 or a 1v3 at that point. But the peaks until they kind of have sure shots or that crossfire that Wadada would have, and now they have to play from 4 without that rifle on the map.
Toxin screen down.
I will say, YFPX loves their fakes on fakes on fakes for these rotates.
Oh, yeah.
So doubling back to B is no real surprise here. Kestrel again, crunch time from the Anchor Sentinel here on the B site. PowerPixel should join back temporarily, but not sure what delay utility they have left in the bank. So it's a nightfall. That's what they've got here. With 20 seconds left to bide on the time to add that decay to hopefully give Kestrel the upper hand here.
Oh, 2 heads up top. Oh, what little things there by PowerPixel on the left side. I mean, the shots probably would have came from the back of the site too. Kestrel looked like they were ready. And that is just absolutely awesome stuff there on the defensive side from Wadada. The timeout slows it down, and they basically slow the game down to figure out what to do.
And I blinked and I missed how Juna was able to get on that site in that corner to support Power and Kestrel because that's what made the difference there. I'm like, oh no, Power's falling, Kestrel's falling. They might have a window where Sherrod can get the spike planted because of Nora's sacrifice, and we've seen Sherrod in those clutch moments, but really, really well done there from Wadada to get to map point. Again, it was just one round. That's all you need, and they did invest both ultimates for each of those waves of execution, but now you secured OT at the minimum.
There.
And they pull that back from the clutches of a 4v5 too, right after losing Stay. Oh my gosh. Not dead yet. It's going through Oppie there on a beautiful shot as the jump util comes around the corner, and Oppie is just laser focused right now, getting the assistance as well. PowerPixel is in a very tight spot, and I don't think there's any assistance that can come from here as long as they just play out the round. The afterlife smoke beautifully placed out, and they are not going to understand what's on the other side. So they leave and reset up somewhere else on the map.
Yeah, they recycled the TP trap, but a little less investment. Not 2 players, but 1. They stay in the TP this time, just going for the spray, the spam. I think they were supposed to be the distraction for Oppie, or sorry, for Juna, but the missed timing there a little bit, and they only got the 1-for-1 trade there. I think Arya as well, Femboy, just kind of overpeaked really again to set up the resurrection for Juna. So that falling flat here is what's put them in the 3v3, but it's not a bad situation either, right? And I think they are trying to play for this retake here. They'll have info if they come out long, the Thorns, the delay. They will have full retake, but they don't really have anything except for 1 haunt to get info on this Viper's pit entry.
be a little cheeky. Is it placed? Oh, it is placed. I was going to say it could throw down the trap inside. Actually did to the left side to see if they were in the corner. So moving into the site, Power Pixel grabs one. That's going to be the main. Walls go down, and now it's just going to be Wadada running into the site, trying to cover each other's back here. Oppi's had some really great shots.
Player standing.
And it's going to be the flick that just misses. Kestrel comes up big. Now it's on to Sherrod. Oh, thinking that there was enough time to reposition, but Kestrel already on a bit of the high ground, finds it. The kill to end bind, and that's 13 for Wadada.
Oh, I was nervous there for a second. I'm like, no smokes and Sherrod with a tour de force, but the reposition costs them everything. 13-9. No repeat in history. YFPX learn a little bit more, get one more round on the tally, but the results stand, and it stands out. Wadada is undefeated on Bind. Doesn't have to fear for this squad moving forward. We saw consistent change-ups, and we finally saw them, change up the tempo in that last round as well, where they played for the retake in the 3v3. So showing many fronts, many colors when they needed to.
Absolutely, and again, with the subs, with the team that they're kind of still building up with the synergy, but it doesn't seem like it's really a problem. They're out there to play, they're out there to have fun, and they know exactly what each other want to do, covering those angles. Maybe it's one of the reasons we saw a few more of the 1v1s and that loss of the defensive side in the second half that YFP was able to exploit a little bit. But overall, a really great match from both teams, and I think it tells us that we're going to get a really great series. There's more Verizon Valorant Game Changers here in North America to go, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Red gives you wings.
We are back with Verizon Valorant Game Changers North America Stage 2, and we have our Map 2 coming up as well. It is going to be Sunset between Wadada and YFP, but our first map of Bind became much closer than we expected. YFP really starting to come back there, but it looks like Wadada's timeouts were able to get them over the line.
Yep, just giving them that extra boost when they needed it after, really staying ahead for the majority of that map. But it was their pick, and we are headed over to Sunset, where, Riv, you were saying that YFPX has had a hard time on the map, but maybe they've had a recent turn for the better with the roster change?
Yes, but... yeah.
Well, before that, though, we've got to see how we got to this point. So taking one last look at Bind and why Wadada was so successful. And, I mean, there's not too much, right? The first kills were even, which I think really does come out of Sherrod from YFPX in particular. But the post plants, I think, to me, is what is most impressive out of this squad. Spike went down, and they were locked in. I think that's because they always took the fight to YFPX before getting the spike down. And then, basically, the rest of the pieces fell into place. Versus the few rounds where YFPX was, again, fighting from triple, fighting from shower. Immediately, they were able to shut down the plant altogether.
It's like Wadada's always in the post plant mode. They're like, you know what? Beginning of the round, we're in the site. We're post plant mode. We can't play like we're out of the site. It's ours already. So yeah, it does seem like they played really well there. YFP 5 of 7, still really good. And I think one of the things YFP did well was still get a lot of damage onto Wadada, which made a few of those rounds tough, but they're still able to come back. 11 on 11 first kills. And those for YFP, I'm sure Sherrod racked up a bunch. So 4 and 1 in first kills, first death. 4 for Zoriental as well. We expected that, and Oppie getting 3 of those. So yeah, I mean, I'm not going to go over them all, but Wadada had a nice spread on those too. So it's really everybody participating to get the teams across the lines in these games. No real star power yet.
I think that dichotomy has naturally become very, very important in Sunset, right? We talked about that post-plant mode for Wadada. That's especially important on like the B-side eggs, like fighting into Market, fighting into Boba. And then YFPX with that first blood potential, scattered across the map. Wadada's a team that can get predictable at times. They really like their mid defaults. So if you're top mid, if you're fighting a main off of this double initiative that we're going to see, they're going to have I think a really good defensive half.
And see the players' stats coming out of this and see what we can expect maybe from the next game if they're feeling comfortable, who's crushing, and man, 27 and 15 right there. First kills 4, as it says, and a 325 ACS. So it's like riding a bike for Sherrod, apparently, as they come back into play.
Oh, for sure. And I will say again, YFPX, I want to see all these players at their best. And I will say Nora, Scary Shark, obviously calling over, Corrupt, who's on their way home from an important lane over the weekend. Probably took a hit there in that regard. They also are more, I think, comfortable on, Flash Initiator, which is what they presumably will be playing over on the Breach for Sunset. So I'm excited to see them in that support role. I think they'll be a lot more comfortable there. So that should help a little bit in terms of the individual performance. But for the side of Wadada, they're also going to make some changes, possibly a double duelist with Kestrel stepping up to the plate. And she was the one that was there during instrumental clutches. She's the one that capped off the map. So it's, again, going to be different sides of different players in this Sunset.
Yeah, anything I think they can get Wadada still on a more aggressive line is a benefit, is a big boon to that team, because somehow they know how to really play in the chaos and create it themselves, recognizing when they have advantage position on their opponent and just keep pushing that. Like you said, pushing forward into spawn when they can, etc., etc. Sunset, though, still a pretty good chamber map. We see Sherrod taking it again and really getting themselves into position to get on the mid line, get on that B line to not let entry into the site happen.
I don't want to burst your bubble. It's hard to burst your bubble, but I think you'll like this instead. Actually, Oppie and Sherrod last time switched roles. So Oppie actually is an insane Cypher on this map. I'm writing down new setups from when I was overseeing their coaching in Radiant Academy.
Okay.
And it's actually going to be Sherrod on the Clove, perhaps. If again, this is all if they repeat their Swiss round 1 composition from their YZ game. But if that occurs, then again, a little bit more cycle potential, less again into that aggression that you were asking for, but then that's gonna be called upon from Zoriental, right? We're gonna get the Neon head-to-head. That is what I'm so excited for. Again, those raises that we saw from Femboy, from Zoriental, that's not their bread and butter. It is the Neons, and we're gonna see that on full display.
We'll have to see how they help each other out. That's kind of one of the big things, right? Where does the teamwork come from? Unless it's just going to be Neon slide forward, do it yourself, because that's always a fun show to watch too. Like they can definitely make content. We talked about Zorianto doing it earlier.
I think, to be completely honest, I think that's the Waterda style is Arya go kill, slide in with a judge, embarrass them. I mean, we saw it in the little hype video, right? It was a judge ace from Femboy in, on Sunset, right?
Yeah.
Versus with this Breach Neon, I think it is going to be Nora setting up Zoriental in a lot of these plays. The only other thing of note, again, is Kestrel on the Duelist as well in the race could be like a secondary entry alongside Arya, but it's still kind of each, different sides of the same coin where they're going to have to hold their own in their individual fights, and it comes together to form a complete picture more than them bouncing off of each other.
Prefer Vice or Cypher on Sunset? Do you
prefer Vice or Cypher?
Yeah.
As a individual who Power Pixel taught me how to play Cypher on this map, I still lean the Cypher. But if they play Chamber, I do think the Vice Chamber is stronger, just because of the delay util, nice use of the thorns for sectioning on the chokes. But solo Sentinel, give me the Chamber. Sorry, give me the Cypher. Give me the Chamber now.
Yeah, I feel like Cypher, it's harder because you can almost be tricked more, right? Your utility's out there, you want to use a gate, you usually have one for yourself, and they might kind of get a consistency off your trip. So I love seeing really good Cyphers be able to lock down a site, because it takes a lot, not to diminish any other agent, but it really takes a lot to use that utility, place it right, and kind of be in the head of your opponent while you're getting it out there to create the one-ways in your setup. So it should be fun to see. I do agree with you, though. Chamber,
and
Vice,
with
and the Cypher.
I will say, with the departure, from I feel like Silva getting mainstay pick, we're seeing a lot more of the fade with less Raze and more Neon as well. It becomes a lot harder to break through the Cypher utility. Now that will be a problem for Waterda, right? They are running the Silva and the Raze that they repeat their composition from last week. But then for the side of YFPX specifically, I don't really see much in their kit that's going to enable them to get rid of Stay, actually, who's again one of those players that I mentioned in the pre-show. We could see the Chamber on Bind, but we're likely to see the Cypher on Sunset. Again, it's going to be looking towards them and their ability to anchor these sites, because we said it, Waterda is not really a retake-centric team. I think one round we saw them play retake, and it was the final round of Vine.
Yeah, it didn't work out too well. I'm just going back to the last match to see how it went. What was that, Shopify that they played it on?
Ooh, Sunset?
For Waterda, yeah, for Waterda. That was way back for things.
That's Tejo meta. It's in the past. It's in the archives. We look at the 13-11 against, Carrot-Care, which again, like I said, Carrot-Care is not a team to be underestimated, but they do lack in the experience department for certain players. So I think that's a testament to why maybe they picked into this. Maybe YFP saw it as a weakness. But also, I'm looking at it. It was a 10-2 starting out on the attack for Waterda that got thrown. So the fact that Waterda starting out on the defense here, I think is gonna be a little bit of a shakeup from what happened last week.
Well, let's see what they are bringing on to the map, because we have Sunset in our eyes now.
There it is.
Yes, there are the Neons. We will get that duel, which will be very nice. The Breach comes through for Scary.
The only change. Power switching to the fade over the Silva, which I said isn't the end of the world. You don't need double util, the shocks and the nade to get rid of these Cypher trips. Just one's enough, especially when you already have an entry like Femboy with the relay bolt to send backside, so you don't have to send that nade necessarily. Like, it's a nice combo, but again, not necessary if you do need to get rid of Oppie's utility. All in all, though, I think, again, compositionally, Waterda might have a little bit of that advantage, but YFPX, I've seen, how detrimental the Breach can be towards players like Femboy, like Kestrel, who are trying to get these trades, trying to get these refrags, trying to get these very streamlined entries. So again, Nora, I said you had a rough first map. I'm placing the spotlight on you now to perform map 2 as the IGL, as a support player, to get your team to Lotus.
All right. Let's see it. And for those who don't know, Nora is...
Scary Shark.
There you go.
There you go.
But yeah, I'm loving the breach. Honestly, it's something I'm sad that teams aren't playing more. We're actually seeing a little more in VCT as well. But I still think it offers so much. I mean, like, people don't want to play it on Corrode, but there are so many good lines on Corrode for it. There are just better options right now, and that's the way it is. But unfortunately, we don't get Corrode today, sad face, just yet. Maybe next series here, as we have a sunset matchup. And will YFP prevent that sun from setting on this Swiss stage game here versus Wadada by bringing us to a third map, bringing us to Lotus, and we will see.
Yeah, 2 main event teams from stage 1, head-to-head already in round 2 of the Swiss stage. Again, Wadada with subs, YFP trying to find their full form with this new 5, minus their IGL this week. Wadada, hard soul read on the YFPXB split, and man, they're definitely seeing it in its true form. They are going to have an all-out bloodbath here.
Oh, what a nice fault line to come through from the B main area, but it really doesn't lock them up enough. Wadada is able to play right through that, and the round is over. What a nade.
I mean, you're stunned, self-stunned Zoriental.
Yeah.
I said you're supposed to discombobulate the opposing Neon and Raze. But again, that just felt like, Soul Read again. They overlapped, they completely capsized each other, and it just feels unlucky. You've got to write it off. But now that's 3 for 3 on pistol rounds for Wadada, where we talked about, okay, this is a team that had a 10-2 attack half last week. So these defensive rounds, if Wadada rack them up, they're going to have a very, very easy time snowballing.
Kyle's control going up by Sherrod for now. Still going to play that solo position, trying to gain info in a risky spot most of the time. Good info grab. Oh my gosh. The risk is actually for Wadada players, to be honest. Every time Sherrod peeks, it just seems so dangerous. You see a kill coming through.
Ooh, the bait.
Did Oppie just get hit, or was that from before? There was some damage there for sure. Oh my gosh.
Which all that was just trying to bait them into the fight so they didn't know that Arya had the Bucky. So that's already impressive. Number 2, now you're expecting a Ghost, and it's going to be a Guardian. Long range to pull up off of this nade. Kestrel, this is a gamble to fight forward, and if you fall, the A site will fall with you. The rotation's coming through. One way to delay.
Should I still have a headhunter there? The damage is insane. And they play the map again. We saw this from YFP. Back and forth, just push and pull, give and go. Use all that space that they have before they start to retake here to main, and they're going to choose the site with no one. Winner, winner, chicken dinner.
Yeah, I mean, you have better weapons, you're down numbers. They're fortunate that, again, that Bucky and that Guardian weren't collected over towards the A site. So... huge hit again. I mentioned it. Wadada normally playing retake, forced to this round to prevent a YFPX Thrifty, which would not be a way to, like I mentioned, snowball into this half. I mean, there's so much delay utility online, even for a second round.
Little draw shot. Yeah, come play with me on this side. Oh, no. Whoa, that's so much damage, and looks like it's going to be enough to clean up the round, as that's the 4K from Sherrod. And headshot classic as well from the teammate. They just lock down the second round and stop Wadada on their tracks.
Nora, hey, I said to step up, and you do. From the delay stun to the chip damage that set up Sherrod to close out the round. That's the support player that I'm used to seeing, and was instrumental in converting that second round Thrifty. But now Wadada, again, decisions to be made. How do we play this eco? It looks like it is going to be the all-out mid tirade. 3 top mid, 2 out market. And I'm worried if Zoriental's gonna get caught out, if the Fate Hunt's gonna see all this. What's the response from YFPX?
Oh, they're waiting. Somehow Sherrod gets 2, gets 3. That's alt online. Has to be already. Yeah, easy peasy. And they can start playing even a little more aggressive. Oh, almost 2. Is that 2 4Ks in a row?
That is, in fact, 2 4Ks in a row. In this round in particular, the ace stolen by Oppie, but again, I mentioned Waterdock can be predictable on this map just a little bit, and if you picked up on those tendencies from Bind to fight forward when they're on defense, then it's going to translate very, very well over here onto Sunset. So I more want to see, again, you still, I think, need to go for these aggressive plays, but then I want you to give up the space after you get the info, after you kind of push these players away. Right that run off, it wasn't eco, it's just Hail Mary, see if it sticks, see if you hit some god shots, but all in all, this is the round that matters. Tie things back up now that you've got weapons in hand, stabilize the money.
I'm out of here.
It looks like they are in fact doing what I asked for, clearing out A, but they've left a major gap here towards me.
They've hit everything else, right? Mostly towards B, but already into Boba here. What a stun across. A nice cleanup kill there by StayVal, but still goes down in the end as YFP now kind of own the map, and it has to be retaken by Wadada to get here and retake onto B. They're going to waste a lot of time just on this rotation. What a fast round from YFPX.
Yeah, you have the Fade creeping up on the flank. Well, both Prowlers and likely a Haunt back up. Not sure what the timer's at, but aside from that, it's proactivity from Nora. Of all the players you expect to wrap in this situation, it's not the Breach. And the timing knife out should be perfect. No Spidey senses tingling because of the Fade utility. And Nora, again, doesn't challenge mindlessly, right? They take the first off the surprise element, knowing the second's gonna expect, then they go for the stun, they play off the contact from Glowstick. While the smoke is up, the jig is too. Glowstick through the ruse, able to find the shot and secure YFPX's third.
And the spike doesn't go off at the end there with the timer. They keep quite a few weapons. And ever since the second round, they've been able to hold on. No irregular bonus coming in for Wadada there, or their round, I should say. And YFP look really well on the economy and everything. And especially after what we saw on Bind, you wondered, would they start slow again? Nope. No, they are not, actually. They're keeping the momentum that almost brought them back to win Bind towards the end there. Impressive stuff so far.
Yep, and finally, a bit of a collision here. Fast line up. Yep, it doesn't matter though. The players are stacked. The sheriffs are locked in. Loaded power, overwhelmed on the reload, but they've taken 2 down, putting a dent into YFPX. Still though, even though he had numbers advantage, I was gonna say Oppie being alone could have been a loose end to equate things, but better weaponry gets the job done. And Sherrod, multi-kill after multi-kill. They show no signs of stopping. YFPX get to 4. Wadada entering a crucial rifle round with some key ultimates online. This is probably where I would be taking a timeout.
Yeah. I mentioned last game that it was pretty cooperative from everybody. We didn't really have too much star power showing out. I mean, we had some aces, but everybody was kind of KDA close towards the end there, with Sherrod popping off a little towards the end. Now popping off a lot, 12 and 3, and basically prompting that timeout on Wadada with how fast Sherrod and the rest of the team are barging through these sites. The plays, the protocols that are there just to be set up, and we saw a few of those just be the eco rounds now that Wadada is trying to put themselves out front, so they're going down quick, seeing if they can get a little of the chaos in their favor. But everything's the adaptation from YFP on these rounds has been really nice.
Yeah, we've seen 2 B retakes. We've seen, again, that mid-escapade. We saw the market collision, and we saw an A fight fail. So it definitely feels like Wadada has very, very quickly, right, skimmed through the chapters of their defensive executions. And that's where my concern's coming from, because now they've got to innovate. They've got to change something up. And looks like YFPX is just going to lock down. They realized how successful their A counter was. They're going to try and replicate it this time. What? They're trying to sell a B fake before that. We got the Fade over there. We got the Clove over there. Curious to see if Wadada just thinks they'll win the A engagement this time. And that's why they're replicating here. Because at the surface level, doesn't look like there's too many changes just yet.
Just push peek. At least Prowler to clear that main area. Give YFP an idea that people have pushed up. I think they're just trying to be noticed on the side of Wadada. Say, hey, we're here. You're going to have to think about it. But YFP is already up mid. They're not even realizing what's going on A because they don't have to, and they're going to go for somewhat of that pistol round play, but this time, Scary Shark with the team going through market here, and oh my god, StayVal! Almost one more as Scary Shark watching Boba is finally able to join the team on that rotation.
Aggressive chamber, anchor sentinel, it doesn't matter. Stay finds the impact, finds the shots. Nightfall to flush these players into Femboy with the show's upper. Kestrel backing them up. The stinger though falls. It's again Sherrod to step above, but they're not done just yet. Power Pixel repositioned for market unexpectedly on the flank, but it doesn't matter. They're gonna meddle in your business, and Sherrod will keep YFPX afloat.
9 HP at the end of the round. Almost on another ultimate for Sherrod. Gets 3 more there. It was 12 and 3 as we just said coming into that. Incredible stuff. And the ace up their sleeve, as you mentioned, with the medal there. Just in that split second to throw it out and win that fight. And Wadada is just on a nice edge with these, right? They're almost on that round and they get caught, and they're almost on the other round, and then it doesn't go their way as they are rotating around YFP so quick. YFP's reacting just as fast.
Yeah, I mean, I think the macro call was good there. It was just, again, lost engagements. Again, maybe a disconnect there between the two duelists as well. And the Yuto counters, though, were also really good from the Neon and the Breach, but you go around here again. Players on their own, on islands. Power ahead of Femboy, ahead of Kestrel. And they get picked off. And stay in a similar position where, yep, you've got to win the one. This is fortunate. Interesting investment here. Glowstick trying to outpace the sonar. Not quite quick enough, so weapon will be collected.
Run away.
Now it's Kestrel and Femboy that have to deliver on the A-hold. The judge.
Here we go.
The judge.
Oh, yep. Lay down the verdict as they come around the corner. It's going to be a quick peek, but Scary Shark's there. The jump from Femboy to try and draw, or sorry, the jump coming in to try and draw a reaction that Femboy does not get to work. And what a hit from Scary Shark to stay poised and sturdy in the situation. Sherrod now ending out a few more kills here as Juno with the Guardian. He's going to see what they can do. YFP now go towards A few times successfully. It was really up towards that pawn shop area the first time, but this one they do end at A, showing that every part of the map has been tried and has a successful result.
Another 3K for Sherrod there. Insanity. Scary Shark completing the full house as well. Femboy with the overdrive operator combo is definitely a change that they could need. But I also got to point out again, it was a 10-2 half for Wadada when they started on the attack. So, and it came back to a 13-11. So Wadada knows they have defensive difficulties here. So my thoughts are, okay, what number of rounds is enough for them that they think they can hinge everything on the attack? Because right now, 1-6, not looking great. They are still coming up with options like the Neon outside of market, trying to bait these players into the B mid split. It might just work. Sherrod could be lining up to be the victim.
Wadada is letting this area be taken quite a bit in towards mid. And it seems like it's a big boon for YFPX the way they want to play it. This time it's the trap. Oh, gonna use that to get up mid here. It's already sensed though. Beautiful C's, but it was just short. Do they get by? No, it did hit. Got the big toe actually. It looked like it was just outside. Great dodge on the Nightfall. Power Pixel here about to play the veteran status of holding a site alone. 1 kill, 2 kills coming through, and they're gonna need all the util to get the next one. Yeah, Scary Shark throws in the kitchen sink to get that one onto Power Pixel.
Damage though, been done. Numbers on the side of Wadada. They know Spike is on the A side. The top just further confirmation that they haven't rotated. The only question mark here is where is Oriental? And Juno has just answered that question. A little iffy, but the job gets done, and it's all down to Scary Shark, who wasn't even able to solidify the plant. 20 seconds left. They are surrounded. They are pinged out. You talked about the kitchen sink. Well, Wadada has an industrial one, and they utilize it to get their second.
Better late than never. They can still make it the 6-6 half. And YFP is going to say, no. You feel like you have a bit of momentum. Well, hang on. Cool down a little bit, please. This does change the way things play. As we see the screen, that's an operator now with the money being a bit better for Femboy, for the team, and the way they're playing, the angles they're going to be holding or wanting to get on here to get their defense set up, and maybe that allows the rotation then off the angle, or off, I should say, the sight of the rest of the team to cover the rest of the map with that operator online. So
they had it last round.
We'll see. Yeah.
But I'm curious, they're not going to get away with positioning it market again. So I'm curious, again, where they're going to switch it up. Because the Fade Raze was enough to hold A main, right? And I really like them conceding that space and playing from the site, because Power, again, ultimate flex, used to play Sentinel, knows how to anchor a site, knows the proper angles like that. We just saw on full display. And even then, just the rotations and the reflood were really, really clean out of Wadada. And that's where I want them to be comfortable in those positions, because again, when they fight forward all the time, they kind of offer themselves up to mistakes in ones, which is what YFPX has been capitalizing off of. And so now my question is from YFPX, okay, what is the pivot for them? Do they default even harder to try and piece these players apart, because they did kind of go all in towards A off that Nightfall last round? And will it work? Because look at there's our answer. The operator is top mid.
And YFP have been very mid-oriented, especially Sherrod trying to make it up tiles fast to find the left angle or that tile shot, or I should say market shot, that is. Taunt over to clear it. And yeah, they are going to take the space immediately. Just the pressure. Actually, a deep trip here. May not catch. They're going to be able to get it off. Oh, what a peek. Oppie coming up with 2 there. And YFP are just running through B main. They get through market really without being caught by the trip for too long. And it's just too much for Wadada to even check the angles.
Live by the site, die by the site. Go meet your end.
Yeah.
It's splintered, and now is Sherrod fighting forward. This is the YFPX that I'm expecting. They tried to deny any semblance of a cohesive retake, and that's why Power Pixel was trying to crack it open wide with the Nightfall, confident in their abilities to win the 2v3, but now it is all down to Kestrel 1v3, and the Power Friendship, the duo stacked back site, ensures that YFPX will convert out of their timeout, like you mentioned, completely stall out any momentum Wada thought they had a semblance of. Now, even the money is struggling to keep up.
That shot from Femboy up top mid through the smoke, I mean, it must have been such a good alert for YFP. They instantly break the door and said, hey, that, like you mentioned, the operator was in market last time, so they're probably protecting it a bit up there. Let's go ahead and rush into B. And the collapse just happens. Activating at a moment's notice right now. YFP is really looking for advantages and just grabbing hold of them right away.
This round's going to be dangerous, though. A half buy, yes, but you also have a full shield and overdrive for Femboy here. They are set up to counter and to go fast as soon as they are sure where this squad is headed. That's why Kestrel fighting so far forward. Just wanting that confirmation. And see, again, YFPX good at punishing this, so just get away.
You consider there's always more than one. You blast pack like that, there had to be a protocol in play if they were that deep to do it. So they say, okay, we'll back off. We have a little bit of protection behind us, and it's mid again. Controlling this mid.
There's no trick,
I do like the way that Wadada's playing B, though. They've backed out to play a little bit of that retake if it does come down to it, but they may lose players along the way with, like you said, this positioning now up mid from YFPX.
I'm just waiting. I was going to wait for the overdrive from Femboy, but it has not come just yet, and they have lost sight of where every player for YFPX is. There it is. Trying to finally shut down the tyrant that has been Sherrod, and they will still live to fight another day. But the duo, Power Pixel, side by side with Kestrel, shut them down. It's still a 2v3. There's still ults on the side of YFPX. Tough hill to climb. And again, as soon as they get the spike down, it's somebody rapping. Whether it was Scary Shark, whether it's Oppie now. And again, Wadada does not seem to be learning from their mistakes.
The macro is beautiful right now. The 2 kills that Scary Shark got to say, hey, come on back to B. It's completely clear. Like, turning on a dime to make it work. YFP are doing such a nice job
here.
That is unfortunate, and it could be a good defuse here. Oh, almost got the second smoke up, but I think they saw just a blip of the agent.
Whew. I mean, I thought there was no chance at that round, right? We saw Oppie on the wrap. It didn't seem like Power Kestrel were prepared, but 180 from Power, they do in fact learn from their mistakes, but it's still not enough. YFPX showing again multiple flavors. They can play offsite, they can play their util, they can play the spray down. It was close. Again, not quite going deep enough there, but that was also credit to Juna cycling all those smokes even with the Nerf glove. But still, why did I need an answer here? 2-8, and it only looks like it's getting worse if they lose this rifle round. We can see a 10-2 in the opposite side's favor.
Yeah, which was not expected, especially after how strong Wadada was coming out in that first map. But maybe we should have expected it with the YFP almost comeback. This push again from Femboy. Well, that's a shoulder scene. Yeah, easily preparing Sherrod for a shot, and that's so tough. The answer's there. It's like if Wadada get the good fight, they get it. If they don't, that position's falling apart. They really don't have a plan B on these.
No. Juna, the plan B alone, though.
Yeah.
Not able to find anything else. Again, this breach util so oppressive. Again, it's a disadvantaged retake. 2v4 this time around. Stay and Kestrel up to bat. The 2 subs for this team. Asked to deliver a third when they most need it. Showstopper in. First foul, but the Seas connects, and that is going to place Kestrel with too many angles. And not a broken neck. So, 9 for YFPX. Ult's invested but not converted off of, and Wadada at this point, they feel like they're just cutting their losses for this half.
Yeah. Where do they go next? How do they defend this? Down mid. Everyone down mid. Exactly where the fight has been coming in. It looks like they want to get this time. They will leave just a 1-3-1 to start off round number 12.
Quick feet, quick trigger.
Power 1 off from ult here. I'm surprised that they're not fighting with the team, but I think they still want to fake that A main aggression, so they don't quite pick up on it being a slow walk down mid instead of the util cries. But Zoriental so on top of it, knows that they're worse off for money, knows there was going to be a smattering of light shields, and it is just, again, perfectly predictable and read and countered, except for that.
Nice. They get that kill on the femboy.
Gotta go.
It's usually 90% of the time this was Sherrod working into that tiles area to play towards the market. So I'm sure Wadada was hoping to find at least that kill there. Zoriental still just as good, taking that power of the duelist off the map.
Yeah, no overdrive.
And they are playing a bit safer. That's true. That is very true.
They're playing retake on this B site, which I do really, really like. Except for Stay, you gotta play your Anchor Sentinel, play off your trips. Especially because, again, this is a team that has to destroy them manually out or an Aftershock, but those are very sparing, and now that's something you don't have for the post plan either.
Know that there's a trip heading into market, and they're just getting so much info with what they're trying. So they know somebody's going to be hiding behind that trip. They want to force the issue at Boba as well, and it's... Wadada's not ready. Even knowing that they're in the site, it just looks like they're a step behind these plays, but you got to give it to Sherrod as well, playing a step ahead of everything.
I mean, gotta predict how many deaths they're gonna have at the end of the half. This looks like it is going to be one more. Last round of the half, might as well invest a Nightfall to locate that final player, Oppie, who looked like they were gonna try and bait and follow up on. They're not dead yet, and they do. Even while Decayed, even while Deafened, they find the first. Spy Cam to confirm the second. 6 bullets left, no time. Not on the side of water, but the wall bangs are. I don't think there's enough time.
No. Cut the red one. Never cut the red one. The Red Bull clutch. YFP, yeah. 10-2 first half after bind. Nope, didn't think this was going to be the match we were getting. I thought it was going to be another, like an 8-4, 6-6, 7-5. But what a round from YFP. What a half.
Hey, if there is an ounce of consistency here, it's that the first 2 times these 2 teams faced off against Kickoff against Stage 1, they all went 3 maps. And that looks like where we're headed. But again, for the Wadada, you know, lounge copium fans out there, this is the half that they tend to team on, right? Starting out in the attack. They have no room for error. They've been 3 out of 3 on their pistols, so now would be a good time to get their 4th. And if not, then you start looking towards Lotus.
Okay. Let's get set up.
Here we go. And it's not a bad look. Honestly, we know Wadada to be very good on Lotus, but the game is very momentum-based, as we've heard from just about every tier, every team that you would ask. Okay, Juna. That's one way to start off the pistol, right? You said they had 3, so if they could get a 4th, that would be huge.
And this is nearly like the Wadada pistol. Every single time they play Sunset, they start with this mid default. They vary the tempo a little bit, whether it's again a split through market off rip, or if it was there playing for impact, playing for kills. I think that's why YFPX was postured towards top mid. But all that to say, it works out. They shut down a important player, like I said, Scary Shark in that util. So oppressive. Oppie. Shift image found, but again, it's just information. They know Spike's getting planted. It is going to be the full 4v5 retake.
Taking their time. No 1v1s before this happens. You see everybody get into a protocol position and rock it out. It feels so good, though, to be able to open up the site
Oh,
when
no.
you're going in just like that. And they almost had the timing. Oh, I'll be so close to getting that. I'm sure Kestrel is breathing a sigh of relief here as the site hit comes in now from Market.
Oh, and the timing. It's again one player swinging after another. Partially credited to Sherrod and this side smoke so that they can't swing together. Femboy in the smoke tries to go over their RNG right clicks, but they falter, and it's again Sherrod steering the ship into clearer waters for YFPX. Is there enough time again? Are we doing this again? I think we are in Oppie with 0.36 seconds to go. We'll get YFPX their first pistol and a heart-shattering one for Wadada at that.
Wild stuff. Wild stuff. There's so many things in that sentence, too, to say that they get their first pistol, seeing that it is still a 10-2 half. You're like, wait, why did I got that pistol and this still happened? But last half was last half. This is the second half, and YFP is still continuing their momentum with that retake being huge. They're going to, what, set up a very default setup here across the map, just making sure every lane is covered, as Wadada is going to bring stingers to the table.
Have to. It's 11-2. I would think they would take him to Market, and they're fortunate this time that there isn't a trap wire there, but I think there's something scarier. Sherrod with a Hero Phantom in hand. Look at this YFPX aggressing in power, caught out with Yuto. The trades immediately off the better weaponry as well. YFPX just running amok across this map. You'd leave one
Slightly
fatal
even.
flaw. Top mid, yeah, and they've evened it.
Well, the spike being down. They already know they're getting pinched. How fast can you get Oppie over here, though? They don't want to make too much noise on the way, and the fight already ensues. Oppie creeping a little bit quicker here. About to find the back of Kestrel if the timing is right. Just slips around, literally just slips around the box as they regain with 1 minute left control of the spike.
4 HP, 10 HP. Similar across the board, but again, that weapon advantage screams for YFPX. Phantom, Guardian. Feels like it'll inevitably come down to a stay 1v2, if not a 1v1.
They can push themselves to Boba side plant. It feels like it would be terrifying. Right, you give up so much room behind you. Yeah, they're going to have to plant on this side, so they can't push forward. You mentioned getting those stingers into a good spot. Now they're going to be forced to fight medium range. Maybe long range if you take a full sight fight there.
And they know they're not backside.
Like
that trapwire is still up from Oppie.
Just making sure there was no hop up onto the platform from this side, and they're going to take their safe side, actually splitting it, seeing if they can create the 1v1s. Oriental trying to stay on point, draw a fight, the 10 HP, making it that much tougher to keep the nerves calm. And it's going to be the hit onto Kestrel. Finds the other low HP, but the stinger is not going to be enough. The gun diffy comes through, and the 3K as well for Zoriental. That's going to be 12 rounds for YFPX.
And while Sherrod's been stealing the spotlight, it's not because the YFPX players aren't here in the game. They've been waiting for their opportunity, and Zoriental and Oppie rise to the occasion to get YFPX their 12th. Deny the stinger buy, keep the momentum up.
Yeah.
And we're setting our sights towards another 3-mapper between YFPX and Wadada.
Man, it's like it was last time too. It's like it was really close, then it wasn't, then it was. Like what is with these two teams? It's funny because Bind was the middle map, it was the wasn't map for the last time these two played. But it's going to be Sunset this time around, which is wild to see and awesome for YFPX to be able to bounce back so much here. They come in, the Outlaw in the final round, knowing they can get a return on investment is just cheeky as we start off with a few kills quite early, and Scary Shark is not phased by that femboy push.
Yeah, and 1v1 after 1v1, and Wadada are just losing these engagements, and feels like a foregone conclusion at this point. That 13-2 YFPX, and of course it's a Sherrod 3K to be what secures map 2 for YFPX and sends us to Lotus in the Verizon Valorant Game Changers NA Swiss Stage 2 Round 2. The mouthful. And I mean, Lotus, we said it. Would not have it any other way. Really strong map for both of these teams. Was a 13-7 when they met in kickoff against each other. And both times were 2-1, so we really can't have it any other way when these two teams are so evenly matched.
Let's get 3 in the next one too. I mean, we still got to finish this first half, but happy it goes to 3 to start us off today for our games. Don't go anywhere. We'll have that Lotus match for you right after this break.
I know what you're thinking. Total glow up. What's her secret? Fine, I'll spill. I totally upgraded with Verizon. Everyone gets a free phone with any plan, even if you're already a customer, like me. Now I have Google Gemini. It's like a little glam squad in my pocket. Gemini, what eye makeup goes with this lipstick?
I'd suggest a classic cat eye.
Wow, setting the bar high for daycare pickup. Get in on this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
We are back and getting ready for Lotus. Myself and Zoe still here to deliver all of the action to you. And I'd say there's a lot of action for YFP in that last game. Not so much for Wadada. So let's see if they can get righted and show back up here for Lotus. One of their best maps. One of both teams' best maps.
Oh, for sure. I will say that last week, the Lotus for the side of Wadada looked really, really good. They opened with a 13-4 up against Carrot, and that was running kind of a revamped composition because their previous composition relied a lot on the Deadlock, actually, from Australis, who's a player that we haven't really brought into the conversation. We talked about the Starbound with the Chamber and Stay reprising that role, but Australis' impact on this map especially was felt because then they ran that kind of double Sentinel composition versus here you're going to see more of that bind flavoring, actually, where it's going to be the Chamber Vice. You're also going to see the Rays as well, likely for Arya or Femboy back in action. But for now, I mean, this was such a way to shake things up, Rivington, and send us to the map 3 in 13-2 fashion.
13-2 fashion. And YFPX had the same Wadada stats for post plants that Wadada had on Bind here on Sunset. It's like, all right, flip the script. We'll show you we have the same thing. 10 first kills. They converted almost everything they had, except for that pistol round we saw in one other round. It was an incredible switch up from YFPX. I mean, on paper, we thought the maps as well floated to Wadada here, and it was very much just a 50-50 apparently. Yeah. But the last map will skew that.
Yeah, again, two things of note. One, I said that Wadada's Sunset felt a little bit predictable, especially if you got your hands on that VOD against YDZ last week. And it was a up against CDC. And again, it was a 13-11 against a new Swiss team. So that shows that even though you won the map and it was a 2-0 in the series, that's kind of not what you want to be performing at. And the other thing that's glaring is they had tied first kills on Bind, if I remember right. I think it was 11-11. And now it's here doubled. And a lot of that is, again, accredited to Sherrod, who 30 kills in 15 rounds, mind you. That's 2 kills per round on average. And I mean, that's an insane level of consistency.
Is that ACS real?
I think
is this real life? What?
Sherrod, guys.
The 516 Clove is insane. Like, actually just life gaming right now, but it seems like both maps have had that, so Sherrod just does this during life. That's cool. That's the way it happens. And like you said, coming back from what was the retirement, if you will, is insane to see this type of play here. Wadada's gonna have to find a way to either shut that down or avoid that going into the next map.
Oh, for sure. And I will bring the news that we actually don't know the composition that's going to be run here on Lotus by the side of YFPX. Again, not a map that they have played with this new iteration of the squad, and it's also not one that they played too frequently last stage either. I'm seeing the last time that they played it was the upper bracket quarterfinals against FlyQuest Red, where they did win it 2-0, 13-7 fashion. But again, to make this the decider, and if I remember correctly as well, it was YFP that actually chose Lotus over Ascent here as well. So surely they got something prepared, something up their sleeve, and are coming into this map confident.
Wadada bringing Shopify Rebellion Gold to OT on this. It was 14-12 for Shopify, so yeah. The last ones are something they can think on and remember. Get themselves into a really good Lotus match here to start. I'm excited to see this. You can see the scores on your screen right now if you're just joining us. The 13-9 and the 13-2. That 13-9 was pretty much a Wadada domination until YFP's timeouts started to really bring them back into the game. Those timeouts folded over into Sunset, 13-2. So let's see now if Wadada, they had a few timeouts of their own at the end where we were kind of seeing them kick back, if they can start off strong on Lotus, because I think it's going to be important here with how comfortable Wadada feels in peeking and pushing and what Sherrod can do as a solo. If Sherrod can sell all these strats and whatnot on attack first, that YFP is doing something crazy with an opening kill, it's going to be really hard for Wadada to get out of the site and want to play the retake. They're going to be probably looking for kills too and get themselves into some sticky spots.
Yeah, speaking of holding over, that's my biggest concern, I think, is just the momentum. Again, an individual performance of dropping 30 within 15 rounds can inspire an entire team. And I will say, even though Sherrod stole the spotlight, I spotlight that I really needed to see players like Nora or Scary Shark step up for YFPX, and she definitely did. I think she was really, really good, again, with the util to shut down players that were, seeking out these first bloods like Femboy, like Kestrel, especially when they are running this double duelist composition that really does hinge on these opening first kills. So all that to say, then coming in to Lotus, again, I think that's my biggest concern there. I am worried that we're going to get a little bit of a double controller, because that's what they ran prior, to this roster shift. They were running a Viper, Omen, Raze, Fade, and Killjoy. I do think the new meta has shifted a bit away from the Killjoy. That's more, I think, was just a comfort pick for Melia at the time who was on the roster.
Yeah.
So I feel like, do you think we're going to get very similarly to Bind, where we have like a chamber on both sides?
I agree with that. I think that's a probability. I think as well Sherrod would go back to that chamber. So I was in my cam because I was looking up at the stats from the last game. All games combined so far from Bind and Sunset. 57 and 26 plus 31 for Sherrod in 2 maps right now. 41% headshot. What? Like, those numbers just make you laugh because you're like, that can't be fast. It's generated. Nobody made that. 8 and 3 on first kills, first deaths. So this is what YFP or Wadada was actually dealing with last game. This Terminator flying around the map and seemingly riding a bike because, like you said, Sherrod back in here just with a few weeks practice, or more than that. We don't have the weeks practice, but coming back into competitive play, rather, I should say, is not missing a beat.
Oh, for sure. And do you remember how when we saw Agent Select on Bind, I said to fear the Oppie Clove, and I've played against it. I've been victimized by this player. Yes. Yeah, that wasn't on Bind. That was on Lotus. So if we are, in fact, kind of foreshadowing this chamber head-to-head between Stay and between Sherrod, which we're going to see, then it would mean Oppie would switch back to the Clove. But let's see if all of our predictions, our soul reads, are correct. And it seems like they are not. They like the Sherrod Terminator. Okay. They like them on the Clove. And it's actually going to be the Oppie Viper. So leveraging this substitute player's full kit flexibility here. And everything else kind of falls into place. Scary Shark, again, away from the Flash Initiator is a little bit of a concern for me. Again, filling it on this Vice because, again, it was, I think, them that enabled Sherrod to pop off to the degree they did.
Yeah. Nora's calling as well. Nora's calling for this. How easy does it have to be when Sherrod's like opening up the map? And you're like, oh, now we can do this. Oh, you killed another one. Well, let's just go ahead and go back. And Scary Shark themselves on Sunset were getting multiple kills in mid there to get the team to rotate back. So it's tough. It's got to be a lock in here from Wadada. You're going to see them power pixel anchor holds. See if Stay can start these rounds off. And I think Femboy is going to be a little bit more relaxed coming into this one now, feeling like they can get back on these just blast packs forward with everybody behind them to get the kills.
And I will say, I think, again, 2 things that were kind of win conditions for this composition, or I guess I should say the Lotus for Water, not necessarily this composition, was the ability for players like Starbound, the players like Australis to anchor their sites as the Deadlock, as the Chamber. And I feel like Stay had some glimmering moments for that on Bind, particularly on the defense. So we're going to have to see that in full strength here, starting on the defense and right out the gate as well, over towards C Mound, and it's Oriental to shut them down. I'm sorry for caster cursing you, Stay.
Oh, so fast, too. The Rendezvous was just back there at the waterfall. Could not even get the button clicked. Man. So quick B-mount insert, or C-mount insert, I should say. And now they go for rubble here. A little bit of a wall creep up before they swing out. Yeah, then they see one. So cross-map play is known by Wadada here, and they are playing more of a retake to allow the team time to get back in.
Yeah, this just screams that they were shaken by the performance on Sunset here a little bit. Not fighting forward A, not keeping control over that position here. Playing retake, it sells that maybe, again, coaching got involved, or like we need a change in ideology, we need to play retake here. And I mean, hey, C's nades denied the spike plan for now. Quick way to deal with glow stick here, but YPX just waiting, weathering the storm, ready to challenge.
Oh, the double swing, wide swing by Power Pixel. As you see, Femboy taking the close one there, but Scary Shark is still able to help. Kills coming from both sides here, and it looks tight for Sherrod. The first one's missed, but that was going to be a headshot click, and not enough through the wall, not enough damage overall. And it is going to be Wadada grabbing that pistol round.
Yeah, they're saying hasta la vista, baby, to the Terminator. That was Sherrod from the last map. Shut them down on the pistol. Kestrel, instrumental in that. Again, maybe also true to the fact that the first shot goes awry onto Juna. But Wadada, now, what is that? Quick math, guys. That would be 4 out of 5 pistol rounds. Yeah, 1 by Wadada. So we mentioned momentum, how that was going to be a factor here, continuing from a 13-2 upset kind of on Sunset into Lotus. But right the ship, keep it grooving. And it does come off of that. I think newfound respectable call it for YFPX. Playing so far off, playing for retake, which is kind of anti-characteristic of Lotus, and how you feel like A main control is so pivotal.
Yeah. They do hold a bit of it here. C is the fight again.
Ooh.
Stay Val. Starts them off. Got to see a good game from all those early kills from Stay Val here. And that's one way to get it going.
So there were shining moments, and one of those was the Outlaw from Stay. Power with the Ghost has always been surprising as well, so a shot from stairs all the way to Deep Rubble is also a statement. But this is interesting, right? Double stacking your Sentinels here on the C site, right? So you don't expect the Vice util here, perhaps, and you've gotten caught trying to trip the wall. Stay Val, good for another. And any attempts to decide to execute pretty much punish. Stay even challenges over the wall, but Dennis Sherrod, don't underestimate them.
It's the overheal. Thinking a push fight is coming through, but Wadada hold off this round well. The last round, this was the one YFP, or last map, I should say. This second round is the one YFP took and started to run away with it. So Wadada playing much safer here, knowing the Thrifty is very much possible. I mean, not at this point, but the triple stack will be a key to ending Sherrod there.
Very, very nicely done. They keep weaponry moving forward. And I'm curious again when the approach is going to change, when they're going to flip the script, right? Because again, it's Minus against Stay, who has a Rendezvous, can play back, has this comfortability of Kestrel's utility. They can take the risks. But I'm wondering, and it looks like I'm going to get my answer, when they were going to start going back to the more traditional fight forward over towards A. And Power and Femboy, they're the duo that's been together, playing together for a long time. So they're going to be in sync with the util. The Season 8 combo is going to be on point. Let's see how they can hold down this A main control with worse weapons. Or just Season 8 fall off. Okay.
All right. Didn't dash out. Maybe Zoriental would try and clear that position with a slide, but it is not the case. A main is the control. Well, that B push coming out of YFP is doing a little searching. They're going on an adventure, and they'll start to hear the chamber trip right to their left. Quick click. Seeing if they can draw a fight. And they're just tempting it. I like the fact that Wadada is just staying so safe. They're saying, no, there's more power in all of us together here if we can catch the right timing on a retake.
Such an identity shift from Sunset to here on Lotus, and a great call. It's starting to work. It's, again, I talked about how predictable they were on Sunset. Now it's a completely different team. YFPX, less than a minute left. Heimer getting eaten away by this lack of just information, right? Nobody's showing themselves.
You can see how much it's making YFP feel a little antsy, right? Sherrod would have gotten a kill, maybe 2 by now, and opening up the map, and they're going to have to go with the death ball towards A, and Sherrod will be rotating all the way around just to be the late flank.
Spike planted.
Does mean, though, you have to rely solely on this toxic screen. Worse weaponry for this retake, but strength in numbers here perhaps, and a risk taken by Zoriental as well that can be easily punished by Juno with the close range stinger. So this round is starting to slip away. Wadada lining themselves up for a potential Thrifty. As you can see, Sherrod, we mentioned the late wrap coming in late to the round as well, as it all falls down to Oppie. Mind games, or doesn't matter when it's Power Pixel and the Sheriff on the other side.
Got the stinky face out of me on that one. I was like, oh man, that's a hell of a shot. Power Pixel finding it. Look at these upgrades,
all over too. Vandal is crazy. They know they broke the bank. They know it's going to be Light Shields next round. That's a statement. All right, Stay to pick it up over the out. Why didn't you just buy the Outlaw and hand the Vandal to the Kestrel? I say that as a friend of Stay. But aside from that, Wadada 3-0, a great momentum change for them. Again, we were nervous coming into this map, you know. Again, we expected it to be close. I don't want another one-sided map, Riv. I don't want another 13-2, but for Wadada either.
Yeah. No, if history repeats, this has got to be at least a close one again, right? We already had our not close map between these two. So now it goes back to being close, apparently.
Apparently.
They did it, not me. Pushing out to see the 3-1-1. And Wadada says, we are not going to commit hardly at any of these sites. Look at the rotation already from Femboy leaning towards the C side and just leaving Power Pixel to kind of figure out with Haunts and Prowlers what's going on at A with Vision.
I was wondering if they're going to get baited again into the Outlaw from Stay there. Because again, it's so anti-characteristic to have both Sentinels stacked on the same site, but it's also smart here, right? Juno needs to be able to be close proximity to smoke multiple sites, so playing B is just logical. And this is an interesting call. I like that they've spotted out Sherrod. They understand it's an eco. It could be a quick B pop, but that's why you have a Trip and the Thorns. So they're combining the Sentinel utility really, really well.
No peeking.
Right in.
Are they going A?
They're going to go to A? Are they going to A? I
Power's
love
there.
this if they're going to A. Love the silly strats here. They're going to have to clear, and that's basically what the body of the Neon is for, but they can't continue to clear the body of Neon and the rest of Wadada. Wait, Sherrod got a knife. Sherrod is alive, and
respect the knife duel, and they will show it right back. Power goes for it, Sherrod returns, and we mention, okay, you have some fun if you're Wadada, but you ultimately need to win out the round. Immediately after the antics falter, they set up the high-low, they secure their fourth.
that was interesting. That was a bit, I mean, I like the strat. I love Zany's stuff, but it's definitely a little bit of an overcook. It seemed like they had good positioning on the side of B.
I agree.
But maybe they feel like they waited too long and they would have just been closed in. It was too quiet.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even think it was necessarily a sense of waiting too long. I think they knew that immediately they were going to be outgunned on that retake for the B site. Because it wasn't like they didn't have shotguns, they didn't have Buckies, they didn't have Stingers.
Right.
So it wasn't like they were going to be favored in these close fights regardless. So it definitely caught them off guard. It was just power and how fast they were able to make it to stairs with that Outlaw that really tipped things in their favor. But speaking of tipping things in their favor, YFPX, timeout taken here at an understandable point. Again, entering a rifle round where it's going to be Wadada, quick track to their 6th if you lose this. And you have some good ultimates to work with. Sherrod, not dead yet. Steel Garden for the Vice. And I feel like, what do I want to see out of them? See, on lockdown, we've noticed that there's a double Sentinel. At some point, Stay is going to upgrade to the Operator, and it's probably now the tour de force. I think A is the weak side right now for Wadada, because they're not fighting, right, for Rubble. They're not fighting forward here. And I think that's the exact reason why they've now switched the Vice here, is they've read into that, and I think they're going to have the Vice play for maybe 1 kill, play offsite, but then play the retake with the Nightfall.
It's so dangerous to do on this map, but I'd love to see that chamber trip getting destroyed more to at least draw a set of eyes. Might give them something to work on. Well, you're right. That tour de force is going to be on the left side. Operator cash for the next round, and no. They're pushing out C, and they're trying to push up B as well. They're going to take all of this space off B. It hasn't received any of the damage just yet. And it's going to be Stay Val to get it. Stay coming up with a quick tour de force shot, and they're going to be rotating now around YFPX, who has to move into the site now.
Not just move into the site, but flip the site, right? You see all those players coming from flank. Oppie communicated it, and that's the issue, is that Kestrel is wondering if she's going to be able to maintain this position and shut down this attempt. So far, so good. Just trying to buy more time. Arcro's perfect, but the timing, they second guess themselves off the half line as Sherrod punishes. Now can repivot, but the spray down is good, and they are scraping the bottom of the barrel, having to utilize all these ultimates just to keep control over the site, and it is still faltering unless Oriental. Good stun. It's all down to power. 1v1. The Fade Dip delivers as Glowstick keeps it intact and delivers YFPX's first round on Lotus.
This fight is
Big timeout coming through, and you mentioned YFPX had some ultimates to make these rounds happen. Didn't really need to use any. They hit the shots, had the teamwork, kept quite a few alive, and now they come into this round feeling good. We did expect the off, though, from Wadada. So, man, it's going to hurt if this becomes just a reset round for YFPX and Wadada take it back.
Yep, it would definitely not be what they want to see. But again, YFPX, I think the big thing out of the timeout was identifying they aren't fighting for A main. That's something we can exploit. And that's why they've maybe changed things up here just a bit. Arya in position to fight off the revolving door here. Aunt as well to reveal this is the Odin off the switch. No!
Oh, just to the right.
They got bit.
Bit in the buns.
Steel Garden's coming in.
They'll be safe for now. Yeah, I was wondering when Steel Garden would hit A. It's so effective here to clear out towards the back. They have not been able to really break the halfway point of the site, though. They're leaving it empty, even though it was cleared. This could be a problem for them. Strahd takes down Power Pixel for a moment, though. And it does give Wadada a little bit of room now to start to creep into the site.
Look at flank.
It's going to be big from Femboy. The flank as well, as they're just trying to clear out and let everybody know it's inside. This is getting to be a weird defense.
And they all got kind of corralled here into Cubby. The force is closing in, and the wallbangs connect. Then Wadada playing a safe style retake, and it turns up in spades. Wadada, like you mentioned, wrestled the momentum, the reins right back. After YFPX just gonna blip on the radar in terms of the rounds this half.
We're here because we're the best.
Did the Odom scare him that much to not know where it went, maybe? And to not break back sight, especially after using Steel Garden like that, seems like a bit of a misplay there.
I think it was because of the consistent pressure out of stairs, right? I think they wanted to. They responded to power and then kind of like swung out, and that's when Juna came out and was rezzing, so they're also trying to track the res down if you want them not to get the dismiss. I agree there was maybe some miscommunication there and poor decision making, but bygones are bygones. It still feels like the best answer for YFPX right now is A. They just need to then, focus on how do we clean up the post plant, how do we take deeper control, because we're getting a main control pretty much for free. I mean, Sherrod just did it again, finding Femboy so early on. This time the Odin isn't going to find the early victim. And
no charges.
Power, again, had a rare whiff last round, is looking for early impact here alongside Juna. We want to get these numbers re-evened.
Is this the time? We saw YFP playing the macro so well last map, almost avoiding Wadada at every turn. We're getting a little bit of that again here. There'll obviously be an alert from the wall, but if they could do a 5 jump.
Still going for retake.
Yeah.
Now you're offside, so you're going to hopefully buy out the timer of the overdrive. You're hopefully going to avoid the Steel Garden, but that's not going to actually play instead for... I'm looking at, that Steel Guardian's gonna come in for retake here. Zorienta doesn't have a resource anymore to delay it, right? Or deny it, I should say.
They push spawn. They're gonna push spawn, so the Steel Garden isn't hitting as much. Also, keeping those pistols out will be good. They're just trying to find Sherrod with it for the moment. Scary Shark falls to stave out, and that's the first of many steps needed. Ooh.
They got jammed. And then the backstep's coming in as well. I don't think they realize that power's from Mound. Oppie shuts them down regardless, and it's down to the 1v1. Juna just trying to leverage the better weapons. Goes for the tap. Oppie, again, delivered the one clutch on Sunset, is asking to do it again, but Pros don't fake, and Juna, while they may fall, will secure Wadada 6 nonetheless.
And that seemed like a head count, too. Maybe pausing a little too much on a 1-1000 for just a half second. It seemed like they had the count. It was almost there. So close, but beautiful play. Wadada creeps away with another one there that could have gone YFP's way, but the Steel Garden ensures that Sherrod does not have a weapon on that side hit, because it looked like they were in a good spot to start doing some damage, too.
Yeah, Wadada looking clean, looking up like they're changing things up here, right, with this double sentinel on the defense, where, attack-sided map, so even with the double sentinel, I'm scared for what the next half will hold, but for now, entire team rolling up on stay, heavy burden placed upon their shoulders, and at least they have a quick way to get out. Rendezvous to Blue Room, they can take another engagement here. The Sherrod's unlikely to smoke off that corner, but it's like all that effort was just a deposit, and I feel like Wadada's not going to leave that unchecked. The Fade rotating over could just easily set the Prowler.
Getting ready for that retake, or at least disrupt it if they were still hanging out. Who's gonna go? Are they gonna try to pop this wall from now on? We actually haven't seen too much of that.
Look at how deep the players are. The ping comes from stairs as well. Arya has to communicate that this is happening, and it doesn't seem like the comms have come through. They're still anchoring C. Femboy.
Thinking that maybe more people are coming through the door. This is going to be all on Femboy here. I thought YFP was going straight for stairs. They're going to crunch B now. You can see the spikes hitting just outside. You're right. Not hearing that chamber utility. Ready to stop them. They should be able to waltz right in here and get a deep left plant.
Oh, should be. Delay utility just barely goes south. They're able to get the Viper's pit up as well. If Arya gets a row kill through the smoke, though, that would be Showstopper online, and you can just let a Hail Mary fly. I think that's what they're trying to set them up for, right? Stay can dive in. Juna can dive in right before and set them up. But no, Zoriental through the smoke instead counters. And all the kills are going YFPX's way.
Oh my gosh, it's B. You're basically arm's reach from anybody the moment you step foot into the site. So hard to stay alive. Yeah, Juna, run. Run, lace the shoes up and get out of there. Quick thigh shot over to Scary Shark. Overheal just to manage a bit of tag damage if possible. And a little bit of a skidda boost there as they run forward. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, blood in the water. This is getting tough. Oh! Looks to get that online shot instead of the off angle. And Sherrod takes the advantage, gets the kill, and they drop the op down.
Yeah, YFPX just playing the mind games there. And Wadada, I think a bit did kind of overcommit to that C rotate there, thinking there's not enough time to go anywhere else. And I think that came out of how far off site that Femboy was playing on A, right? I don't think there was any noise being generated from Scary Shark. I think it was Oppie as well that was lurking with them. So you didn't really know until where they were going until it was too late. And they didn't really have any resources to navigate that retake, to navigate that Viper's Pit. So you're not going to have a Viper's Pit every round. So maybe one off for YFPX here. But Wadada, still innovating. Looks like they wanted to get aggressive C. That's what kind of a Clove raise kind of postures you for. But looks like they might have mistimed it and are instead just going to play for the site delay.
Yeah, I was going to say big creep out mid from Stayval. I didn't think that angle was there yet. Wide as could be on the swing. Does find Scary Shark up towards the top of mid on T-spawn. And they keep inserting Oppie over here on the right side, playing the wall, playing the distraction. You can see Power Pixel's interested in what might be going on over there. But YFP have committed onto this left side, and they are going to find a whole lot of trouble if they go in.
I thought they got past the Vice utility, the main threat, but there's more lurking beyond, and it should have been the showstopper to put an end to it, but ultimately sprayed down. No dice, and Sherrod's hunting for a stray Wadada player, but it's actually Oppie to find the stray, and it's all down to Power with a Marshall in a 1v3.
Wow.
No close weapons for recovery. B-site probably the most promising.
Yeah, it should be all right. Everybody, I think, just taking their eyes off that angle for a moment. Obviously not peeking too much, so the side of YFP can't figure out who is going to be guarding C. But everybody, okay, we're going to use util, back up, get ready, and they just walk right in. You don't expect that very often, especially on C. It's one of the rounds they don't have the Vise wall there either.
I'm getting a sense of familiarity here, and I'm wondering if we're going to get a similar proactive Wadada timeout to what we had over on Vine. I don't remember the scoreline for that. I feel like that was more of like a 6-4, wasn't it, when they took it?
I think so.
Either way, like, I feel like this is like you've lost tech pause. That's a different type of pause. I felt something, in the vibes, and apparently it was a tech pause. I got a misread, guys. Don't worry about it. But either way, this is a nice breather, right? 6-3 entering the final stretch of the half. Wadada picked to start on the defense here. Outside of that, I mean, again, it's money breaking for Wadada. YFP kind of hit a vein of consistency, so they should be good for the next few rounds, and they're coming in with a Nightfall. I think
it took a bit after that too, because they got reset on that round. We're like, maybe they do, maybe they don't, and then they did. So it takes 2 rounds to get back. A lot of just look at the scoreboard here during the tech pause as we get a player restarted back into the game. So thank you for bearing with us. There you see the few kill rounds, right? The X's coming in for Wadada's side, but a lot of those retakes, just being much more confident and having the team ready to get into the site. You talked about that mental change, and it seems to be clicking here for Sunset on the third map, or Lotus on the third map.
And do you think that it slipped a few in the last few rounds? Because we kind of had them fight forward, right? They didn't let them onto the C site, and they got punished for that.
Right. They played their positions where it's kind of like, hey, we'll cast all our util from a dangerous spot in sight because we feel safe, and not that waterfall crux is dangerous to the right from the get-go, but nobody watching the front, I think kind of it lets them rely on, oh, somebody's going to use util, we can chill for a second. And if you're doing that, that's safer when you're outside the site for the retake. So yeah, I think that it's not happening all the time, but those little moments are catching Wadada off guard at times.
So we're kind of reinstantiating the principle, okay, guys, you don't have to play up so close. You don't have to live by the site, die by the site. Get off player retake. And we mentioned, okay, it was complicated by a Viper split when they played retake on B. That's probably why they went back to their old ways, because that round shook their confidence. But honestly, go back to it. You don't need ultimates to get back in. The only person they're permitting to get aggressive is Stay. Only player that's allowed. You have a rendezvous, you can get out. Nobody else has that same luxury.
And they get the wall back at C so that cheeky walk-in will not be a thing anymore. Ooh. Waiting a bit for that Nightfall to get as many tags as possible. They actually go far to the right so they don't catch anything from that waterfall connector.
They are, in fact, playing the retake. The crunch is good. Spike is down. Stay playing around this frontal smoke, trying to find a second on to Nora. The quick scope doesn't align as Oppie shuts them down, but Damage is done. That's a major player taken out. That's Sherrod taken out here. And they still have yet to get the spike plan down. It's consistent beratement from Wadada, and Juna is right back into the fight as they make the pivot to A. Looks good, and I do like them to fight forward here. This is actually really good stabilization effort.
This is nice.
Spike planted.
So to see those opening kills, YFP feels very comfortable about their movement on the map after. When they can take the upper hand. Double swing, stays alive, and Femboy almost makes that one. Works with a bit of trickery on the strafing back and forth to draw the crosshairs. Kestrel now coming back in. Should be another round for YFP, and they get back to that macro control we were talking about earlier. Even with the Nightfall hitting, missing in B site, still everybody on the same play. Whether or not it did hit, that teamwork is really what brought them a lot of the previous rounds on Vine. I'm sorry, on Sunset.
Not even the teamwork.
All twisted up.
Not even the teamwork here was what gave them the round. It was just that quick call. They were all on the same page, right, to rotate to E and get that proactive positioning as well. I said I thought Bind it was 6-4 when they took that proactive timeout when things started slipping. We saw how that ended. It was an 8-4 half, so they did stabilize. They did come up with, again, these one-off approaches that give them an advantage. The difference here is that, again, I think the mechanics are kind of like equating finally. It's like Wadada was ahead map 1 by a lot, YFPX was ahead by a lot map 1, and they're kind of evening out. So I don't think they're going to get away with that same sort of trickery. So other than that, I mean, one-off from a Nightfall, so maybe you have them set up to get that orb control over towards A. But outside of that, there's no money, so hard to say otherwise.
Stay's been doing a good job at stepping up to get some of these early kills, or at least find out from a position of information what's happening. YFP isn't finding the result of Sherrod First Blood's run around the map for free either. So Wadada, in the sense of being in retake position, also the 1v1s that they're trying. Beyond that, just kind of at the beginning of the round or the way they're playing extremities is a lot safer too.
I'm seeing YFPX go back to their approach post their first timeout, which is this A fight. And I am loving this from Wada. Is this going to be finally what I've been asking for, which is to stake your claim on A main? You know, get your raise up on Rebel since you don't have an Omen. Hold that position off the C's nade. I think it's going to be that, but my concern is that the Neon can outpace it. They've got to win this exchange if they are going for it. And I said it was going to be just if they win the fight, they win the fight.
Ooh, Haunt to the left a little bit there. They're able to walk
Neon
up freely. I wonder if they knew it. Down on the Prowler. It's actually not going to hit. Oh my gosh, Femboy hits 2 coming out. Like in the shooting range for a moment as Zoriental is able to trade back with 3. They knew it was just going to be Sheriff, so Zoriental activates and retakes control of the area.
They had Tour de Force online for Stay as well here. And with both, with the Sentinel falling, no util on the flank either, so Stay can get an angle very similar to what happens when they fall off site to Cubby. We've seen this before, and it's going to be copy-paste. They get proper timing, and the gun up very off the toxic screen. Alpi's watching it though. And so the flick doesn't connect. Kestrel knows where both players are. Zoriental is 1 HP with the shot from the Sheriff.
Realizes, nah, they're not going to
guns.
No. Oh no, the hot
like
foot
this.
Cooked up a little bit. Gonna go for that hit on the defuse just to draw some attention out, but it is gonna be another round here for YFP as Oppie hits the Sheriff shot. And it's looking very much like it could be a 6-6.
Last round before the switch.
Such a great attempt following the timeout. Again, creative. Again, they changed the tempo. They conditioned YFPX to say that they weren't fighting for A main, that they weren't sinking their teeth into Rebel, and they suddenly did. But all in all, YFPX, the weapon advantage was too much in their favor. Again, it was a little bit of a disconnect between the remaining 2 players as well. They had full reliance on Stay, who's having a decent map, but I wish Kesher was a little bit more in the fight at the same time there. So, hey, we wanted a close map. Looks like we are going to get it, whether it's the 6-6 or the 7-5, now that weapons are back in hand. See the full impact of that timeout, and it's still, again, fight for A, trust and stay to anchor C, force these players into your trio.
Odin spam? Oh, we didn't get it. We might, though. We do see it from Glowstick. Nice shot by Stayvale over on the other side. The pushing out at C, rinse and repeat. They keep it going, and it finally picks up one. As YFP always finding their fights on the other side of the map. If this is happening somehow, push through. They're going to have A now, and it's going to be the 2v2 as Glowstick limps on through with Scary Shark here to take control of A.
And I asked for more coordination between these two, between Kestrel and Stay. Seems like they have heeded my warning and are playing this side by side, little high-low action to punish anybody who wanted to get proactive. My concern is that it is last round of the half. Scary Shark has the Steel Garden, even if Glowstick is low HP. They haven't pulled it out yet, and they might just lose that opportunity to do so. Kestrel, though, alone peaks, and now it's just Stay with the
There it is.
up, and it's going to get stripped away.
Headhunter's still good here. Chambers are more than happy to use that, but you can't use it really if you can't see too much, and Scary Shark gets a 4th on the round, answering the call from Zobi. Scary Shark need to step up. Okay, they have. Here they are coming up a little bit better. And 7-10, but getting a lot of the pivotal kills that are turning the rounds for the team and making things happen to get across the map.
Yeah, before this 5-round streak as well, yeah, like you mentioned, Scary was having a difficult map. I was mentioning, okay, Sentinel isn't the strongest in their wheelhouse, but the way they've been able to wrestle back again these chaotic situations, these chaotic A main fights in particular, like you mentioned, a little cap off, really nice.
Yeah.
Again, it comes down to pistols. It's been Warada taking the helm. YFP, I think, is one very impactful ones, like to close out Sunset. Here would be a statement one, again, claim the lead after being down so far. Looks like Stay is gonna be, I'm gonna say, a little bit risky. Being risky.
Oh, okay. Just one more peek for fun, apparently. Easily could have caught a bullet there, but you love to see the re-info grab just to see how many people are out there. And this is another door play coming through. Really only saw one of these from YFP when they were going back on attack side. Might just be something Wadada love to use here, as it looks like they are going to hit C. And YFP is staying for this. They are right there ready to fight.
Yeah, I think Stay is calmed that they like still had that stack over towards A side. Now they're gonna be the one receiving it with open arms. Headhunter off of a A side Steel Garden, a Steel Wall while they're execing C. Clearly unexpected, and now it comes to ping-ponging between the Anchor Sentinel and the Viper. And Scary Shark, while Chipped Image is found, is yet to find the ever-important kills. Right-click RNG connects, but so does the follow-up frags from Wadada. With the reflood, the rotations from A have finally come in, and it's Glowstick, Power Pixel, redemption time for Power, and unfortunately it's Glowstick again to win out a pivotal round for YFPX.
Wow. These pistols are down to the wire. Tech Pod's going to be coming out of that one. Let's see what the result is. And yeah, Glowstick has absolutely been stepping up with whether it's the Guardian or these Ghost rounds. Absolute awesome play that we have seen here to put now YFP on top, like you said, grabbing the lead for the first time on this Lotus matchup. And looking great versus Wadada here.
If there is a time for a Wadada thrifty to come through, it would be now. Not off of a force, just off of the few sheriffs that we're seeing littering.
Yeah.
By as we wait for this tech pause to come to a conclusion. Want to see a little B-pop action. My concern is Oriental on this Outlaw. We've seen the Stay Outlaw, ringing in the server. I feel like we haven't really seen it from Zoriental too much, so opportunity for that as the timer gets unpaused and we do go on to resume.
Let's go.
We're gonna run into each other, eh?
I sure hope so. I want to see the all-out battle. You can't get as much with no nade drop, but you can hopefully get the metal over the shoulder.
We'd stay with the Outlaw Force?
Seize and relay. Oh, yeah, of course. Of course. Let's see how it works.
Head versus Oriental. And they win out the duel, but it's again Sherrod to follow up to refrag. Power Pixel collects their trophy. Outlaw back in hand, going back to avenge their fallen comrade. And it's again Sherrod. Terminator's back.
Crosshair wasn't really where they wanted. Yeah, Sherrod says, you took too long. Goodbye. Half a second is just too much. Sherrod falls as it's becoming the 1v1ville out here towards A. The smoke kind of just separating everybody a little bit from those peek outs. But yeah, it's still being given by YFP to get these 1v1s in as Glowstick stays safe in sight. Trying to buy time for this rotation here. Scary says, get over here so we can jump this wall and make it happen.
And all this is going to keep the Fade on site. They're probably going to re-haunt to make sure there was no lurk player C-side. But I mean, at this point,
They haven't turned.
they need to know. This is not a lack of communication, I'd hope, Juna.
Yeah, they
On
looked
the
for a
turn.
second where they're like, we can buy the time. I think they were realizing that there wouldn't be a run through the wall, and now B plant comes in. So really nice coordination by
30
Wadada to
seconds
get
left.
out of that situation and see if they can get themselves a plant here at B.
Spike planted.
Oh. Guardian in hand, though. Proactivity punished. Much like what we've seen Wadada's downfalling prior. Now numbers advantage shift back in YFPX's favor. 2 players in from blue room. They know exactly where these players were in C lane.
This becomes really tough. Blocked off. Prowler gonna try to get the defuse. Not too much. Util 2B dropped in. Oh my god, wait! Now that's the nade back after 2 kills for Femboy. Has to get off the spike just for now. We don't have too much of a defuse on it. It's actually at half. Oh my god. Oh my god. What's happening right now? Femboy does the dance. A 4K Red Bull clutch to get glow stick. They were back to back, touching heels at one point in that instance.
YFPX meet the Wadada Thrifty and the right-click RNG that Femboy possesses. That's one way for Wadada to clutch up a round to equate a 7-7. Honestly, when I saw the first kill go the way of Glowstick over towards C, like spawn, I was like, Wadada might have overcooked on taking the fight to YFPX with the better weaponry, but the sight smoke there from Juna allows Femboy to play that out beautifully.
It's so crazy. We wouldn't be getting a lot of these instances if we didn't have the Clove players.
Yeah.
This is crazy. These end game rounds
guys.
are crazy.
They've been inspired. Now, I mean,
Where did it go?
your money's back versus you shattered YPXs. This is one way to get the lead back. You shut down Scary Sharks. That would take any possible utility off C. Oh, Oppie feeling the desperation set in. Is trying to make a move for the team. Look, they've pushed all the way through Mound. Good info so that at least the masses, you know, Sherrod, Glowstick can rotate back towards A to support Zoriento here.
Oh, they have to clear it, right? Oh, Stave out. Nose sticking out a little bit there, and Zoriento takes it off. But it's traded. More of a one-and-done position they were expecting as Wadada looks for more of those. Very fast movement always by Oppie here, especially on the ecos. And they'll just play a little trickier with popping the wall. Oh, my word. Glowstick on the collat. Make it another one. Femboy goes between the racking of bullets.
30 seconds left.
As Glowstick looked for another one.
I was a little concerned there. There wasn't much util follow-up there to clear out the site space, but doesn't mean there was any left for Power. Power, another clutch, another opportunity. And this time they will put themselves back on the map. What is that? Third time they've been called upon. This time it wasn't against Glowstick, their arch nemesis in the server. So get the job done. But YFPX made that one hurt for a save round.
They really did. Kind of light at the end of the tunnel. Nightfall comes off of that for Power Pixel. So Power Pixel. So if any round comes in here from YFPX, it's hard. Should be a buy for Scary Shark, even with low armor here at 3850. So they may need it again with the amount of people going down. It should be a rebuy. We see Stay only has 3,800, so it becomes tougher there for them to get this op back online if they really want to get aggressive. We saw the Outlaw not really helping there for a moment.
We saw the consistent attack side operator over on Bind. I think it would help there for maybe the C openings, but I also don't think they're as keen on fighting C-Mount because they don't have that kind of chamber. They don't really have that Yoru that can get away from that style of engagement. It does feel like YFPX is playing a very traditional Lotus, right? 2 to 3 players taking A main control, leaving a player there deposited while the rest redisperse and wait for information to rotate off of. I do like the late reclears that we've been seeing out of players like Oppie. I think that's been super helpful for the calling for Scary Shark on where these players need to be going. And they have kind of cut Wadded off on a lot of these rotates or gotten behind them. But again, Wadded's productivity, flipping the map, flipping the sites, really come in clutch to that degree. So IFPX. What do you change? Do you fight C instead, you know, with the Neon? You know, set the Vice up A? Can't we be talking about it now since it is just a monitor issue tech pause, but still things that can be considered.
All right, so let's consider for YFP. If you're to play your own game, I think it is to stay back, work on glow stick with this, play a few of the just early game. I mean, you don't have the raise nade, but you can still kind of meddle, maybe get a relay in there or seize and a relay in there and follow up with some damage of your own with that Odin through the wall, through that little clip of stone. But I think you can expect to see orb grabbing, right? Kind of play off what Wadada is going to want out of this. You don't do too much talking in attack pause, but the team can obviously consider they're going to get ults pretty soon for Juna and Femboy. They could be working towards C to get that first. So even for the audio calls and listening for way that Wadada's moving can start to help YFP bring a few more in their favor, I think. Because Wadada's across the map here. It seems like in the first few rounds, making sure that everything's getting touched.
Oh, for sure. And I think it was a few rounds back as well that Wadada kind of realized it's not too difficult for them to break into the C site, even with this Viper there. And so, like you mentioned, if they just get that C orb, I think Femboy just showstoppers in. Power can use their own Nightfall to counter the Nightfall of Glowstick if they do decide to play retake there. So all of this is leading me to like be further convinced that I really need to see YFPX fight for C Mound after this. I think that's the easiest one for them to get. And they've been conditioning an A fight, so I doubt Wadada want to fight into that.
We're like, it's hard, but please try.
oh, wait, Zoriantel's going. Come on. Are they gonna fight B main? That'd be it.
Now we win.
I don't know about that one.
Retrieving wall.
Are we fighting B main?
Maybe. Wadada did do a few of the door opens on the first round just to go back and forth, so maybe they're trying to catch a straggler playing the door game, but I don't know. It does seem like they're committing a bit here. It's going to be the Prowler. I would have committed a little bit more, I think, if we saw that with a relay bolt.
No omen, no paranoia. A little bit more difficult to get the right angles. You try to punish the Vice, the Clove Juno from C would probably just pivot to support as well. Did you get the orb? Which was their main goal here for Arya. Cut noise. You know, Odin's in play now as well on the B site, so that makes you wary of a B crunch development. The re-clear from pillars is going to be everything. It could catch the proper timing on this rotate, or if Wadada is prepared.
Back up.
They were.
How? Zorianto with the quick control crouch. And with the shot that gets one and somehow gets out alive by the skin of their teeth. Sherrod taking a bit of damage in that instance, so it was all separated. Oppie is he's playing hopscotch over there as Juno walks up. They weren't expecting this to be a C hit without noise, but it was a walk up and now crushed into the site by Wadada.
And unfortunately, there was no Vice util here. It kind of streamlined the process. Now, there's the Nightfall we mentioned. Curious to see if, the Showstopper instead will be utilized to counter. Just scare tactics alone. Waiting out the rocket fuse here. Narrowly pinged out by the Haunt means that Sherrod knew where to take the engagement, but a little bit delayed in reaction time. And as a result, it's going to require players like Zorian to slide on in. Juna not dead just yet. Tucks away in the cubby outside of main. But it's all down to stay with this Outlaw, and 2 players protecting the defuse means that YFPX will get us back up to 8.
Yes, it is 8-8. Man. YFP is kind of... They held everybody B, and it allows them to really rotate left or right once they need it. Bring that Odin wherever it needs to go. Like you said, we were at Wadada kind of saying, oh, look, there's an Odin. Let's go this way. But yeah, without any util there, without too much to the side, I feel like Wadada should have had a bit more space to get themselves collapsed on. And YFP is able to find that defuse in the post plant. Down to Sheriffs.
Oh, no.
It could still be a thrifty.
Last time it was they kind of got the graciousness of B-site handed to them. They are ready to fight off of any B main contact here. Even hoping that maybe a corner will go uncleared and Zoriental can just go nuclear. They're even baiting it out with the Prowlers, or Zoriental's about to say, don't get eager, you don't have to fight against the wall.
And they can tell that Prowler was basically in their face, right? It had no trail time for it to scream around. It was just boom, Prowler started and it was there. So both teams know they are basically arm's reach apart right now. A big push-up on the side of Stay from the right side of the map as B gets opened up. They finally get YFP a little antsy, and they're going to go ahead and rotate all the way back around here. They're going to get slowed by the Vice util. No, that's down. Everything lost at B.
They found my trap.
And we talked about Stay's consistency, but the impact is where we wanted to see more. And that kill alone opened up the entire A site, has paved the way at least for a plant here for Warada. Now, I mean, as a disadvantaged retake, but there's still not good weaponry on the side of Warada. Marshall, Phantom, that is it.
There.
Warada moving around the map really well here. It seems like they got YFP antsy enough to want to take that fight with the 3 that they had hiding in B. Almost playing inside their heads for a moment. And here we have Oppie and Glowstick. Oh, wait. I like that bit of distraction from Odin Spam. This is ridiculous right now as the defuse starts. Kestrel's got to hit 2 amazing shots here. And it's going to be the Sheriff to do it, just waiting for... Oh my God! The Red Bull clutch of Red Bull clutches. Kestrel says, not even close.
And I'm going to need to see Kestrel's POV on Twitter later for that one. I mean, the player is staggered as one sticks the spike and gets both in quick succession. Might be a certified GC Sheriff moment if I've seen one in this matchup. That could be the round that breaks the camel's back for YFPX, right? Money a little sour. The ults could get them out of the hole they're finding themselves digging. But Warada, neither team has found consistency so far. And one needs to break the spell.
I think that round could break an elephant's back. Holy moly, that was intense. Content coming out of this matchup right now. 2 aces, clutches across the board in crazy style from these teams. What a series here. And we got even more to go for the day. So a low buy from YFPX. Warada skim by that one in a round where they shouldn't have lost as many members, but had the savior of Kestrel and almost won, or now I should say almost one off of that Steel Garden to make sure some following site takes will be even easier.
I don't know how I feel about this. You have a trap play set up on C, but then you have a Viper's Pit to deter them away from the C site.
Yeah.
Curious if they'll still get the opportunity to trigger it. I mean, now you will. They took down Oppie. They're going to accelerate on the C site. This is where Zoriental should be able to shine off the revolving door. But the front smoke might just deter that. And they're just going to play the old-fashioned retake here off the overdrive, off the Steel Garden. I think this is the right call to cancel and readapt into a complete 4v5 retake.
Spike planted.
And that's a 2-2. No, they're going to send 3 from the top side and just allow the distraction, the crosshairs to be broken on the bottom side here by Zoriental. A lot to be asked. Yeah, they're going to throw it from both sides here. And they enter into the site. Scary Shark on high. They are going to get a good amount of distance here. Warada's got to feel pretty pushed in, but they still have the room to fire. And that's going to be 4. No. 3 for Power Pixel as Femboy gets the last one on to Sherrod. 10-8 now for Warada.
Never realized how chaotic double close smokes would be in Game Changers.
Yo.
Again, one completely veils the Odin for Femboy so that they can withstand the Steel Garden, come back and still play from an elevated position that never gets cleared by YFPX. While the people in Ben might have beaten them to punch, ultimately the damage would have been done. And again, Warada's been kind of safe harboring these ultimates, waiting for that kind of YFPX counter. And talked about bricking the spell, that's exactly what it's able to achieve. Double digits. Found.
Retrieving flash.
Star.
Ooh, that C pressure. That's a little bit different. YFP come flying out way early. We usually see Oppie here around the top side, but now we've got 2 coming out. 3 actually still pushing on the extremity, and this is a really aggressive muscle flex for an eco round from YFP. I kind of like it.
Yeah, we've seen Oppie late round clear it, but not, again, aggression from Vice here. I'll take risks on an eco, but this risk might just not pay off. The lurk from Juna. Clearing out Oppie means that it has to be a 4-person pivot back into CT. And this time, no ults, no better weaponry except for Sherrod and the not dead yet. So, Warada not letting anything slip through. No chances to be taken here. They want delay. They don't want to take fights. They don't have to. They want that 11th in as cleanest fashion as they can.
Yeah. There's another kill. It should fall through pretty easily here. Ooh.
Should.
As I say that. Snaps ahead back real fast as Femboy gets it. And I like those plays. I like the fact that YFP came out with the Sheriffs kind of strong on both sides. It kind of just reminds me of a group running at you, screaming, shouting. Like, you're just trying to get them to go away, and they're like, all right, we have to wait this out. That's all we have to do. Wadada's over there like, all right, they stopped. We'll go to C now. But still, YFP could have caught Wadada off guard there. It's just not anything Wadada is leaving up to chance right now.
Yeah, I'm getting bind deja vu here from, again.
Yeah.
Well, we didn't win the 6-4 timeout. We still had the Wadada 6-4 timeout. Now we're getting the 11-8 timeout.
Yeah.
YFPX might get one more rogue round off this bye, but again, it feels like Wadada are kind of hitting that final stride here. And it feels like the old cycle for YFPX just really can't catch up unless we maybe get like a heroic round out of Glowstick. And that Nightfall could propel them towards an overtime here. But
yeah,
feels like Wadada's ahead in that department, head in money. And they have kind of figured out like the weaknesses right now for YFPX and are targeting them properly. And look at this. There's pains over towards B mains. They're trying to change things up here on the fly.
Do they fight it? They fight it or lurk and make noise, right? They found a way finally to kind of cool off Sherrod, at least in the third map, which I think is a big help here. They're not allowing themselves to kind of be in the open without having a teammate to trade and find a kill back onto Sherrod kind of thing. So that's one of a good solve one of the good solves, I should say, that Wadada has for themselves. And everybody's still coming online here. Alts with Juna, stay with that tour de force. What can they do on this round number 20?
I'm wondering if Wadada picked up on the C trap that YFPX set in the prior round. And this is their attempt to make sure that they don't respring it here on following, since it was never triggered with the Viper's Pit getting dropped as soon as it did over on C. That's basically what all that util does. True. It primes them for a deposit, so YFPX has to invest extra util to flush them out or just leave it uncleared. Now they don't have as much flexibility. They'd have to play a full-on C retake if this is where Wadada decides as their final resting point. But right now it just feels like it's a fade sell. A is the final end goal. I'm slightly like swayed by the spike sticking around still C-side. Are you gonna E-crunch?
They are gonna take the clock down. One of the first times here. Probably taking high note of all the util that's being used and what that might be on signature cooldown. And maybe they're saying, hey, we have a slight window here. You hear that arc rose flash going over towards the side of, what is that, B towards left. C? And it looks like they are going to be able to work this towards slowly on A. They like to end B on these rounds, but they have actually gotten themselves back towards A in this same situation after the B attempt. Oh, they hadn't even looked through the door. They were already looking for the side angles.
Wait, 13 seconds left. To slow the Thorns, Kestrel has to hold on to the side control. Glowstick cannot slip in through heaven. And somehow, in the nick of time, they will get the spike planted, but 3v4 now disadvantaged here. Someone has to step up. You have a little bit of a group out here between Stay and Kestrel. Towards C-Link. They're trying to buddy system it up with the high-low off the tour de force. This could be everything, and it is the double kill found! Wadada suddenly back in control of this round. Oh, that's a rare whiff, and the round is sealed.
Stay Veil coming up big. Yeah, a rare whiff there. They had quite a bit of time to shoot. That extra chamber utility making it tough on the teammate that they had to watch go down. 12-8. Wadada have finally made it to that game point to put the utmost pressure on YFP. And they still go with the Outlaws here. Stay is just that confident. The quick click, being on a line, the comfort that comes with being able to look down that scope is the way that they think they're going to get over the line here. And that's going to head towards A to see if they can open it up.
And I saw 3 shields, 1 no shield. Like, every shot is lethal out of Stay right now. And Wadada, I mean, a win here would be instrumental because they haven't even reached their final form, right? This is without Australis. This is without Starbound. Showcasing the strengths of the other members of this core. Yeah. And Kestrel and Stay stepping up, especially in this series when the team needed it most, is so impressive. Wadada.
Absolutely.
Similar start. Just default. Pull out the ice util on C.
Playing it patient. A little bit of a high-low here from Oppie and Scary Shark. Oh, the shin one way. Looks like they're just gonna make a lot of noise. They still have that beat pressure, but This is really the first time we've seen this commitment by Wadada just across that B to C area. Are they really just going to hit site?
Again,
why not
team
switch it up?
If it ain't broke, they don't fix it yet. They have 4 rounds to fiddle with. Got the opening kill on Zoriental in blue room. Going back C here? Oh, I was gonna say it's a dangerous call, but they knew that Oppie likes to re-clear mound, and now they've made it past the Vice Util. Glowstick on an island, rounds under the pressure, and it looks like the rest may just get stuck in the wake. Sherrod knows it is dire time. Now, I mean, they're all in dying time. Get a kill or damage assist to survive, and looks like the players are just retreating. They don't want to take that engagement, but Stay can. It's all down to IGL Scary Shark subbing in for Corrupt. They cannot get the job done. 13-8, 2-1. Wadada claim Swiss round 2 victory. And it finally break the grudge match tie. 1-1 that existed between YFPX and Wadada, claiming victory.
That was a crazy matchup for Wadada to be finding victory in the end there. I think they finally locked down and it went back and forth, and who was adapting quicker, who was finding the consistencies, who was finding the tendencies that were doing. The one you mentioned at the end there with Oppie wanting to re-clear C-Mountain. We actually saw Sherrod walk into Oppie, jumping there just a few rounds ago, being in a very open spot. So the moment they activate across the map, they think maybe we got a little bit of movement on C, and they open the door, and there's Oppie right in the middle again. They catch him off guard. And little things like that, I think, were huge for Wadada to figure out what YFPX were doing across the map of Lotus, because it came down to it. I feel like when YFPX was in their lead, they were just like, this is our game. We take it. And it was really awesome to see from both sides.
And I would love to be just in that voice channel as well between Sunset and Lotus to hear like what King Fred, the coach of Wadada, was saying, because again, the momentum shift, the respect level difference between Sunset and Lotus was profound. Again, being willing to play retake, to play kind of anti-characters to Lotus, not caring about any main control, just faking that pressure, giving it up. And I really think that is what changed for them. If they still were playing very forward, if they were still seeking out these first bloods, it would have gone a very, very different way. So all in all, YFPX, again, didn't have their main IGL tier today, but they put up a really, really good showing. And again, both of these teams are not strangers to losing out in the Swiss round 2. Happened in stage 1. They were still both able to battle it back and make main event. So that's the glory of Swiss, is you get the time to adjust with these rosters. You get the time to have players go on vacation and come back to still clutch out main event. And that's what I think both these teams are still on track for right now.
And I believe we're taking a break before we get our interview, correct? Is that the case? We are. So we are going to be taking a slight break. We'll get some water as we are parched, wet our whistles, but we're also going to be able to break into the brains of a player from Wadada to see what it took to take down that series versus YFPX. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with more Game Changers.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secretlab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Who's gonna stop me? Get it in roll. Living the life I will keep on control. Giving it up to my people stand tall. You know the deal, I will give it my all.
Underrepresented on the move. Really wanna start me, let me school.
Take a risk, take a ride with me. Wanna flip the society. Underdog, overlooked. Underestimated, I don't lose. Take a risk, take a ride with me. On the edge, looking down from a cliff.
Welcome back to Game Changers. We are still here. Good to see you still there. Yes, I can see you. I know that might be weird, but I'm watching. We have stats. We have a match recap, but we also have Stay to be chatting with in a little bit here. So let's go over the map and see what happened here on that last one. A really well-fought Wadada versus YFPX series. But Wadada, as you will see, 13-8 there. 15 first kills. Just dominating across the board.
Yeah, a little bit of a reversal from what we saw over on Sunset in the first kills department. I think also what stands out here is just the post-plant discrepancy there. 6 out of 10. It shows that YFPX, again, was getting the spike down. And that recognizes what we said was a big switch up for Wadada, where they were kind of showing that level of respect, letting them get the spike down and playing these coordinated retake efforts, which is a very, very different style and approach for them compared to what we saw on Bind, compared to what we saw attempted on Sunset. And I think that shows immediate or really strong growth and realization that they needed to switch things up.
And that's what we saw. That's the slight adaptation, the push outs at C after not having that kind of extremity information a bit, avoiding charade for somewhat of it as well to make this possible, because there were really some amazing plays coming around. I think Wadada as well with 2 aces throughout the series as well. So that's always going to feel really, really nice. But yeah, pistol round control becomes very, very helpful when you want to take that. So Wadada had that in there as well, to see the player stats from that game, just to see how it really was doled out between everybody, because there were some star power, but a lot of that last map was really everybody come together.
Oh, for sure. I mean, we said it. I think one of the tipping points for Wadada that curse being broken was that Kestrel 2K with the Sheriff. That clutch over on the A side was insanity. And I still want to see Kestrel's POV. Like, I want to hear the comms. I want to hear the cheering there, because, again, I think that's the latest addition, right? Stay being a consistent 6th player for the squad, but Kestrel came in from Berserker's Dawn as that kind of 5th to fill in for Astralis and Starbound's absence. And it truly was a strong addition to this team, and they're all friends, and it showed in the server.
So what was your overall on the map? We said it kind of favored Wadada. Did you, besides Sunset, were you kind of on par with what you thought we were going to get from both teams there? Pretty close matches?
I thought Sunset might have been closer in my eyes.
Okay.
Like I think in my mind it was going to be like either a Wadada like double digits on Sunset, or it was going to be like a map 3 and what we kind of saw. Maybe Wadada would be a little bit more dominant on map 3, but I still was slightly Wadada leaning, just because Wadada again was coming in with that chip on their shoulder. Like I literally remember in a VC like Arya saying like, YFP is one of the only ones we've ever lost to, right? Other than like, you know, Ghost and Shopify Rebellion, obviously. And we mentioned that it's these top level main event teams that Wadada just wants to get clean against. And again, this is a team that I don't want to say it's their B team, but like they even understand, right? That they had to they had expectations they had to live up to, and it was going to be more difficult.
You mentioned the core, right? You got Power Pixel up there. The rest of the team really coming through in big moments. And another shout out to Kestrel. It is 11-12, but that's never the scoreboard that you have to look at. I mean, sometimes if you're not getting ulti, yada yada, but the impact kills, the Sheriff round, the site holds, the info, one of the biggest rounds and turn of the game came from Kestrel. So really awesome stuff. The scoreboard shows a good amount of it, but not all of it here for Wadada's win. Super cool stuff. We get to talk to Stay, who's been on the chamber here in just a little bit, and can't wait to ask kind of what it's like to get back on that stuff, you know, how to clean the mentality up and also be playing with different people. Both of these teams did a really good job over the last stage and this stage of having players come in and out or figuring out different styles and having a deeper than most rosters to sub in and out, and they really produce results.
Yeah, and it was very, very impressive to say the least. But I don't want to stall any further when we have a winner on the line. I believe we have Stay VLR getting ready to jump into the action. You know, stay in your seats, guys. But again, I want to, before we jump into that, to just credit YFPX one last time. I mean, specifically, we talked about the impact that Sherrod was able to have. I mean, they were 38-15 in the first match they played up against YDZ Black. And then today, right, even while losing to be 74-49, after you have been in retirement, that is the final one. And when the last match that you played was in February as a pug in a tier 3 group stage match, and before that it was in 2024 in August, so almost a year since you were consistently playing. and just to come back like you never left. Like, where were you? Like, this is the beginning of, I think, a really good player, and it's like, I think a player that other orgs are gonna be looking to scalp in the future kind of vibe. YFX, count your days for sure kind of vibes.
It's that moment where you're like, do I take a break and come back? Will it be better? I believe we do have the interview ready now with Stay. So let's bring them on and see what they have to say about that matchup. Congratulations. Hello, hello. How's it going?
So surprised.
Oh, yeah?
And, like, the team was able to pull it back really hard after that second map. So I'm very proud of the way we were able to rally.
That's kind of what I want to ask you about is, you know, that thoughts on kind of that sunset in those moments. How do you bounce back, and what does it teach you about yourself or yourselves in that moment, showing that you can do it?
Honestly, in the moment, it was difficult for us to bounce back. That's not how we usually play sunset at all, and we definitely found some gaps, and we tried some things. Power's been going through some weird Sova bug where they crash every time they ult. So we had to change it up on the fade, just for the time being. Okay. But after the match ended, Fred was super helpful. Fred just said, everyone get up, you know, take 5. We have 5 minutes, take it, come back, reset, and it paid off. look at how we ended sunset.
Awesome.
I'm so glad you pointed that out, because I was going to ask what Fred said in between maps. And honestly, you guys looked really, really strong on Lotus. I'm glad they chose that over Ascent for you guys, right? And I just wanted to ask, because like you've been there kind of in the background, like stage 1, you were that 6th player, and now you got the chance to play for a few weeks as a part of the main roster. Did that change kind of your perspective coming in? No, you were only playing like for a temporary amount of time. You're gonna still be that sub role, kind of stepping back after Australis and Starbound were back, or just what did it mean to you?
Personally, like it showed that I can still play with the top, even if I haven't played competitively in a while. I heard you guys were talking about a player who hadn't played since August, apart from a tier 3 pug. And it feels the same for me. Like, I haven't played a competitive game on a proper team for quite some time. So being able to work with this group is phenomenal. And I've learned so much just in the past few months alone, since stage 1. And I'm kind of going to miss being able to play when Australis and Starbound come back. But yeah, it's been a really great learning experience, and being able to play with such talented players it's truly, like, it changes how you think about the game. I guess you could say we changed the game.
Heck yeah, it can level you up a lot. I mean, you were getting a lot of opportunities to kind of, you know, push out at C on Lotus and hold solo, so that had to feel good. I have a question kind of about the team and the way you guys flex back and forth between holding and retaking. Is it kind of like a retake, or do you like to keep the site from being taken? Because it seemed like the team likes to stop, delay, instead of play that retake style.
It really depends. Like, it depends on the situation. There's no, like, we're adaptable, and that's what one of the strongest components of this team is we can, like, figure out what's going on, what we need to do in the moment. And there are protocols, like, we do understand certain things at certain moments. So we have a little bit of key info, but it was really nice for Power to be able to trust me and say, like, hey, you got this on C, you're good on A, like, wherever you want to be, you got it. There's a lot of, like, even if we're just, like, me and Kestrel were just subs, there was a lot of faith put on us, and Power was able to just say, you know what, you guys, you want to do whatever you want, you can make the call. It's okay, make the play. And that was one of the big things. Sorry, go on.
Oh, go for it. It's your stage. It's your interview.
That was one of the things we wanted to say. Like, during the beginning of the 3rd map, it was all about having fun. Kestrel and I knew that it was probably going to be our last game together with the team, in an official at least. So we just wanted to have fun. We said, you know, we're just enjoying the ride a little bit longer.
And speaking of having fun, I think the big tipping point for Waterda in Lotus, and specifically because it was close in that second half, was the Kestrel Sheriff 2K clutch. Can you give us a little bit of insight to what the comm sounded like on A when she hit those 2 shots?
It was just screaming, to be honest. It was just screaming. There was no cohesion.
We did too.
I'm very excited to go back and see it because it was
Words were made up.
insane.
It might have been on the enemy POV, not to spoil anything.
Was it Prius? It was Prius. I know it. That man does not miss. That does not hit 1v2s. I still remember Simple.
Strays, Riv.
Sorry, I love you, Prius.
They're on one of the beef
Prius on
streams, I
fire
think,
emote.
today.
Prius on fire emote.
I love you, Prius.
That's amazing. That's amazing.
But yeah, no, I'm just really proud of everyone, and I'm glad that I was able to hold up my little Starbound cosplay. I did my job.
That's right. We almost called you Starbound a few times because it was just like, yep, there it is.
That's mighty praise. I'll take it. I'll take it. I mean, it's the first 3 letters are the same, so I get it.
There you go. There you go.
All right,
So
with
we have
that,
anything
though,
else?
I mean, I think we should just give the floor to you one last time, like you said at your last
Absolutely.
game official with the squad. If there's any thank yous you want to shout out for the team, or any message you want to give to the new Stay fans after your Starbound cosplay, you know?
Yeah.
Well, honestly, hi to Arya's family. I know you guys are watching. Shout out to you guys for supporting Arya and their endeavors. Thank you to Starbound for trusting me from the beginning. And honestly, like, everybody who's been supporting us, it's been a hell of a ride, and hopefully one day, sign Wadada. Please.
Hashtag sign Wadada.
I know there was an org announcement recently. Let's make it another.
Keep them going.
But yeah,
Open the floodgates.
thank you to everyone for such a great tournament, and yeah, thank you guys.
Beautiful. Thank you so much, Stay, for the insight. Really appreciate it. Congratulations on the win, and best of luck to the team moving forward.
Thank you so much.
We do have more Valorant action to go throughout the day, believe it or not. Yes, we
Entire
do.
best of 3.
We have 100 Thieves now coming up in our next matchup versus HAKI more. You're not going to want to miss it. Don't go anywhere. Valorant Game Changers 2025 Stage 2 continues after this. Welcome back to Verizon Valorant Game Changers Stage 2. We just had our first series in the books, and stay on the line to have a chat. It was a great chat too. It was awesome to see them before. We may not for a bit, but hopefully in the future we still get that chamber, that sight control, that side extremity control from stay back on the map from some other team, or just back onto their team on Wadada. Really great stuff. As we have another one coming in from today, though. It is going to be 100 Thieves versus HAKI Mori in just a little bit, and I am excited now. I'm sure you're excited, Zobi, because more teams are getting picked up here in Game Changers, and it's just an amazing thing to see whenever it happens.
Oh, for sure. And I think the best way to explain this is the Resurrection of Passion project led by Lydia, right? Whether it's players like Slandy and Jazzykins translating over, or whether it's the fact that Lydia was a streamer who, every of you mentioned, was starting to lose passion for the scene, who has come back. But it's not the only match going on, right? We talked about those matches that occurred in the first round, but now it's the second round of matches where we have 8 more teams entering the gauntlet. And we talked about the one that we're already be covering on stream, which is 100 Thieves versus HAKI Mori GC. But also we have Ghost Gaming, Tanax, FlyQuest Red, Carrot, and TV Artificial Intelligence, Riv.
Ghost is always putting up a lot of numbers. We'll find them in the end of tournaments, so I expect them to be doing great, which makes me interested in Tanax. I want to see how Tanax GC is doing here. I feel like all of these names we know are versus like FlyQuest and TV are against names that are up and coming as well, with artificial intelligence and Carrot to like build themselves into the scene, so people are like, oh yeah, they're right there too. These matches are going to be great, in which they already are. I just can't wait to learn more about them across this stage.
Oh, of course. And again, I feel like, again, AI is one of those teams that I don't think anybody expected to be here. Carrot had some familiar names, same with Tanax. So, again, it's always fun when you see new players that you don't recognize and get to see them reach new highs and upset to make out on a run like this. And just seeing them celebrate just making Swiss in general and using this as a learning experience, even if they don't see themselves, you know, making it the entire way. So, kind of like how Stay said, right? When they said, that I understand that I am a sub, but I'm going to make the most of this opportunity while I have it and grow as a player.
Yeah, and other games going on too. If you're checking out what happens in the matches today, there's been quite a few. A lot of 2-1s, going 3s. Shopify Rebellion found a 2-0 in their match as well. So it is moving along quite fast here in stage 2 in the Swiss stage. So yeah, there
was a 13-10 from Mac and Cheese. So definitely put up a fight there for, again, a squad that people might not have expected to be here, and with such a cute name and icon. But let's get back to the main game. 100 Thieves Game Changers. Newly announced, the same Aussie and friends now, Fogwomp Core. But the big change here is that Riv... You're retired now. No, I'm joking. The player, Rivington, the reason why they rebranded from Aussie and Friends to Fogwomp is because they retired. They just felt like they didn't have enough time to dedicate to being the player they wanted to be. So we have Melia stepping in, who was previously on YFPX. So definitely very prepared, definitely knows this squad. And I think they'll slot in very, very nicely.
Marceline, too, there, little YFPX days. You talked about Lydia for the older in the scene. I mean, it's not even that old, but Tupperware is the name that then Lydia changed to. So yeah, you said Passion, they've been around forever and in the scene, watching it grow, watching all the changes. So it's going to be really cool to see that kind of built around now this squad who has done so much. You know, Jazzy from back in the days with Fly Red, Complexity, and Cloud9, right? You could go on forever with these teams and how much they've played together or played against each other. So there is so much potential for this squad. And now picked up, you know, we'll get into it a little bit more later, but is this the org buff or debuff, right? We'll have to see. It's up to them. It's up to them. Is the honeymoon phase even greater now? Who knows?
I mean, or is it the pressure, right? I think there's now like 4 signed organizations, and there's so many players that be vying for that kind of spot and that kind of opportunity, and now you feel the pressure to be like, I have to perform. I have to show that I deserve to be where I am and on this team. We've seen it, go both ways. And I think 100 Thieves, again, these are such close friends. Literally the other night they were celebrating Jazzy's 21st birthday all in a Discord call together, right? So I feel like they're more on the mellow side of that spectrum in terms of the pressure that they face. But we'll see how that works out today. I really like this team because, again, the flexibility from players because of their tenure in this space, you know, from Slandy, from Jazzykins particularly, from that Duelist to that Sentinel, it gives them a lot lot of freedom, and they also have a co-IGL structure, so the experience between Lydia and between Slandy is really, really cool to lean into.
It is, and I cannot wait to see how they match up here against HAKI Mori, who is coming in, I'd say, a bit as the underdogs on this one, but is that going to be the case, right? Everybody here can frag. We know these names, and there's a lot of potential in this team.
Oh, for sure. I mean, they're no stranger to being underdogs. They went against FlyQuest Red in the first round. That newly reformed and revitalized squad with Bob coming back, with, you know, Kakor getting picked up as fresh, promising talent. And this squad, I agree, has so much potential. We saw Kestra, right, a Teddy Tactics alumni, and we get even more here between Kalsushi and Oranges, who's actually subbing in today for Autumn. Now that does throw a little bit of a spanner in things because Autumn is their traditional IGL, but Kalsushi was hyping everybody up, saying we are confident in our mid-rounding for multiple players. Bunny B specifically is super, super good on that despite playing the duelist role. They have a great read of the game. They have great readjustments that I've experienced firsthand with coaching them in the server. So I'm excited to see what this squad is capable of.
And they're also one of the teams who were not seeded coming in, so they've had quite a few games to play already here in Stage 2 with, 6 straight games, and that last one, like you just said, over FlyQuest Red. So prepared. They have been warmed up. It's kind of like skipping the Opens and then seeing everybody in the playoffs. Well, they got to play through everything and have been buffed up by it. So 100 Thieves should definitely be ready. They have lots of tape to watch, so that's no excuse there. But yeah, this one I feel like is going to be a very, very good game, even though we do have an underdog team. Yeah,
this team is summarized basically is the best of Swiss teams that didn't make main event. Like, you have Fisher Fumblers players again between Kurosu and Autumn, and you obviously, I'm not playing today, and you have the best of Teddy Tactics, right? And I think that it's kind of that situation where these players are good individually, but if you have like the right players together, it creates something magical in a roster. And I think that's what we saw in week 1 up against FlyQuest Red, when you already have that chemistry with very little reps in. Yes, you mentioned the open qualifiers, but that's still only a few matches, and it's against, you know, teams that you expect to do well again up until you get to those final qualification stages. So all that to say, this is a team that's not afraid to play their own game as well. They play a lot of double duelists, even if it's against the meta, because they have really good players like Kurosu and Bunny B.
We love that. We love that. Well, let's see what maps they might be playing double duelist on. We have that ready for you to show. And these, I think, are going to be important in the way it flows, knowing what the teams play. So we have Sunset, Bind, and Haven. It's going to be 100 Thieves picking first, and HAKI is going to pick Bind. So I actually feel pretty good for the teams on these maps.
I'm a little interested in the 100 Thieves Sunset pick personally, mainly because, again, we didn't get to see them for most of the open qualifiers, since they did make that top 8, so they got that bye. Did play in a little puggy here, you know, tier 3 tournament here to stay fresh, but 1 win, 1 loss, it wasn't the best for them. Versus, like you mentioned, those open qualifiers, lots of rest and lots of success for HAKI Mori GC. 3-0 on this map right now during those open qualifiers. So in my mind, it means that they have gone back, they have reworkshopped this map, especially because the last time we saw them, number 1 Griv was in the roster, and number 2 it was Tejo meta.
Yeah, there is, like we said before in the first game, there was a big gap between things that have happened here. Even if you're looking at the team schedules, you have to realize there's about a month and a half between these if they weren't going through the open qualifier. And looking at that Sunset, you're right, I completely skipped over that for 100 Thieves, and there's not even too much change in that roster amongst the games, right? Out of the Tejo meta, they kept what was the initiator, and really not even like a double initiator, just a solo neon into double initiator, and that might be what we see out of them now here. But it's got to be the change, right? It's got to be a little different. We have a different player in as well.
Yeah, exactly. And I think the other thing to point out here is that I think HAKI Mori's pick into Bind is very similar to how YFPX picked into Sunset against Wadada. They're trying to pick into a weakness, right? This is the map that they lost last week in that 2-1 victory over Equinox. It was a close one. It was an overtime, 13-15, but it's still, that many rounds gives you a lot of footage to go off of when, again, it is a reformed team, a new team post-Tejo nerf. And I think that just gives you something to go off of, being able to go off of an entire map from round 1 of Swiss.
When was this Sky? So that was actually their FlyQuest game. Yeah, I'm just looking at their bind real fast to see what
their recent bind was. A Raze, Yoru, Fade, Brim, Viper, which is similar but different to HAKI Mori, where they also run a double duelist, but they again lean into the Bunny B Yoru, so it's an ISO Yoru. But Looks like we have Sunset ready to go, so we'll get to Bind when we get there. That's map number 2. Map
Absolutely.
number 1, we said we were going to see changes, and boy, oh boy, are both teams delivering.
Oh, wow. I would say, like, this is almost without a Viper, an Icebox comp from HAKI Mori or something on the right side. This is awesome. Oh, wow. Okay, so double duelist with the Yoru and the Reyna. They're going to have a whole lot of flashes to come through. And they're going to be working against that double controller over on the side, 100 Thieves. And they do switch it up, right? They flip a few things for themselves. Looking at their Sunset comp, we said they had that Cypher in there, but they had the Breach. And they will not be having that anymore, as a lot of people have shied away from it.
Yeah, I'm curious about why they wanted to change from the ISO to the Reyna, and if they win the series, that's something maybe we could ask in the post-match interview when we get there. Just thinking about it, like how it'll function with the rest of this composition, right? Because you do have flashes from that Yoru already. I feel like Reyna doesn't have as much isolation power as that, kill contract would. But all in all, then to look at 100 Thieves here, I mean, we still we're having a change, right? Viper. I feel like we don't get too much Viper nowadays on the Sunsets. I'm curious how that's gonna fare. It feels like it's very defensive coded with the double controller and the Cypher. Like, I don't want to say it's necessarily overkill, but it definitely feels like that's what they're trying to protect from, and we'll see how it fares.
Looking at the Reyna, I kind of think the flashes become one of the biggest things you want to think of, right? Map control from Reyna is just Reyna playing well as the player. But the flashes, the walls, if you consider Sunset, are all very pierceable by that eye. To get in a good spot, if you're in market, you throw it in a sight from there. Anywhere on A, if you're approaching A, you can throw it into A, even from elbow. Like, pretty interesting stuff if they're going to try to be putting it in really tricky spots along with the Yoru flash.
Yep, you gotta pick one, pick your poison, and you're probably gonna die either way. So again, that requires though really strong coordination between Bunny B and Cross. This is something to keep an eye out for. But for now, reminder: Frogwomp no more. It is 100 Thieves Game Changers versus HAKI Mori GC. Looks like we might get a little Neon B main fight action, and we'll see if Bunny B can weather the storm.
Straight into mid. They're going to be quiet about it, though. They wanted that first peek together. A little bit of team cooperation. Okay. Shock Dart getting some airmail there. Oh, wow. Straight up to mid. This is going to be a pretty good crossfire. And it looks like 100 Thieves is going to let them in before they even try to get an attack onto this. They're playing very safe and very defensive on that backside.
Ooh, defensive. Not what you expected of a Neon from what we just saw from Zoriental and Femboy. It's playing sight, playing the corner, and ultimately getting punished for it. 1-for-1 is good. Players are so divided, right? So heavy pressure going to befall Terra to hold their own here from top mid. Pinged out. That's just going to draw eyes away from main, where HAKI Mori is slowly rolling in and claim the site, and now suddenly the player alone is the Sova Slandy, who Terror, again, not taking any risks, is going to regroup with the rest of the team.
Yeah. Such a good Clove. I think that's all we see Terror on, really. We've seen a lot of Clove today. If you're a Clove player, you got to be loving this. And yeah, Terror can put up the numbers, but it's really cool to see that they're the one also taking mid control, playing off the team with that smoke control. But to now join, like you said, this is a great post-match defense.
It already taking space, even in that back calls area. Gross that Reyna again, Feast or Famine playing solo on site, but you still got numbers to spare. You got players to heat Slandy, the last remaining player, but careful, they're dropping like flies. What is this smoke from Terror? The Clove tech that emerges here on Sunset is what will crown HAKI Mori's pistol in their favor.
Yeah, like I said, it's going to get great with Terror. I mean, it almost looked like they were fiddling with the spike, trying to defuse it for him. But no, just hiding, waiting to pop out. 3 mid now for 100. Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say, it's so interesting because Terror, right? They were like a flash, so they were an info initiator back in the day, actually. So to see them on the Clove, too, and so confident, I'm excited to see what potential this brings, but you said it, top mid, we're going to have a little bit of a high-low attempt here. Let's see if it works. Aw, they spoil the fun.
Out. Oh, it is smoked out. And they're not standing in any of the hot spots, though. Hot spots being kind of the angle of that archway. You just saw Cal Sushi fire, right? Or straight in the middle. You really never want to put yourself there. You're going to catch a bullet. Watching towards that market area. Looks like the HAKI Mori wants 100 Thieves to show themselves and where they are so they can get some early damage in here and start to chip away at that defense.
They're just taking it slow, right? They find an advantage. They pivot off of it. And it's no different this round. This time from top mid. And it just feels like, again, right now, 100 Thieves is relying on solo players deposited across the map. And obviously this round where you're already at a gun deficit, they likely aren't going to go your way. But I'm hoping that's not a consistency when we get guns in hand. For now, though, Melia could have a chance to slip the net if they don't think that she's in front of the cage. And looks like Oranges would be in a position where you have to flick with a stinger, so... Yeah. Melia, take the dive! Oh, now it's too late. The cam's cleared.
Hello. Almost got taken down. Taking a Polaroid there for a second. Oh. Tara's just cruising up through the pawn shop. And a flawless second round for Hikikimori. What is the buy and where do they go? That's the question. Melia looks like they grab a judge. Looks like going to hide and mark it with a Cypher trip, I believe. And then they're just going to play those two over towards B. So the movement now from Slandy really on this round to kind of survey what's going on across the map. That's for some further utility maybe. See how Hikimori divvies this up. Push and pull.
Looks like we're also going for now a proactive Neon instead of one that was sitting in a corner on B that was holding top mid. So they're finally going to take that A main space, take the fight to Hikimori off this one way. At least the relay bolt will keep them at bay for now, but again, Hikimori's not afraid to just give up that space, go exploring elsewhere. Sure all these corners are cleared, make sure that they are the ones winning this turf war.
See that Cypher cam from Jazzykins now in mid. They can just kind of check to the right. They don't have to waste a body for it. As I almost cursed that. I thought that was going to happen. But no, 100 Thieves playing the same defense there. They stay back. Yeah, it's going to be big for Melia. Man, Hikikimori takes so much space here. Look at that, trying to grab audio, just a little bit of info on the movements, a footstep, but nowhere to take a sight yet. They're going to run the time down here and get it pretty tight.
It's really going to hinge off Pros from the ability to get this judge eliminated, and they do. There's no follow-up, though. Once again, and that unleashes Jazzykin for not one, but two. The anchor on the B site coming to life here, and you mentioned that time, well, it's going to become a further enemy here, and again, it's solo reliance. Terror outpacing the Sova, outpacing Kalsushi, because again, they're running out of time.
Yeah, a little too patient on this one. You have to commend 100 Thieves for keeping it very, very safe across the map here and saving as many guns as they could to get away from this bonus round. Oranges,
10 seconds left.
The player subbing in for today in that position of Autumn here to take the shot, but Jazzy cleans up 4 from Market, cashing in on round number 3.
Very nicely done, and Hikikimori, not going to say necessarily they're going to shy away from B permanently, but I would assume so for the time being, or have to drastically reconsider the fashion in which they challenge it. I mean, I really liked the in-depth utility from Kalsushi there, right? We got rid of the tripwire that Melia was playing off of with a judge. We just need that kind of same attention over towards B main, and I think that's where, Bunny B, she likes to be this kind of, solo duelist, right? They like to be that lurk player. They like to fiddle around with their utility, pull some players out, and that's exactly what I want to see over towards B main.
A little bit of coverage across the map now for Hikikimori. And you said aggressive Neon. They're getting on a line position right away to have these angles. It's going to require the dimensional drift to break this portion of sight. There's going to be a few traps told about, but it's not enough. What a hit coming back in. Is that from Slandy all the way back in spawn? Crazy stuff. And now they're going to get the plant down, though. A recoup now from 100 Thieves as Hikikimori set up a really nice post plant throughout that chaos, losing a player.
And again, Kurosa takes the risk, this time reaps the reward, dismisses away unpunished. Empress to replace it as well. They can keep this numbers advantage. I love how Bunny B's supporting from off site, right? Flash to the smoke so Kurosa can keep fighting. And while it will get charaded, it's ultimately another kill found. This is where the difficulty, though, of playing offsite spam comes through. No more pings. Lydia going for the complete stake in with a dark cover. They cannot get her off. Melia, the perfect bodyguard, will allow 100 Thieves to equate, and all Terror can do is run away in terror, tail between their legs, to save this Vandal for the next.
Little anticlimactic, but that's exactly what 100 Thieves wanted. To go in with the smokes. It kind of felt like a Haven C long play. It's just like smoke after smoke. Wait, we can't see the spike. Oh, that just happened. But you're right. What a hold there on the right side. So many shots to protect the VIP on the defuse. And 100 Thieves come up with another round for themselves. So retakes there, not a problem coming into that round. HAKI Mori still with a bye. But the armor is going to look light this round.
Marceline go for the challenge off the paranoia. It supersedes Orange just a little bit, but it doesn't matter. Marceline can hit the sliding headshot. And again, no team re-engagement from HAKI Mori due to that one way. So you've got to cut your losses, recenter, rethink the round. Again, rethinking how they challenged the B site prior. Somebody gets killed from the kill trip. That goes to Kalsushi and these shock darts. The only way to challenge Jazzykins in her domain.
Yeah. Thrown out towards mid. Is it going to be short? No, they catch it. They actually see 2 on that.
Ooh.
And they're going to expect to push mid from it after. Yeah, nice read by Kalsushi. Are they going to be able to get into market, though? Jazzy waiting patiently for them to come in. No, not patient. Tries to get into the smoke for the upper hand. And Kurosu says, how you doing?
Flashback to the prior round, and this time they rewrite history. Shut down Jazzy, but the second anchor is here. Melia, and the backstab through market from Marceline is good. 3 kills found on the round in quick succession with the 3rd round.
Hi.
Boot.
It's not over, you know.
100 Thieves will reclaim the lead.
My thanks.
Oh.
Again,
just HAKI Mori looks like they're getting antsy trying to find 100 Thieves, but they don't want to show themselves.
Yeah, it's just very small mistakes adding up right now. I don't know. Because again, the macro is pretty nice. Again, at the big picture, they're getting onto the sites, they're getting numbers early, and then they aren't leaving players deposited in the space that they've taken. Or when they are leaving players deposited, it's very fragile because it's a singular player, right? They're hinging on Kurosu to do their bidding. And if Kurosu falls, so does the plan.
Let's find out how this Reyna is truly supposed to work once it can also get a little conditioning on the side of 100 Thieves, right? Maybe it'll be a bit more effective in these following rounds. Jazzy says, 1 duelist down. What can the Reyna do this round is the question. They move the spike over towards the A side, but it's always been held early. It's either Marceline or Lydia or both, and one always stays when one leaves.
Definitely a weak point to consider addressing as you move forward, but
yeah,
the time being, can't do that in a mid round, especially when you have multiple voices calling in the lack of your true IGL Autumn. So again, you're going to rely on individual plays to open up the round like Kurosu may have found the first, but there are 2 more to deal with. And Marceline, you've met your match. Now it's just 2 players. Please be coordinated
the same
in this
path.
swing.
All the way up mid and around.
You need to keep that pressure, and I don't think they have. They're going to focus on a singular player and cut off one of the avenues of entry. Play retake now with the numbers that they still have intact.
Instead of going to site, they went pawn around the front to try and clear again, but 100 Thieves has already left the scene of the crime. And they're going to come back around from spawn themselves, so we're back to a set map as it flipped a few times. And a scattered 1v1 to be taken here by HAKI Mori after the plant.
And I don't like these positions. I wish they were flipped, right? You could play the Hunters, Furies, a Sova from elbow. Instead, Kalsushi's stuck on site.
Cheeky. That's cheeky.
And now they know the camera reveals.
1 enemy remaining.
No.
Oh, there was a world.
They made that feel so weird for HAKI Mori. They made that feel so weird. The cameras, the teleports, the smokes. It's like everything in the sky was falling at once there. 4-2 now for 100 Thieves. And yeah, the rounds are taking a bit of cat and mouse, figuring out what's going on and resetting too. It's interesting.
Yeah, it feels very chaotic versus the controlled kind of sunset, while one-sided that we saw against YFPX versus Wadada. And I agree. I think a HAKI Mori GC timeout is definitely warranted here. And I'm curious to see exactly what the adjustment is going to be moving forward. Is it, okay, how do we counter this Omen Neon combination to break the A main early on? Or is it going to be, okay, we've been getting the B site, we've been shutting down Jazzykins, you know, minus the first opening. And how can we develop Kurosu better? How can we get Bunny B to help support Kurosu on site?
Yeah.
So that they can hold onto the site together, because off site, we only have one player who can play post plant, which is Kalsushi. Shock Darts, Hunter's Fury, maybe for one round you could be like, okay, we can play off site, but even then, we've seen 100 Thieves pros don't fake.
Very true. They're going to try to get in your face as fast as possible. I think the one thing we see them identify quickly is kind of the win condition, and they get there, right? Whether or not they can take that win condition right away, but they got themselves to the front of the site and made it happen kind of thing. So Kikimori now to sort it out. Great mention of the ults that they have here. How can they get 100 Thieves to almost peek more, be more interested in what they're doing before they get to the sites? Because, man, I feel like it's like a Kikimori has to pull teeth just to get 100 Thieves on that first peak. That would be an advantage for them.
This is polar opposites to the previous series where we were overpicking everything.
Yeah, seriously.
And I think the answer, I was going to say, 100 Thieves might just give them what they're asking for. Look at this use of the toxic screen across mid to challenge into tiles. Terror, you are in for a nightmare and you don't even know it's brewing in the back of your mind.
Oh, it's going to be the late look, though, from Kalsushi. They're going to peek together, swing on that. Looks like it was a shoulder for a moment, and Cal does find Lydia. Smokes are down now for that right side, that retake.
There's no trip on flank. Now there is.
HAKI, they're all in this portion. They're like, wait a minute. Okay, we got to kill, but we've all come this way to commit.
They want the gun.
Now they're going to know. Now they're going to know. Great use of utility to re-clear just behind them, but it is Marceline that squeaks out. Kikimori figuring out the next best step here, and that is going to figure out where everyone on 100 Thieves is.
Yeah, you know, to run down the Neon, go for the gun upgrade, go for the B-rotate. Curious if they'll see anybody deposited to cut off these rotations from top mid, or if they go gun-ho, because they've slowed down. And I think this is going to bite them in the long run. They're feeding kills to Melia with this Outlaw, and now they're crunched with the rotations from the ace site. Should have been easy pickings for Jazzykins, but the ultimate trade from that upgraded Phantom leaves it on a 2v3. We'll see how diligent they are in clearing out Slandy from elbow. That's going to make it break the round with only 20 seconds to go.
Quick switch of guns. Vandal and Phantom choiced up.
Last player standing.
They're going to push. Oh, Slandy's already there. What a crux to the win of the round. Oh. This gets tricky. And the peek out. They just waited, allowing Kalsushi to play their hand to be the demise. 4-2 is going to pop up one more with a lock-in of that ultimate.
Nice.
Oh, they already have all. They're just diffusing.
I mean, both players do, so might as well. But I really liked the idea from 100 Thieves, like, to use the toxic screen to cross over. Clearly was not anticipated. Really... Yeah, on an eco round, a little gutsy, right? Maybe on a rifle round, I feel like it'd be more warranted. Or if you're on an eco round, because obviously you handed a Phantom over, that could have been the difference maker. It was, again, just Kikimori kind of shot themselves in their own foot, right? Playing that so slow on the rotate and not going for the deserted B site. Maybe they were terrified of Marceline in the overdrive, but again, that was one player on B versus getting caught by all the players rotating over for 100 Thieves. Now, I mean, things
different wall.
More complicated. Yeah.
Yeah. No, the Kikimori, a bit of a pistol round strat, and they decide to hold off here. Ultimate used over at that B site, so Melia feels comfortable to hide inside. They don't really have the coverage on B main just yet, but they have the camera. Marking, sorry, to watch that. Now they can check it.
If you split this and wrap through Boba, you can plant for backside. You can completely circumvent the Viper's Pit or challenge it with the Hunter's Fury. You pinged out one. Now you know that Jazzy's also playing alongside Melia here. And I mentioned challenging that Boba control. That was going to be pivotal. Now you Bunny Bee finding the kill into Marceline. Now you have Terra deposited alongside her. And Oranges from main drops the pit, leaves Jazzy on an island. And suddenly the remaining players are fragmented.
Yeah, you called it. Noticing the pit and the wall, just being able to take Boba is so strong. What a mid-round adaptation here from Kikimori to say thank you very much. Not dead yet, comes back, creates the distraction for Kurosu, and that is going to be the round here for Kikimori, getting in 3 alive, 2 to end that one up, so they keep a bit of economy for themselves. And that looked nice. Back and forth on the round. They've been kind of seeing a different look from 100 Thieves each time, so they really have to create their own opportunities here with no peaks coming from that defensive side generally. This goes here.
And you saw Slandy, I realized they were starting to lose control of the B site, so
Yeah.
Algeciras was invested without much avail, and
Yes, this should do.
at this point, this feels like a Hikikimori, again, utilizing the timeout well. But again, that's as soon as 100 Thieves is going to change up the pace, take the fight to you with the overdrive. Emperor to try to bail them out, but it's a little too late. As the damage has been done, 3v3, but you've lost a lot of control that you now have to fight back, and it's through, again, the Viper snake, wall.
2 shots from Sushi to trade back. Full and healthy. Minute and 15 left. Anything can happen on the map right now. Honestly, has time to reload, but going to keep the 10, feeling comfortable with just that. And focusing on the forward fight.
I love this play from Jazzy and Melia. You have pretty nice trips for the default plant. You have a wall for the retake on B, so it's smart to just stay grouped, play for the sound cues on A. Only thing I wish is that their cam had sight on E for that retake information, but all in all.
Melia's timing the wall there was kind of nutty. It's like, wait a minute. Oh yeah, camera here would be so nice. They've been so worried about that push mid that has been coming up from Kurosu. I can't blame them for putting it in mid, but now they have some work to do. Time is going to be lost to the rotation back. One is seen, now the reposition. Oh my god, trying to dodge. Oh no! Realizing that is an open way to go. Double take comes through, one shot, but the smoke is actually, going to just cover the eyes of Cal Sushi there, leaving enough of the gun picking out for Jazzykins to clean it up and find the defuse. Give a second. Check my skin.
Spike the fuel.
Buy the bundle.
That is true. This is a GC team we actually get to see the bundles repped in game for, right? Oh, it's so nice to see again. But I'm cringing, Rib, because which team has a clove and which player was in a clutch?
Yeah.
If they hadn't smoked off market, Cal Sushi probably would have won that engagement. So again, small mistakes having costly impact. 100 Thieves locking a guaranteed 6 at the half. And again, Hikikimori, you probably don't want to invest another timeout this half, so and just going off the callings of Red Out, the adjustments that came out of the first one, and trying to move forward. Again, Bunny B, if they can get online, is going to be huge. I think that's why she's now becoming more confident in some of these B fights.
Wow.
They're gonna pop off top. They are.
Yeah, drone into B right away. Gate crash back to mid and an instant dimensional drift to A. So the 100 Thieves members at B were left wondering for a second as A is forced out of their own sight here, but chasing oranges at the same time.
They have such a set protocol. If they lose control of top mid, which the cam from Jazzykin informs them of, they immediately take A main space because they know that there's going to be a weak side there. It is so smart, and then they just play a crunch retake, right? You have your 2 anchors from B rotate over, and you have 3 players coming from main. And while Hikikimori have the right idea, I still think they have enough firepower here in CT to hold on to this space.
This is nice too. Hikikimori's pushed up a bit, so if 100 Thieves gets these kills, they get them early. There's one of them. They don't have to go searching too much. And there's the rest of them all presented on the site entry. 100 Thieves come back strong on that one. And yeah, you're right. They're kind of just giving up the middle of the map now to retake other portions of the map.
Yeah, I mean, it's just surround and choke them out on that A execute. It is so smart and well developed there. So hats off to Coach Calypso there for 100 Thieves. Wow. And now, I mean, look at they changed it up. Okay, we're gonna put the trip top mid. Gonna slow them down a little bit. The Cypher as well on the A site. And I was curious to see if we're gonna fight forward or what the benefit of having the Sova here over towards B is gonna be. This just feels like a hard read that they wanted that early B info. And they faked the aggressive fight up off the dark cover too.
Yeah. Remembering, I mean, it was a month ago, so that's some time. We just might see a fight here.
Standing ahead.
That this Reyna was an ISO.
Mm-hmm.
Sometime in the past. They must just feel comfortable. Oh, they're really trying to see how far they can walk up on the eco round. Save as much money as they can and try to take as much away from 100 Thieves.
Yeah, Marceline thinking that was a worthy trade-off. They still will have numbers. We'll have information that if a player does fall there, that A is deserted, so they're likely to go for the plant here and can just start going for that rotate. I mean, yeah, security, the Outlaw posted up on mid. Spike goes down. You do have Kalsushi again with this Hunter's Fury in a post-plant position. And again, it's Terror at their side, so how do they play it? I don't even think they get the chance to play it how they want. Just use it off rip for info.
Oof. Yeah, none of the bottlenecks were hit. Probably considering it is going to come from that pawn shop at this point. One smoke to deny. They have a drone inside, but that would be risky to use. Delaying time to shoot and fight. That's going to be the shots that HAKI Mori needs, and they absolutely level 100 Thieves on the retake.
Last round in the
And that is gorgeous. Talk about learn from your mistakes and adapt. We look back, you know, the last time they were in a 2vx situation, I think it was a 2v3 as well. It's Kalsushi surrounded alone on site. I think we mentioned they looked a little antsy, right?
Yeah, they
and it was and it was Terror off site alone, right, in elbow. So the fact that they instead take the 3-2-1, swing out of the smoke, and like you mentioned, collapse onto 100 Thieves is so clean and shows that growth mindset here.
It's exactly what they need, especially if they want to make it the 7-5. The rounds have been so few. After the rounds, 100 Thieves are stringing 3 or 4 together, so it's so hard to gain the momentum, but 5 is going to feel good after this
Fake
half.
clone.
Money B, try and run in. We love it. We love it. Fake clone.
It works.
Nobody's in sight. They did run off. This is going to get... Oh, I thought that was going to be right in the eyes of somebody at Boba here. As it's going to be the retake, the push forward as a fight ensues for B-side here.
Oh, and no retake bolts here either for 100 Thieves. So HAKI Mori getting proactive and taking that deep space, remedying again the mistakes of the past where they fell forward. It is perfection. Again, identify what didn't work before and do the opposite. And it ends HAKI Mori with a 7-5 half at least here. So great way to patch out, but look like a trailing half by a lot more than 2 rounds.
Figuring out, I think they realized what 100 Thieves would move, right? Real fast and rotate, but only if that mid space was taken. Otherwise, it was kind of HAKI Mori always searching for the kills. So why not go fast overall? Right to be right into the site. Worked out really well to get them a few rounds over towards A and B to end off that first half. And now we're going to see what 100 Thieves has coming onto the attack side. They're going to face this double duelist defense that'll probably be peeking them at every turn, trying to use some of these flashes and leave some for the retake as well.
Yeah. I was curious again how this Cypher Viper was going to function, and they just kind of have it as a double-edged lurk. Aside from that, again, you don't have as much utility, it feels like, to really, like, shock them to the core when it's a Reyna and a Sova scaling up A, but scale nonetheless they shall, and again, especially this ping pong off of the Cypher and the Clove here on the B site to hold, even with trips getting destroyed. See how it fares. So the gun barrel.
Gross. Ooh. One more? I think they realize they're both in a 1v1 here. Kalsushi says, I don't want to be the one to go down for that. And a push down here from Bunny B says, I think we should be going B. The rotation off of A comes from now as Kalsushi starts to move. And all they have to do is stay alive in sight.
And they need to wait for Bunny B to get behind. Look, they just saw Lydia. The trigger discipline is good. And I don't even want Oranges to fight through this cage. I just want the information off the cam. I wanted them to survive because this is every flank's worst nightmare, is being the last alive or your teammates too far away to have an impact. And Kalsushi just trying to play survival, trying to get tucked away in the market. They leave it all to Bunny B.
100 HP
Spikes down.
versus 52. A few shots from that ghost. Unless they can find the headshot. 2 from the Sheriff. 13 seconds left. It's going to be a peek down to the corner. And it's the headshot from who else? From Jazzykins. Calm and cool in the situation.
Perfect read. Perfect execution in clearing out that corner.
Yeah.
8-5. Another pistol. Defiantly. Again, this is the first one, sorry, for 100 Thieves. So we're 1-1. A little bit different than what we saw in the last series, at least.
Oh, this is a nice spot.
And the force up here is interesting from HAKI Mori. A Marshall and a Bucky, even though they lost the first round. Full shield Sheriff as well for Terror. You're putting a real effort at converting the second.
Bunny B wants that Marshall buy. Okay. I think they'll set up. Push out towards mid. Yeah, now they know there's a Marshall. You're going to see it anyways on the cam. So they get themselves back into a defensive position with Kurosu and more of a one and done. They're trying to set up a very early crossfire here just to at least tag up 100 Thieves on the way in.
Again, here's this crossfire between the Sova and the Reyna. Doesn't strike fear in terms of the utility, the delay that they can have on these players they main. So curious how it'll function. Maybe it relies on the mechanics of the players. Let's see.
Huge. The actual dismiss grabbed on that one. And Marceline is down. We're seeing the effect of this push-up on that crossfired Reyna. More shots from Caruso. That's going to be a big one to dismiss back to safety again so they can reset and change out who's actually hiding in the spots.
No.
Zobi, this is working pretty well.
Okay. Slandy, 1v3 with the Bulldog in hand. The fact that Terror got concealed so well by Kurosu playing their life, running away, is what sold that round for Hikikimori. Slandy. I mean, being gifted 1v1s here, but even with the Marshall.
Yeah.
Take a headshot to get the job done. Now they're trapped in a corner where Shocked are low HP. This is not over just yet. Ooh. And there it is, the Slandy iBUYPOWER ace and the nod of approval knowing what they just did to keep that round under wraps for 100 Thieves.
The pre-fire onto oranges? Come on now. Maybe saw the tip of the hat to initiate that shot. That was absolutely gross. Sixth sense, knowing that there was just like too much time. It wouldn't have been them playing together with who was rotating around, where they've been, how the map is played out. Only 2 rounds in this half. You're playing in the mind of your opponent like that is disgusting. Oh my gosh, 5-9 here. Slandy gives us our 3rd ace of the day here between the 2 series at least we've watched on the stream. There could have been more.
Look at this. Poison Cloud up to try to facilitate a really quick exit. There's already 2 players all the way up in elbow, but Terror has handled the first. There's elbow. We're never dislodged. So you're able to get one. Kurosu dismisses out. Empress good to now try and kill the players who did deposit themselves links. But again, you have 1 forward, so you don't expect the second. And it's leading it with the Sheriff to return fire. Oh my gosh, we're ulting from that close proximity. You're trying to bait them in a melee, but now you're caught with your bow out. Slandy dealt with. Bunny being the 3K gets revenge for the lost clutch in the prior round.
Yeah. Hikikimori moved way faster than 100 Thieves ever expected would happen in that round. I mean, like you said, ulting from there, we knew where they were. It apparently, 100 Thieves did not realize how close they were. Hikikimori grabbed that round. And now we're going to see these purchases. Still 2 Guardians. It's getting very tight with who's going down and who's able to stay up and keep that cash right now, as it is just a bloodbath once they get to these sites. Looks like we're going a little more default finally as we get into the 4th round. I say that and everybody peels off the extremities to go right towards mid.
Again, you have this lurk player. Again, you have Kurosu trying to toy with fate and get aggressive for a kill outside of a main. I was curious if you're going to flash and fight out of the toxic screen, but Jazzy, the spray through the smoke. The one that claims first blood here on the Cow Sushi, who was 1 off from the Hunter's Fury, so that's a devastating loss here early on. And now it feels like Hikikimori don't have a really good read as to where 100 Thieves is headed, notably because they're still just hovering mid.
Yeah. It's like, what do you hear? I don't hear much. What do you hear? It's basically what Lydia and Marceline are saying to each other. Looking for those audio cues.
Oh.
They might actually, they definitely hear a little bit of this running towards the right side. And they're going to be able to realize they're being routed right now. It doesn't matter anymore. They are confirmed.
I love this distraction with the Hunter, sorry, with the dimensional drift. So you weren't going to check for Kurosu, but Trapwire is up. Jazzy's locked in over towards main. It's going to come down to the Anchor Sentinel. It's going to come down to Oranges here, playing around the cages, trying to play for site denial. Jazzy has other plans. They're also a battle cipher. Cage, fight up on a boxes. Check the plant.
Last player standing.
5 HP.
That's 1. 5 HP. 13 bullets. Smoke comes out. It's going to be a tough one. As soon as there's a shot, probably going to be a spam. Waiting on the defuse, trying to chuck a leg out there for a second and draw some fire to see if they could get an advantage. But Jazzy goes down. Hikikimori pick up another one from the defensive side here.
Slowly but surely, closing this gap up. 100 Thieves still 2 timeouts in the bank. Finally, they're the ones that have to go for the save round. Neural Theft there to toy with. There are some options, and we saw HAKI get right back in things with the 50 of their own, almost. Because that's what I think gave them the opportunity, right, to stabilize things. Because they took so many weapons away. Outside of that, again, it feels like Himori. Similar issue, they don't really take the fights other than the Reyna A main. And so you can see 100 Thieves just abusing all this space that they get to get.
And it's so much, and again, they do it again. It is a low buy round, but yeah, Kurosu coming up. I was just going to speak about that. And you can see this push towards mid. One over heal. Yeah. And not dead yet is going to scare them off as Orange is there to receive.
Wow.
They trade towards mid. Kurosu, it's definitely a much harder task to get out there without a double tap, right? This used to be the ISO we talked about, and a few times too, they have to play against Evolved, or X-Volved, Zero Cell, and then Prosperity X, all with that ISO in there. And now it's calling on Kurosu to be even better to get the dismiss themselves. 17 and 13 here, not having a problem pushing up, usually getting a little assistance there on the right side, but really, what a game from the Reyna pick to slot this into the team.
And honestly, the previous round as well, it felt like Melee kind of disrespected it. Getting onto that A side as fast as they did, Kurosu just shuts them down. And some of those players that were trying to fight top mid, maybe they wanted to pinch off of Melia's control over A main as well.
Yeah.
So that's kind of why they were driven into that B market area. And kind of got stuck, sandwiched between the players fighting out top mid and the Cypher util and market. So I think that's where this 100 Thieves timeout's coming from. Looks like they were kind of pushed to the edge. Humiliated a little bit in the last round, so yeah, rifle round pivotal or Hikimori will claim probably double digits, warranted that there's no thrifty, and I mean that would be 4 or 5 rounds in a row, so the momentum would definitely be shifting in their favor.
Looking at their plays, and it was 100 Thieves defensive side. They are not having a great start onto sunsets, if you will. But the defensive side is the stronger side. So this is a boon. Grab a few more on this attack.
That goes there.
Got those ones on the defensive side already. Hopefully they can bring it back up. Jazzykin's at 19, trying to do just that from the attack Cypher. Usually lurking towards the left. But Hakikimori is making a good case for their defense here. Just absolutely taking round after round as it goes towards A.
Bonnie B loves to get aggressive out mid, and it's always worrisome because there doesn't seem like there's much support for them. But I like Terror from top mid. You can get metal, smoke, get them out, protect them just long enough to take that gate crash, or continue venturing forward, scouting out information, maybe even dislodging Jazzykins as the lurk player. Or if you get behind them, that trap wire not quite covering players tucked away main just yet. Ooh, unless they get fast enough.
I know exactly where you are.
Smoke towards the back. They're being very default about everything. And wow. That was a risky play they tried to make right there as Terror tries to dip into the site, eats a relay bolt, and this gives room for 100 Thieves to set up. Already being tested by Jazzy, and through the gate, it's going to be a kill on Kurosu.
2v5 at this point if you're Hikimori. Gotta try to group up, which is what Terror did, but Orange outpaces the swing. Over pop and swing and pray, and unfortunately, nobody answers Terror as 100 Thieves. Out of their timeout, convert. They simplified things. They realized, okay, the weakness of this A side hold. Again, it's very like all bark, no bite unless Kurosu just goes nuclear. And no kill found so far in the last round. It's the last timeout.
It is true that it's last round. No, Kurosu needs to kind of find out what the idea is in the beginning here at A, whether they're supported or not. They've been getting a little bit, as we said, from Cal Sushi and rotating out. But yeah, it seems like 100 Thieves still wants to fight towards that side. Knowing they get the fight, it feels like is comfortable to them. And it's a way that they can actually break open the round as well if they just don't die to the Reyna. I feel like that's kind of what they're thinking. It's like, hey, we get that kill, Kurosu's going to give it to us. We're good. But if they dismiss away, it's almost like it's too hard to get back to because of what they're going to do next.
And they have full trust in Jazzy as well to have their back covered so they can fixate fully on that fight, right?
That's true.
Covered what would have been a groundbreaking play from Bunny B, who again started out market, pushed out to pillar, and got all the way into tiles behind them. Albeit there was a tripwire, but still I think the Omen might have still been visible, so Lydia could have been victimized, but outside of that, aggressive Viper wall towards mid. Again, rob them of information, make them question where Jazzy could be. And I'm not seeing the semblance of a fight just yet. It feels very mid defaulty, and we'll see what they do after they get that control.
Op commitment on B main.
I'm out of here.
Interesting. But still the op buy for Bunny B here. Gate crash back to mid so they can quickly use it on that long range fight. But no, it's going to be the push. They're going to actually just get on the forward angle and give that info to the rest of the team.
The Omen. Lydia aware this could be happening, right?
Oh.
I know Hikimori might also need a change up and not even willing to let them know that an operator is in her possession. She TPs away. Probably going to post back up just on main.
Got there quick. Gate crash already out so they can get themselves to safety as well. Looks like it's going to be a smoke first and then they hit. Yeah, smoke comes out. This is going to start alerting them. And it's the jump miss. Beautifully played there on the entrance by Slandy and Marceline as they start to break the distance.
Jazzy.
This looks crazy from Jazzy. Still looking, not even knowing they're touching right now. This is crazy.
And it ends up working in their favor. They get a 2-for-1 special instead. Got oranges and you got terror. And, I mean, is that enough though? The pressure mounting towards backside. The players contained in Boba. So yeah, you got a Lear, but it's not going to clear out both of these players. Lydia has to trade. It's all down to Kalsushi with 30 HP and a dream. And 100 Thieves will deny the momentum shift out of the Hikimori timeout.
That might be one of my favorite calls. You've got oranges and you've got terror.
Yeah, I was trying to make a shopping list and I'm like,
Oh,
I don't know.
goes dead.
2-for-1 special, you know?
Get some sushi in there too. But we can see that it is 100 Thieves grabbing back now on this lead on the way that they're working around the map. They forgot about A for a little bit there, and it worked out really well that they were able to re-clear on Bunny B, getting a push up with an operator. What a time to drone that early after usually having your Cypher watch the B area. So drone again just to make sure there's nothing tricky going on to start the round, and they give a lot of space over towards A to see how far Hikimori might extend out.
Ooh. And I was curious. I kind of expected Slendy to walk up and try to destroy that cam, right? Rob them of that security that B main is clear. And I thought Bunny B was going to challenge it too. Speaking of challenges, it's actually Terror and Crossy taking the fight to spawn. And I mean, at this point, 100 Thieves read it like a book. They knew that Hikimori was running out of options. And then a surprise aggressive play on Nico was imminent. So they wait.
Slow now. We're like, who else is going to push? Yeah, that timing was crazy. You saw Slandy come in and sit right next to him as they were waiting for the swing around. My word. Everybody's got their watch out on this round. And they should just be able to walk it towards B here. Really great by 100 Thieves to realize how hungry Hikimori is with this double duelist comp. And that they can, you know, push the duelist out from time to time to find a little bit more.
Cam that was there early. Noted. Broken. So that at least from getting destroyed, you get information, passive as it is, that this is in fact a B follow through. So some trap wires function off of, so you know they didn't jump up boxes, but doesn't matter. Backside's still occupied. It'll take a miracle, 15 HP, a flash out to set your players up. Oranges. Finally, they punish the push into Boba, but little too late. You're all left out, but that point feels inevitable at this point. You're blindly hunting down Bucky shots to connect.
Oh! It's funny because probably got hit in the face, but it only did like 3 damage because it was just one of the buckshot.
Match point.
All right. You heard it. Match point here for 100 Thieves as they right this ship by allowing Hikimori to really lurk out, get antsy for these kills, and not have enough for the site take. Back to A, though, with this watch coming in from Jazzykins towards C. No. Just for the gate. This is going to be a full tunnel vision towards A as we hit.
I mean, you just need one more explosive round, and you have the ults to back it up, right? Overdrive, Hunter's Fury, clear out the side, Viper's Pit for the post plant, and you're good to go. And again, this composition, it just doesn't hold much grounds for keeping space over towards A main. And it feels like Hikikimori has finally understood that fundamental, peeling off, trying to play away from Link or play retake here. And
oh my.
Bunny B outpaces Kaosushi. Punished as a result. Spike's down for the time being, but that's because of Kurosu and Terror.
Everybody is so confident about entering smokes right now. I wish I could be that confident. It's so good to have your teammates coming to protect you like that. Obviously, Hikikimori get the better of it, and they're right behind each other for these trades to keep 3 alive and keep 100 Thieves on just game point.
3 more rounds to go. 100 Thieves says that's 3 too many. Gonna utilize the Hunter's Fury. They went for a very decisive A exec. Got pieced apart a little bit. Honestly, I could see them just rerunning another A exec, picking up some of those issues that they just had. It's a little risky, but otherwise, what does Hikikimori expect you to be doing?
What can they fight for? What can they get? Bunny B on the right side. I mean, A-main's been a very big fight that Kurosu's kind of has control over, so they could get Bunny B an ult here. I think if they hover that right side first, maybe work towards that B side since they have actually been clearing that together. But I think it would help a lot. They need to get one of these ults online to kind of fight back here.
B mains feels like definitely the easier fight. And they've been getting info off of Sova Util, but even around they didn't destroy the Camtel later. It feels like if they know you're getting the orb, if Kurosu pushes deep up, I could see a really quick punish and scale it from Marceline with this overdrive. So that feels risky.
That's true.
Melia?
Yeah.
I was about to say, Shorty, only you're scaring me there when you have your Viper's Pit, but all in all, I think they're trying to sell an A fake off of Melia and the Sova, and they're going to try to walk on the B. With the split Cypher utility, it could just work.
I will. Yes, this should do.
All right, gate crash is set up differently to get all the way back behind A. Looks like a little bit of an adventure for Bunny B if they decide to peek out mid. Oh, they're going to play Insight. With no real coverage on mid, they don't just want to play in market. So yeah, back to the left side. A little bit of a contact crossfire that they get. Or not crossfire, just contact play once they get in.
There's that A main orb you wanted. 100 for Hikikimori as well.
Perfect.
Disengage.
Shadows
Hold the angle for the time being, but they haven't shown enough A presence until the slide in from the Neon to sell the B fake, but it is hook, line, and sinker. Look, they're gonna go B. All of this is just a ruse, and they're finding impact even while the spike is on the opposite side of the map.
Everybody go. Yep, they throw down the pit, they get themselves into position, and now Hikikimori knows they have to hightail it out of there quite quickly towards the site already. But it does look like 100 Thieves has turned and prepared for the entry into this smoke. A quick destruction of the cam up the top side. This is tough. They leave oranges by themselves as they try to enter here. Terror starts them off right.
Sleep, brother.
Oh, but now successful HP in the case still in. They take the dive alone. Good info because they can come back from the dead, but why would you dismiss back in without oranges? Now they have to do it all. The 1v3 Riv.
Why would you do anything without oranges? That's my point. I'm just kidding. 13 to 9, 100 Thieves get this first one, and Hikikimori made a good case for coming back on this matchup. They said control from getting the 1v1s to start. Kurosu was coming up huge. We saw a bit more, but an ace on the side, 100 Thieves, a bit more team play, and adapting to that push that they saw Hikikimori doing was all too much for HAKI to come back from.
Yeah, I just felt like a little bit of a mismatch in the composition to the map, a little bit of mistakes here and there just due to a lack of attention to detail that kind of added up over time. And it proved that 100 Thieves was the more polished squad on this map, which is saying something considering, again, the reps were favoring Hikikimori GC on this map, but it was that older composition with the ISO, give them a lot more isolation power, a lot more hold, I would say, off that vulnerability. Right? That you can fight for A main. So, all I'd say, I wouldn't count Hikikimori out just yet. Even their round 1, they had a warm-up map. It was a 10-13 loss, right, against FlyQuest Red. So, it is time for them, I think, to bounce back, Rivington.
Absolutely. We have Hikikimori's pick of Bind on the other side, so don't go anywhere. We have more Valorant Game Changers North America. We are back for map 2 here in series 2 of the day. Myself, Rivington, and Zobi here, still calling the shots and analyzing the games and what we see. Sometimes it's too chaotic, and we love that. But right now, we do have to see HAKI Mori step back up for their pick of bind to keep the series going against Frogwomp, now 100 Thieves.
And an insane first map. We pointed out it just, again, was a different of polish there. Again, on paper, minus the post-plan success rate, right? Yeah. Similar opening first blood, thanks to Kurosa on the HAKI Mori side. And it really just came down to, again, the team play and the coordination, like you mentioned, Raidiant from 100 Thieves was so clean in some of these retakes.
Then you get Slandy getting an ace too to kind of buff things up. One of the things they waited for a lot was HAKI Mori to kind of create their own strat that got them into trouble. So I wonder if HAKI will as well slow things down. 100 Thieves would not give HAKI Mori things to find and fight, especially on the attack side too. So it seemed like that got them a little antsy, even though they could still produce results. So a bit of a change. I mean, you got double duelists. You're always looking for fights. So we'll have to see if that changes as they do come into bind here. But yeah, seeing the player stats from that last one is going to tell a story too, because there was a lot of assistance from Kurosu that needed to be shut down. And I think 100 Thieves did a good job at that.
There it is. And I think Jazzykins, again, showcasing the flexibility that she has on whether it is Sentinel or a different role here. Just really, really good market hold on that defensive half. And then on the attack half, she was the player that was shutting down Bunny right? Bunny when they tear up a server, can have a profound impact for a team, can make a huge difference. And I don't want to call him a Yoru Winter, but you're probably going to see the Yoru creep back up on bind. So if we see a very similar occurrence there, whether it's from Jazzy or another lurking player, like a Viper that we might see instead, it's going to spell disaster for HAKI Mori. So I said this to Bunny B before, I need you to lock in. And last time they did, I'm hoping for it again.
That's wild. What do we have for them on bind? Looking up, what do these rosters look like? Recently, like you said, we had the Brimmy,
double duelist for double duelist.
Yoru. Oh, it is. It is. That's what we actually like to see. Those duelists are going to be Yoru, Raze. Is that the same other side? I got to spring
ISO.
On Yoru, ISO.
Well, Kurosa switched the ISO on Sunset, so they can switch it on Raze. Or so they can switch it to anything.
A Reyna again? Who knows? Who knows?
I mean, Bind and Reyna probably the other viable combination, it feels like. Other than Icebox.
Honestly, let's see it. Let's see it. Get out the old Phoenix. Maybe that old drone play from TSM, right? Because the memories flowing. Oh my God, that was so long ago. But yeah, there's so many options, and it seems like HAKI Mori feel comfortable doing it, which I think will benefit them as a team as they grow, especially in situations where you're going to have these long runs, and you've played an open qualifier here already in Stage 2 where people can watch everything you do. So there's got to be some change. There's got to be some switch up as there's so much tape on them. That 13-9 from 100 Thieves will gain the momentum they want here in the series as they head, like I said, into HAKI's map. So it's attack for HAKI Mori first. They get to play that double duelist as aggressive as they want.
Yeah, again, we're working off the assumption that they're going to reprise the same composition they did in round 1. I would expect just the one-for-one substitution on the Sentinel for Alice or Oranges again, because Autumn was playing the Cypher beforehand. And I'm not too opposed to the ISO in this map. Like we mentioned, the Reyna was a questionable switch up on Sunset just because it didn't hold as much ground for fighting a main. But I think here the wall allows you to scale up, challenge Showers similarly, just counter Belong similarly. Yeah. The only thing is the lack of punishing players that are trapped in corners, right? We look back to the bind from Wadada. We saw a lot of C's nade combos. We saw a lot of metal nade combos. And you don't get that here, especially because Terra is running the Clove. It's just the lack of damaging utility is such a scary prospect, even in the post play, right? We saw them struggle with Just Cow Sushi and Shock Darts. So now when there is literally nobody to function off of, I'm only worried that that problem will be compounded.
Okay. I can agree with that. I think we see great adaptation from the teams, though. Yeah.
For 100 Thieves, like... Double controller, double duelist. There's not much to break down there on the 100 Thieves side, unless they make a drastic change. But we'll cross that bridge when we get there. I mean, I think the big thing is that, again, like you mentioned, there's a lot of footage. A 13-15 loss to Equinox from 100 Thieves in Swiss round 1. But HAKI Mori had a pretty nice statement 13-7 against FlyQuest Red.
Yeah, that one you gotta feel good about if you're HAKI Mori. You're able to come in and find some teams that others at the top do struggle against and make sure you're taking them down. So I can't wait to see what they produce for the second map. We already got 3 for our first one, possibly 3 for the second one if HAKI Mori had a good talk between the games there. I mean, we heard what it was for Wadada after talking to Stay, that the coach said, hey, go reset, and we needed that 5 minutes to come back. So maybe that's what it's going to take here to make sure Bind is the pick that they can get a win on for HAKI Mori. Let's check out the rosters as we're about to jump into the map and see what the agents actually are for this ride. Because we don't want to get off just yet. It is going to be the ISO and the Yoru. They keep the Sky? Yes, they do. Okay. All right.
Both teams reprising compositions from round 1 here. It does seem... I mentioned Jazzykins. I mean, if she's aiming today, it makes sense to have her onto the race. It's just a happy coincidence how the map pool pans out. And I feel like HAKI Mori, maybe they thought, okay, we took a risk switching the Reyna on Sunset. We're not going to make that same mistake here. We're going to keep what worked last round with Kurosu on the ISO. And Kurosu was aiming, right? A lot of those first bloods, again, for the team attributed to them. So I think the kill contracts will hopefully be on point. Again, take out key players on the 100 Thieves side. I will just be looking ultimately to players like Bunny Bee to, again, be that kind of sounding board for Kurosu so they're not alone in a lot of these engagements, especially on a map where, again, you do want to be fighting for pretty consistent shower control. You do want to navigate in that function on the defense. But starting out on the attack here, again, no utility means you got to fight forward. Again, you have to have that Wada mentality of don't plant the spike until you have deep sight control.
Yeah, you can't fight horizontally here. You have to have everything, or even straight up and down the site. You have to, like you said, have shower control, complete the entire task. Because 100 Thieves are going to have the Prowlers, the Haunts, then they have Boomba, they can keep clearing, and Kalsushi doesn't really have that option anymore. And as soon as Orange's Cypher Cam goes down, it becomes another set of eyeballs that has to look where that cam was. So, a lot of little ways for Thieves to keep their extremities watched here as HAKI Mori look out for fights, and Kurosu guaranteeing 1v1s in the Gulag if they can get the kill contract. You got to be happy about that. So we'll see if there becomes an orb farming situation toward showers for them, and HAKI Mori start to kind of get on that as they already start to hover towards the right side with those duelists.
Yep, well, we're ramping up for map 2. HAKI Mori's map pick of Bind, but 100 Thieves, we mentioned the org debuff or the org buff, and with a debut map win on their pick, 13-9 over on Sunset. They're looking good, and we'll see if they can remedy the mistakes of round 1 and take a win here on Bind. Pistol round, aggression, confidence out of HAKI Mori down. Sorry, out of Thieves down long. It's screaming now we're confident.
Ooh. Fast TP. Oh my gosh, it's like we're watching our first series of the day, but it's going to be 100 Thieves that are teleporting through immediately, and it's going to be a TP for a TP to the other side of the map where one still waits. Slandy ready to deliver the audio, and maybe a few to the grave. Waiting with the Sheriff just to the right and almost takes all of their HP. Meeting back up with the team here. They're going to set up the firing squad. This could get tricky.
I don't like Spike being an elbow, but I do like them fighting for deep spawn control, right? I said it was prerequisite for success on the attack half, and that's exactly what they're going for. But if Kalsushi meditates this swing, you're going to be donating the spike to the enemy team, and Kurosu at least is able to wrestle back both so you can go back. But Terra then has to hold on to CT controller. It's not safe passage, and now you've lost all semblance of that. The 1v2 just going for the kills and deathmatch, and unfortunately, you won't walk away victorious this time, Kurosu. 100 Thieves win the pistol.
That was a very active round from 100 Thieves, and they still recoup, getting back to the site. Wow, the patience on realizing that HAKI were going to play that. I mean, they didn't have to play it so slow, but 100 Thieves were like, let him plant. Pushing here is their best option. If we force them to plant, they're going to be all pushed out back to B-long and really play. You're right. Going forward is great, but there they could not as far and almost did lose the spike. It got sketchy for a moment, but plants stopped. All points really gained there by the side of 100 Thieves, and another pistol round for them as we see the shower control coming in really quick. The duelist sticking together on these plays.
Bunny be a traitor. 100 Thieves Classic. No, I'm joking. But they understand. They know that there could be an outlaw lurking on the other side. So send the TP forward or just walk into your demise. And the other half of the A execute should fall in its place as well. Kurosu, nice scaling off the enemy brimstone smoke. But again, this is the mollies. Look at all the stall utility that the side of 100 Thieves has. Why this is the meta composition, unlike HAKI Mori's.
Oh, in the back, through the wall, in the head. Kurosu goes down just for grabbing the Guardian. That's going to be picked back up by Lydia here. Oh my gosh. That was almost frightening to see Malia coming out of the tube to instantly drop oranges there, and it's going to just be a few more as Jazzykins gets the best of Terror after a nice teleportation kill here. 2 for 100 Thieves. They keep up 3, so not too bad on really organizing themselves around the map to chase down Hikikimori here, but I think things are going to slow down as now Hikikimori have a chance to really lay down a round for themselves.
It feels like 100 Thieves at the moment, just similar to Sunset, understood the weaknesses and strengths of the composition and are playing around that accordingly. Whether it's the solo, Yoru lurk over towards Shower that they can counter with the Outlaw, whether it was, like we mentioned, waiting for them to take the fight to them in CT on the pistol exec. We'll see if that's a continuity here. For now, it's an eco round. Anything goes, like aggression down short. It's a weapon upgrade possible on the Guardian, but they want to instead intercept Shower's control first.
Play. Oh my, everybody just ate that flash. They're all going to have to hide. They're all in one spot, though, but this is going to be hard to uproot them out of this spot. Oranges lays it out for him, though, and says this is how it's going to happen. Quickly getting the spike to plant it. The 1v1 versus Melia, who has to rotate with the judge and no gun in range to pick up.
Nothing in U-Haul.
That's something, though.
They have Orb. We used to close the distance here just a little bit. This is a substitute player for Hikikimori getting called upon to win a pivotal round. I mean, the damage is already done economically. They need that round.
Oh, the judge played out.
They know?
Wait! No! Oranges with the fumble on the gun, and Melia just sets it up and knocks it down with patience. The round to 100 Thieves.
That's just that awkward moment, like where you're both staring at each other, realizing your mistakes simultaneously, and just came out to who had the better weapon pull-out time and tracking, and Melia.
Moment.
Exactly. I mean, the judge would have gotten the job done quicker, but ultimately, 100 Thieves. Momentum in their firm grasp at the moment. I mean, Showstopper online, converting the bonus. Marceline already has the operator online. They're truly depending on oranges now. To open up the B site for a late follow through with, Glass Cannon Guardian and the Neural Theft.
Quick flash.
Blinded.
Gotcha. Oh, also, big gotcha on the right side. Marceline says, thank you very much to take out Bunny Bee. A little bit of a Yoru diff to start us off here. And again, 100 Thieves find themselves at an advantage in the beginning of an eco round for Hikikimori.
Talked about First Bloods not being too different map 1, but right now, 100 Thieves thriving in that environment. Each player finding their impact. Looks like Terra's going back for seconds here. Gun barrel. Oh, narrowly missed.
Spike
down.
A.
Oh, let's see who else is there. Absolutely. Spike down. That is going to trigger everything into the one spot since it's so far ahead. Lydia with 3. Orbital Strike will be coming online soon. Actually is online. Lock that down. And Hikikimori here are going to get a timeout. And honestly, I don't think they're too worried about things super getting out of hand. I think it's just a calm it thing. Coming into this map, there might be kind of nerves, right? They're playing their game. They're getting to the sites. They're doing their thing, but it's maybe just coverage on the trades, on simple stuff, and they get right back into it.
Yeah, they look like they got fragmented there a little bit, especially on the eco run when you need to be taking those fights together. So I think that's what it is, just kind of resynchronization is the best way to phrase it. Again, they looked really good on the pistol run. I liked the ideas. I just feel like they got a little bit ahead of themselves. Like I wanted them to do that after the plant. So they can replicate some sort of similar success, again, leveraging the strengths of their kit. I mentioned how good the Yoru in combination with the ISO is for scaling. And I mean, Sky, in my mind, even with the nerfs, is still such an information demon on this map. So you can use that as well to clear out. I mean, they don't have a Sentinel, right? You can probably strong hand your way through Melia and that toxic screen on the B site if you're careful.
Let's see how they decide to play it here out of the timeout. So they're going to go ahead and leave extremity control on the right side of the map open. And maybe hoping to, yeah, eat a flash here, cut time and go back. Hoping that the sky, I mean, they have the sky, so they can't do that. Just getting in my own head. It's like, what can they do?
That's the op from
They are going to get a bit of a push, though.
I'm so nervous about this operator. Because like, Melly is baiting, so they're not even going to know it's a factor until it's too late. Here it comes.
Is ready. Yeah.
Just like that.
Falling into the trap, too. So quickly. 100 Thieves is getting just about everything they want when they set up these little tricks for HAKI to fall into. And now it is going to take the retake. Remember, they have 2 huge ults. Jazzy can just light that fuse. But it's going to be the orbital strike first, so Jazzy can find some targets after the fact. And yeah, Kurosu's forced to peek.
That's exactly how you want to play it if they didn't have ultimates, right? The ISO up in their face, but Jazzy uses it to defuse the situation. Terror in the 1v3, pressure mounting out of elbow simultaneously as they try to take a fair fight on the Slandy. Do they know a player's above them? It doesn't matter. They have to set their sights on the 1v1s.
Wait. How are they alive?
2 bullets.
What is this?
Classic in hand. And it doesn't matter.
Weapon here.
That was some sick movement.
I was having a hard time tracking that. Making me dizzy.
I love it. That was great. I'm dizzy as well. But my gosh, to see Terra kind of making the right calls, the right plays, the right positions in so many instances of just a microsecond. Really cool stuff to see, but it's still not enough. You can see how much they're taking this just to the last drop, and 100 Thieves is still able to take down Hikikomori for 5 in a row and really snuff out that Hikikomori timeout. It can still come into play after this round with those ultimates. They could be planning, but they're going to have to do something soon.
That's my concern, mismatch in the money and the ult situation here. Again, they're getting control over B, and we mentioned the gulag and the confidence, but when you grab a clone, it doesn't matter. Marsley can challenge Kalsushi forward and can cut off the rest of your teammates. Terra comes back to life, but there's so many players on this site, and you're challenging into a shorty through the toxic screen. Now Kurosu, who was in their own universe, is the last one in a 1v5.
Everyone's looking. You were hoping you caught a 1v1, but there were about 8 eyeballs looking in the same direction there to Hikikomori on B long. 6-0 now for 100 Thieves, and this 100 Thieves rolled through their map pick, and now they're finding comfort on defense of Hikikomori's pick, where they can't get the double duelist to activate here. They're going to try their hand fully at B this time, keeping this, the traps more to what would be a very committed position if 100 Thieves were to rotate. So that might cause someone to have to turn and watch behind. No, they're going to have a second trap. So here they go up towards B. They either teleport or full commit here.
Yeah. It's like more just in a cycle. They're trying this B exec because they felt so close to it prior. And you mentioned, yeah, they could go for a TP play here, but they have no shower control. Right? They don't know if there's a player pushed all the way through. They have no information on that side of the map. It's very tunnel vision towards success on this site.
Mm-hmm.
And, I mean, look at the stack that's here. That's so difficult to get through.
Who's next?
Out of target.
Oh. Like that.
One way to get
TP in a dimensional drift. Yeah. Let's see. Big investment. Big plays need to follow here. They don't need to push too much further on this situation, but it's a beautiful one to be covering each other perfectly on this. They go for a bit much, but they're still going to get good info out of it right now. Holy moly, this is really fast for 100 Thieves to be entering sight.
I mean, they hand off the Vandal, right, to Marceline so that she can get the dimensional drift out, but it doesn't matter because Slandy was taken out of the fight. Only the operator left in hand. The 1v2. This could be Hikiki's first round in the making. High-low configured. Slandy going for the tap. They poke their head out of the sky smoke, but it cannot find a living soul. High-low feels inconceivable. Deconstruct and Terror with 4 kills on the round. We'll put Hikikomori on the map.
There they are. Lucky round number 7. Operator for Bunny B is going to be saved around there. Marceline on the other side, so we're going to make it a little slower of a game. Maybe not, though. because HAKI Mori, working with a bit of speed there, did get 100 Thieves discombobulated a bit for a good execute, even though it came down to the last drop there. Okay. Not too many big ultimates up, so it's going to require a lot of teamwork to get back, but also through these next rounds for HAKI Mori.
Oh no, and not another first blood. It's going to go the way of Corrosive this time. Marceline finally shut down early on. Throw the weapon away, but they don't even know that Bunny Bee has an operator of her own here, so it's going to be the Jazzy Bunny Bee head-to-head here, perhaps out of Garden. Toxic Screen preventing that outcome for the time being.
Oh my
fuel recharge! Narrowly missing out.
We can see how confident HAKI Mori is. I mean, that was just like, okay, walls up. They're probably not going to bring it down, but they're just relying on things to happen instead of considering.
Here.
And that, yeah, almost cost them right there. It's the little things. They're going to catch you off guard. TP along with the real one. Now they are going to fake this B hit with a lurking Jazzy and Hookah still.
Yeah, I mean, you tap and they're just going to swing it. Terror.
Yep.
Are you looking towards Hookah? Nope.
And I got another gun.
Oh.
Blinded.
Hiding in the TP.
Ounce of breathing room.
Spike planted.
How do they rotate? All the way back out. Okay, Melly is going to just leave the pit. Oh, of course. I think you would have to. Would they have turns of Slandy? Nothing. And they get Cypher tripped out, or Cypher had it out, so they're going to have to make a move here. Jig is up.
Time is ticking away. Bonnie has a nice angle, and Hookah, the wall is laid, but Lydia able to deposit herself back into the site. Snakebite already exhausted here. Clear out default as well. The wrap, though, Horn tucking into the brim smoke is everything. They should get a timing, so even if Melly were to get the kill here, there is no time left. HAKI Mori will get their second in this first half on the long road to recovery.
A nice Red Bull clutch there. It's going to be costly on each one, but the wins are what matters. They can get on the defensive side with a few more rounds, and you can play particular to that score, or how much you scored. All right. The movement from HAKI Mori has to be good here. 100 Thieves continue to set up pretty confidently on just the bottlenecks to each site, finding a first blood and making the site retake that much easier with the numbers whittled down on the side of HAKI Mori. Marceline still has an op, so expect that to get out on the line.
Yep, good old-fashioned shower fight with the operator leading the charge here. Guiding Light temporary, but dodged. It's that gate crash, though. That is gorgeous from Bunny Bee. And while 8 HP, she's got the job done. And there's a regrowth in Kaosushi's back pocket with her name on it. So they will, again, I mentioned they need this backside control as a prerequisite for success. Exactly what they've done. Guiding Light. Hand Lydia. And it's all coming up for HAKI Mori this round.
Oh, pushing, trying to get the timing. It is there. That's the kind of stuff you love to see. When a team that HAKI Mori is doing right now, when you have the advantage, you continue to push forward. You know you have just a half second of timing. The opponent might be there, like we saw Melia, but they may not be as prepared as they need to be. And really, really steady play for HAKI Mori to take 3 in a row here and prompt the 100 Thieves timeout.
Very, very proactive there. Was curious to see kind of what flavor of a timeout philosophy 100 Thieves had, so it's nice to see, again, taking every round seriously here towards the Swiss. Again, it's getting late. You know, they might even want to close this out in 2 as well. I know we got some East Coasters on this team. And
on this cast.
On this cast as well. Thank you, guys. And, I mean, coming into this round, again, it's because they look like they are scraping together a bye. It's because they do have that showstopper. So if they are going to invest it, they don't want to waste it. So this does feel like that kind of crucial tipping point. We saw the 6-4 tipping points for Wanada, but I think this one's come a little bit earlier, where it could be a 6-6 or it could be a pull ahead. And I like the prefacing.
We get these op trades going back and forth. See it being a big factor for both teams here. So, yeah, that helps the ebb and the flow of the game, too. Start to swing back in HAKI Mori's favor that they can deny 100 Thieves having that on Marceline. Okay. Ultimate for Jazzy here if they really get into a position where they're trading up. I mean, they don't have to. I thought I was going to see more Guardians, but they decide to actually all go regen on this round, except for Slandy, just to make sure they have the rifles there and the 1 Guardian.
And Bunny attack operator was not what I expected to be HAKI Mori's savior, but it's been definitely aiding here and really giving Bunny that lifeline where I said I wanted to see more out of her this map. See, this round is trying to punish any kind of eco aggression. Now that they've realized that it is this full force up with the regen shields out of 100 Thieves, which is going to change at its core how they play this round.
Scout destroyed.
Oh, scale up. Trying to set Bunny beyond the line. Ever so slightly missing the timing on wall up for melee to reposition.
They just start to give little bits of alert. I mean, they know they're there, so they just take a shot. Very far out of showers, which makes me think we're going to get a super late showers take. But Slandy's going to play all the way up. Oh, and gets good info. Camera's seen, or heard, I should say, as they start to take the site. U-Haul control is going to be pivotal here.
How? Bonnie B, operator in hand, and gets out of the dimensional drift. Still finds a kill. And Orange is that late lurk through showers that you mentioned. I'm always worried when you don't tie up loose end showers, but keep that in check. And with Melia and Jazzykins, again, we mentioned how, you know, brittle the wallets are at this point. Yeah, probably contemplating a save. I mean, Jazzy is full util here as well.
Oof. So what's next round? We still have some alts. The money is going to be... This is third loss in a row, so 2,900 on top of the credits. Might still be a decent buy for 100 Thieves and alts to use to make it another round for them. But yeah, the timeout did not have a result on this round for 100 Thieves. HAKI Mori doing very well to make sure of that.
Yeah, very, very thorough. Just, again, waiting to ensure there was no aggro push. And then just not feeling quite right on the BXX, so they pivot A. And investing, again, just the dimensional drift, just to be sure. Because they do have these kind of ultimates to temper out for the rest of the half, right? And not dead yet here. The Seeker's there. The Corrosive pops off this round. The last round of the half, you'll have the kill contract as well. So all of this warming up nicely for, again, that 6-6 perspective half. 100 Thieves now seeks to spoil with... It's not a force buy. You said you were hoping it would be a little bit stronger than this, Riv, but it's just the Stinger Sheriffs. Compliment these here rifles carried over.
All right. So they're taking their for sure buy next round. Maybe look for some upgrades on this one then. Very passive from HAKI Mori here. Kind of maybe expecting a bit of an early play with Jazzy's ult even. They are so far back. But there's also going to be a push from 100 Thieves on the left side.
There. Ooh, to the edge of that tripwire. Been pinged out, so this is as far as they go. But again, this is comfortability, right? This is certainty that they aren't going B. Yeah, they could slip the net over towards Fallon, but that's why Jazzy's watching it. Now the players are prepared to fight, to lock in, sink their teeth in here over towards the A site and get those upgrades that you aforementioned, Rivington.
And they keep them off in just enough time. Okay. I think the operator was dropped down. That's one of the ones that they wanted. Now Oranges has a tall task of 2, but it's not going to be strong enough. Melia and team push through on that backside, and the ult. Oh my god, they are just raining down ults. One right back into the U-Haul. Oh, it doesn't hit. 20 for Cal Sushi.
Just clipping the wall there, not quite going through the doorway. And of all the weapons to pick up, Slandy probably doesn't want the operator in this situation. Whoa. Lydia, 8 HP, but Terror caught sleep, but it's okay, because they can sleep when they're dead. Ultimate utilized, tracked down though by Lydia, still with HP, mind you. It's all down to Cow Sushi. Sees, barely missed. And it's a double swing, but again, Slandy, weapon in hand. Able to get out of the ruse just in time to get the refrag off of Lydia. And 100 Thieves will get their 7th after an arduous journey.
Yeah, that's crazy. Doing so much with the Stinger, taking down the op and showers, and the Sheriff taking down a Phantom to pick those up and still recover a bit of that damage towards the end of the round was incredibly big. But wow, 100 Thieves getting aggressive, more aggressive than any other defending round, I should say. And it pays off big there to come back into this. Maybe that's what the timeout was about. Win on the eco.
I mean, it definitely worked. Again, they kind of leveraged what they could invest to buy, at what point they wanted to invest those big ticket ultimates. And it was just enough to tip the scales. And speaking of tipping the scales, Marceline was lined up for the collateral, but again, Kurosu, the first blood machine. But at least keep things one-on-one, and that is unfortunate. Kill contract goes awry, but Terror's aim does not. One after another. That should open the A side wide up, so much so that Orange even abandons their lurk across the map. And with 4 strongs, they will infiltrate the A site and again set up deep sightlines onto CT. And they gotta have the sightlines when their hearing's been stripped away by Slandy's Nightfall.
Oh,
Catch them.
close. Terror, though, back into position to fight. Always getting the second peek in. Something I love about Terror is you get that first swing in the second one, but it's just going to be Oranges on the final swing this time. Slandy goes down, and Hikikimori will find 5 in that first half, making it a consecutive run from 7 to 10, and then dipping their toe back in right to end it. And one of the best times, too, to grab around and keep that mentality that you are getting the W's.
Yeah, from 0-5 to 7-5. Is a statement to the mental fortitude of Hikikimori. I thought for a second we were going to see them lose steam, lose confidence. And again, they did for a short spell have this rinse and repeat mentality to their efforts. But got stabilized by that time, like we mentioned. Turned things around. Now we're 1 pistol away from really putting things back into perspective here. And we get to see, I mean... When I first started casting VALORANT, I was never a believer of the double duelist on defense, and it's just become such a staple at this point. Because you get that ego, you get that confidence behind you. Or yeah, you're pushing this deep into shower if you're an ISO, challenging your close smoke. And you can because you have such strong sky information on the other side of the map outside of Belong.
And that's something 100 Thieves has to worry about. Right? You can see Melia peeking. We don't have info there, but it now weakens what's happening here in mid for just a second. Not taken advantage of just yet by Hikikimori, but they are staying active. And still trying to find out info. They go to re-clear showers, they re-clear sands. They're just trying to stay knowledgeable about the map right now. Oh, this is going to be bad at market.
It's giving the sunset wrap here. But it's been flipped on its opposite side. Hikikimori should have been able to keep a lid on it, but Lydia's the one, ironically, to crack it open to keep things in check as Slandy made their way out of long to get the spike plant, and somehow 100 Thieves still comes out the better for it.
Thought it was going to be the ambulance for Lydia. Call it for the side of Hikikimori. Entering the site, Kurosu and Terror. 2 players who don't mind having in this situation as they begin. Terror with that classic, with that overheal. Moving slightly faster, tries to find the shots. It's going to be Slandy crouching. And just up to the left go the classic bullets of Terror for the Slandy win. 100 Thieves get pistol round to push them further in this second half.
Terra trying to pull a fast one on Slandy, double smoke, make it seem like you are going directly for the spike. Instead swings the close angle, but Slandy is prepared. Slandy, we gotta count the number of clutches that she has this series because it has been absurd. 100 Thieves claim second pistol of the map. Like you mentioned, shut down that perspective of a quick turnaround on the side of Hikikimori.
Yeah.
Oh, the Bunny beat Marshall to make a reprise here. See what it can accomplish on the defense over towards Belong, but it's the other sniper rifle that will sing in the server. Melia shuts down Kurosu. No first blood this time around, and no Marshall kill either as Lydia cross map finds a mirror kill to further widen the gap.
Oh no, I was gonna say it's scary to have Jazzy and Marceline as your double duelist, but I mean Lydia and Melia are just as terrifying here at the beginning of the round to open everything up. Even with a little bit of a push on Hikikimori, the shots are ringing out, and they're going to be able to get this low buy round out of the way and move on to that bonus pretty quick.
Again, just a very disjointed swing from Hikikimori, pieced apart by 100 Thieves. Be surprised if this isn't kept flawless, but that's the issue with the Sheriff. Always the threat. Oranges as well, not really cleared out of U-Haul if they take an expedition. That's why Slandy's gonna be the one to search, right? Ghost is no harm, no foul if you lose it, and she's not even gonna lose that weapon. 20 HP, upgrade to the Sheriff, and anything 100 Thieves come out of the round better than they were before.
Yeah. And they have lots of money from all those kind of just save-throughs. Easy play, and a 2200 3 still. Jazzy's gonna keep that, the Spectre. Yeah, they're feeling really
Oh,
good, and they're
too.
going to play confident to that. So I feel like Jazzy's going to be popping out on the site here if that's the case. Get the close fight and hookah, a little support behind, and then everybody's going to crash this site if they don't get the teleport in first.
And I mean, 2 light shields and having to opt for an Ares and a Guardian so you can have full shield because you know and fear now the Melia Outlaw. So they're already starting off at a weaker contest here. Just to combat this bonus for 100 Thieves and keep them off of double digits. And you have to rotate here. Bunny B at the start.
Noise. Absolutely cut.
Whoa.
What a flash off the wall. That was nasty. And they didn't even know Oranges kind of had that creep up push. This is Jazzy working the close Spectre. Gets a few before going down. And yeah, that really, really cool protocol coming out from the defensive side.
Toxins going up.
And that's where Bunny B can thrive a little bit more than the lone wolf Yoru type is, again, setting up the team, playing together for these aggressive micro traps. And I like that they don't hold the line. I like that they disengaged. They waited, they gave up spike control, and just had Kurosu join up over towards the B site. At the TP, you can see the ping coming out of the TP. That's exactly what Terror is poised for.
Just waiting. You have to know. Which one do I want?
10 seconds
Seas?
left.
Bunny B has a bit. Yeah, it's going to be tough to not get that crossfire pinned down for HAKI Mori, though. They're going to have it. 9-6 now as that bonus does come through for HAKI Mori. They can start to ride a bit of that momentum. What's the buy here for Bunny? See if they can flex in a few more. I think Cal Sushi's going to have to go with maybe even a shotgun on this round. They're trying to figure it out as we tick down into it. They may just stick with this. No, there they are. A little bit of the schlag on the buy. Judge and Phantom.
I mean, 2 off from Dimensional Drift. This is smart for Bunny B.
Yep.
Considering though, buy and a Nightfall combination. They recognize the stack over here toward Shower could be a really quick way to challenge it. Or just send Marceline in. Or get the job done off of the Fade Util.
We want to try to get these ISO ultimates. You saw just the ping on the orb, but it was undoable. If they could just get to that ISO ult again and get Kurosu in the 1v1s they want so bad.
They're trying to set them up for that kill.
Bring them down.
But Terror falls as Toxic Screen gets popped and Kurosu, just cut your losses, play off of Bunny B's contact. And there's the Nightfall as aforementioned. Now you're deafened so you can't even hear the timing from Marceline at a shower. The smokes fragment Kalsushi Heaven, so no tradability in sight. The 100 Thieves will flood in, and Marceline's only the problem more pounded back sight.
Spike planted.
Wow. HAKI Mori finding their targets here on the retake of the site. Wait a minute. It's looking really good for 100 Thieves as they start to pull it back in their favor. And now it is up to Cal Sushi. One shot gives the ult, could detect the last one, but it's Slandy to get 3 there as they recuperate what looked like it could have been a round swinging to HAKI Mori there.
And good team play, good comms. 3, 2, 1 swing. You cap off the round. You get the double digits.
Yeah.
You prevent a Cal Sushi clutch. And that's the last HAKI Mori timeout here. They like the 10 over the 11, I've noticed, from map 1 to this map. Like a little bit of wiggle room to work with if their first plan does not go their way. And coming into this round, you got, again, not a great buy, but really strong ultimates. It feels like a similar mismatch to what we saw over on Sunset to round off the map. And that makes me a little wary here, but again, if they have a concrete plan, if they can catch 100 Thieves off guard, we could see something.
What are the alt grabs? Not even that great for 100 Thieves. So they have to get the kills to come in. HAKI Mori definitely has a chance to catapult themselves, like you said, with using a few of these. And we've seen both teams get the best of each other with some thrifties, even coming out of second round after pistol. So HAKI Mori resets one more time. They're going to have that Hero Guardian coming out. And Sheriff's alongside it to see if it can get any tag damage. Guardian's going over as an Odin for a second. It's going over towards the right or left side of B, yeah. We just saw that flicker in like a fever dream, and then it's gone. All right. Big default here from 100 Thieves, though.
I'll find you.
Yeah. And that's purely faking to try and deposit a lurk player over towards Shower, right? You get the Yoru, you got the Fade util, and you leave. And all this, again, when you don't have better weapons, you want to play the power in numbers, so Yumori will be more inclined to rotate as soon as contact's made. Curious what the setup looks like, though, between Oranges and Kurosu. Looks like it's a vulnerability and a swing off the Guardian from Cubby. That looks like the plan. We talked about the trap plays Guardian. This is another one.
Oh, gets out of the cam, goes for the swing. Yeah, they're going to have such different angles that it's so hard to adjust your crosshair for that. But in the 1v1, Marceline will find the target. Oh, yep. Just wait it out.
One enemy remaining. Thrifty.
Oh my god, that was
blinded.
Gross. Yeah, with the utility flashing over. Stop it. Just
if
stop
I
it.
can't see them, they can't see me. But it works out. Trigger discipline for Bunny B. Beautiful tracking there as well. Sticking it out outside of Showers, recognizing there could be a developed lurk from Melia.
Yeah.
And again, we've seen really good depth, specifically in the trap plays revolving around Garden, right? The speed in which they were able to flip that fight in their favor, I think, has been the strongest part of Kikimori's bind.
Yeah. Just making it feel so uncomfortable right away every time they want to try to take that bottleneck. Of course, Kikimori's figured out that win condition. Jazzy straight to Lambs, but it hasn't been that big of a coverage for Kikimori. They're playing outside of it. And inside is going to be Caruso finally getting that 1v1 they've wanted.
Against a Sheriff, though. So more like novel guaranteed.
Yeah.
I'm more interested in the deposit here from Jazzy outside of U-Haul. I mean, doesn't look like they'll have the opportunity really to cash it in. Two players closing in on her from both sides. The spike is across the map. Melia alone in hookah. Jazzy, thinking one might call the rotates over, but that's why there's so much utility trying to just launch her to no avail.
And why? It feels like you just watch the exits. You know Jazzy's going to be able to play this so well.
Oh, no.
I have cursed thee. I apologize. And it's going to be the rotation back over from 100 Thieves. Great clearing there by Cal Sushi to choose that timing and just drop Jazzy in the tracks.
And Bunny playing a little silly here. Again, not Valorant if you aren't having fun. Goes for the style shots of the Sheriff to match a fair fight. But Kikimori get their 8th, and again, we saw that kind of fake comeback of them closing the gap on Sunset, and there was one shattering round from 100 Thieves. And it looks like we are saving up for that prospect here again, right? 1 off Nightfall, 2 off Dimensional Drift, other 3 ultimates active, and a buy. Honestly, this might have been where if I was 100 Thieves, I would have taken an early timeout as well. I don't know. Just to get it, it feels like if you mess this round up.
Used. Yeah.
Yeah,
no,
it feels like it would have really profound impacts, and you might even see a map 3.
All right. A lot resting on this round. It's going to be an
Sushi?
What Bob Sushi in the head? Was that? Did they get seized over the wall? That's insane. It had to be. They're going to keep going through this. We do see the assist there coming in from Slandy on that kill. Absurd start for 100 Thieves here, and man, did they have this plan before the round even started for sure.
Sorry for saying you guys needed a timeout. Okay. They're like, we have an exact combination of these ultimates. This is the go-to composition for Double Duelist on Bind. We know how to play this out. But Kikimori have similar ideas up their sleeve. Dimensional Drift to counter the Viper's Pit. Further solidified by the Neural Theft. Terror acting like a Yoru clone or having a disconnect. Who knows, but they're back from the grave for a second lease on life. That's quickly shut down. Cancellation of contract as 100 Thieves leverage those ultimates perfectly into a site take and follow through on an 11th.
I feel like my mouse battery died moment, honestly.
Yeah.
It was just it felt like a perfect strafe, but no movement from the mouse. So Hopefully that's not the case. They get a quick plug-in if it is, and HAKI Mori can find themselves getting back in, Buzz. Like they stalled pretty well after that first initial ult because it was only one member, but 100 Thieves had such a plan after that. It was almost impossible to find your footing again for HAKI Mori.
Trying to find their footing. Some stability maybe brought by the Bunny B operator over towards the B site. Again, I feel like that's something HAKI Mori has been a little bit too quick to rotate, right? Compared to these 100 Thieves 100 Thieves fakes and pressure points.
Right.
Bunny B operator outed. Sandy still has this Nightfall as well. Last time we saw them group up and kind of explode through A short off of it in the toxic screen. Kind of what they're poised for here yet again, right? You group up, you can get some satchels, or a satchel I should say, ready for Jazzykins. That hinges on players not falling to terror outside of shower.
Yeah, great positioning already to be able to go up this far and hold it. Oh, that is an angry Prowler off the tag, off the trail. They start, oh my god, Melia is just playing aim labs over here, dropping people left and right with some headshots. The orbs are falling, and now it is going to be HAKI Mori trying to skip in from defense here. It's going to be tough with that operator as well.
Look at the money, 100, 150 credits for the two survivors right now. They're not going to have a buy. I'm surprised. I mean, it's such a difficult position to know to save, to go for it. And I'm so glad they're letting Melia take the initiative here towards CT. I wanted the iBUYPOWER ace, but Marceline steals it away, finding their counterpart Yoru. But nonetheless, it's still 112th and Matt series point.
HAKI Mori is showing these rounds where they can get in and figure out what 100 Thieves is doing, but the adaptation is so fast, back and forth. 100 Thieves then figures out what they need to do to not suffer that loss again, and then we get another one, maybe 2 rounds in a row, as we've seen here, 17, 18, 19, and 20 for both teams. But yeah, the low buy is going to be very tough. You're still looking at a few ultimates, as 100 Thieves has been able to kind of roll these into the next rounds with how much they're getting off the ults at one time. And that's a huge start to get Bunny B, or to get Jazzykins off the map.
Yeah, but Marceline with this information. Yep, I was going to say might call for the TP, and it again hinges on Melia. Just got a 4K. Was pivotal in clearing out A short, and she has done it again. Finding Kurosu, Lydia from Showers. You mentioned it was these two supportive controller players that really complemented the double duelist and is sending 100 Thieves spiraling towards a map conclusion. If Bunny B doesn't have something to say about it first.
Ooh. They pause for pause, but still the push. They're not going to be able to give each other any crossfire here. Just one more remaining. They drop the terror. They live in dreamland, and 100 Thieves as a crew now within the organization find their first win.
They have stolen it out from under HAKI Mori, living up to their name, living up to why this was a project converted into a backed organization. And we never should have doubted the org debuff. I did say on the spectrum of like seriousness and pressure to perform to like chillax. They were more on the chillax side of things just because it is friends, because it is a streamer background. But they lived up to the performance. They did super well. They looked super polished. And again, there were some, rough edges, some mistakes from HAKI Mori that did kind of add up. And it definitely felt like they weren't playing to their best today. Again, the antsiness and the rotations. I think we can expect a lot better than like what we saw against the FlyQuest Red match in round 1. I think that's what I need to see from them coming back stronger in round 3.
Absolutely, and attributing to having a sub in there kind of disjointed the team a little bit, but still playing really well. We saw some great stuff from Oranges, so not to put anything on one player. That was really great from HAKI Mori, and they find themselves coming very close to being able to take a few portions of that map. But we will have a breakdown of that a little bit more, looking at how the players did, but also chatting with somebody from 100 Thieves. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Verizon Valorant Game Changers Stage 2 of North America. We just had our second series of the day here on the main stream. There's been games going all day, so be sure to check them out if you missed a few. If you watch these ones, they were pretty sick, and we just have 100 Thieves taking down HAKI Mori. If you did not know, Frogwomp got picked up by 100 Thieves. So yes, 100 Thieves Game Changers is real. You are not dreaming, and they have found victory today. It was pretty good, too.
Yeah, a great showing again, representing why they were
Heck yeah.
signed, why they're getting represented by the best of the best, and taking a look back at that map, it was no real surprise as to why. We talked about some of the win factors that kept things close for Sunset for HAKI Mori, and some of those were just really absent. For example, they were shutting down Kurosu left, right, and center on some of those shower fights. Bunnyb did step up, I think, to a degree, but ultimately, I think when you're down 0-5, it is hard to find yourself out of that hole. It requires more than just, again, consistency. It requires kind of a turnaround.
No, yeah, it does, right? Getting a few rounds back and not really getting your ults in those rounds or whatnot, or still having to compete against the other team who has 3 ready because they've been able to hold it in the lead. It does. It just kind of sinks you in that hole a little bit more. We saw that light from HAKI Mori on quite a few rounds, but I think they got pretty punished for pushing out a lot, which can work. They were trying to catch 100 Thieves off guard, but always had their guard up, and they were ready to fight back.
Oh, absolutely. And again, I mean, it shows how they're also learning on the fly, right? They had a tough 13-15 overtime loss against Equinox last week. They turn it around and they win in a really nice fashion here on Bind against HAKI Mori. And HAKI Mori, again, a team that, you know, they also technically improved, I feel like, in their degree over on Sunset. Just, again, changing comps, learning what works for them, what doesn't work for them with this composition. Again, I said I respected them, and it works on certain maps to play against the meta in favor of their own style, but got to get it fully fleshed out with that coaching staff. So, and looking back at some of the individual players, though, that had a really good impact.
Yeah, let's lay out the numbers here in front of you to see just how it panned out. And Terror was indeed a terror, saying that name a lot throughout this matchup, but Melia working the wall on Bind up that short near teleporter was just racking up the multi-kills.
I mean, when the top 3 are within 1 kill of each other and it's all of your support players, like nothing against Jazzy or Marceline, they were doing their jobs getting the space, you know, Marceline TPing in and the players just following up for trades. But it shows how, again, this team is the best of both worlds. You can leverage the full flexibility of just the veteran status of so many of these players in the game changer space to kind of conform yourself to the meta, against the meta, whatever your team wants for certain maps.
Absolutely, and it's great to see, like you said, everybody getting the frags in there, the 100 Thieves having to come together to get this win in there, and we get to figure out how they got that win, because I do believe we have Lydia to speak to here on our end from 100 Thieves, so let's bring Lydia on in. And first, congratulations on the win. It seemed like a pretty fun game to be in, and you guys were able to come back on a lot of scenarios to adapt to. Did you feel like HAKI Mori was really stressing you out on sometimes?
In all honesty, no. Like, they played very well, and they played a really good game, but I feel like both of those maps were in our hands, like, for the majority of the time. We weren't ever feeling like we were hitting a wall or whatever. We were bouncing ideas off of each other very consistently, so it felt like we had a good, like, control over both maps.
Nice. First off, love the drip. Obviously,
thank you
for a good minute. But you mentioned bouncing ideas off of each other, and I know that you guys are unique in the fact that I saw Jazzy say it's kind of like a co-IG almost structure between you and Slandy. So I wanted you to tell us a little bit more about like how that takes effect in the server. You had some really good calls, especially on Sunset, like getting behind the enemy, flipping the sights time and time again. So I just want to know what that looks like behind the scenes.
Yeah, so Slandy is like the head of the team. Whatever she says goes. But that being said, we do have a lot of voices on the team, especially with picking up Melia. Like, Melia is so well versed whenever it comes to competing and has been around for a while. So we all have our ideas and we all have our moments where we can step in, especially whenever Presley is needing that help. But yeah, we have honestly 4 really big voices, and then Marceline just points and clicks, so it's really nice. It's a really nice dynamic to have.
That's awesome. And obviously, a story that kind of follows you is like you took some time off, but you're back. That was a while ago. But did that passion to play really bring back a lot of the passion to compete still? And do you kind of feel differently looking at the game now that you want it even more?
100%. And I'm so thankful to 100 Thieves for like investing in such an amazing team. We're truly just 5 players who want nothing more than to compete. So being able to do it for an organization, especially one that's as awesome as 100 Thieves, is such a sick story to have. But yeah, no, the passion's definitely there, the fire's there, and we want to win the whole thing.
Cool.
And I feel like it's no like surprise on socials that everyone says like you are the one that like brought this idea to 100 Thieves. You know, you've been a streamer with the org for quite a while now. Can you tell us a little bit more about like what that looked like, you introducing the idea, how 100 Thieves was receptive to it and supporting it from there? And you talked about they are supportive, but like what did that process look like?
100%. So I brought it up as an idea, and they were a little hesitant at first, but it wasn't anything to do with like GC. It was just internal, like, you know, being smart as an organization. And I just kept pushing it. And I was like, listen, we want this just as much as y'all do. We want to bring y'all another trophy and like more titles to the organization. And it's just honestly such an amazing org. Like I've been with them for 1.5 years now, and the investment that they put into every aspect of the organization is admirable. So I love it, and I hope my team loves it as much as I do, but it's definitely home for me. So I was super appreciative whenever they told me they were really wanting to get into the scene.
That's really, really cool. I have one final kind of fun question before I let you just hit the floor and do any shout outs. The C's orbital strike play out of shower was disgusting. Okay, do you have like a percentage hit rate on that? Or is that like a, hey, let's roll it out in this game?
We almost missed it.
That, yeah, it was like, we're like, how did she didn't jump anywhere? Did she get seized? Oh my God, she got seized. That was insane.
Yeah, it's a beautiful play. We actually stole that. We actually did steal a good amount of our buying stuff from 100 Thieves directly. So we do love the main roster over here. But they have good strats, and we might as well use them. So no, those awesome. It's always I see press. She says, "Hey, you have ult," and I'm like, "Heard, on it."
Nice. And before Rib does your last closing question, I actually want to dive into that a little bit more. I feel like some of the best successful rosters have been those that have like that sister team in Game Changers or a secondary roster. Have you had that kind of relationship or practice experience because you had that really long like off season, right? Because you weren't playing in that open qualifier, and how did that help you prepare for Swiss so far?
In all honesty, like the off season was super beneficial for us. We were still putting in time and putting in work, but we grew so much outside of Valorant as like a core and just a team. Like we are best friends outside of the server, and it honestly impacts how servers go as well. We know that we can be like as honest and upfront with one another, and it'll be perceived well because we all want each other to succeed as much as we want to succeed individually. So it's honestly, it's such an amazing dynamic. You know, we're super close, and we're just like best friends in and out of the server.
That's amazing. You really don't want to be next to anybody else watching your angles and having your back in game, right? Or even out of the game when you're trying to touch grass. Final things, anything you want to say, the stage is yours. Any shout outs?
Big shout out to 100 Thieves. Thank you so much. I hope we made y'all proud with our debut. Huge shout out to Joseph, Marty, Colin, all the gang behind the scenes. Big shout out to my team. Y'all are the GOATs, and I love you all. Thank you for the support, guys.
Congratulations once again, Lydia. Good luck in the Swiss stage now with 100 Thieves as you guys move on after that. Well, everybody's moving on, but with that win, good luck.
Thank you so much.
Nice. And with that as well, it brings our matches and our coverage today to a close. To do a small recap, we can go over who won their matches for each time block. In the first block, we had Waterdog, we had Shopify Rebellion Gold, we had Equinox, and we had Catface Val. And for the second block, we had Ghost Gaming. Artificial Intelligence actually upset TV in my mind for a 2-1. FlyQuest Red won theirs, and of course, as we just saw, 100 Thieves GC. So things definitely getting spicy and shaking things up, and I can't wait to see what the next round of matches are going to look like, Riv.
It's going to be pretty gross. I hope we get that on the other side as well. I think we're going to take a quick break before we recap the rest of the day, so don't go anywhere. We have a little bit more for you just after this. No,
we
we're
don't.
Good to end.
We're not going to
We're
keep you
good to
them
end?
waiting. Why would
Oh
we
my
keep
God,
them
I'm looking at the
waiting?
run. It says throw to break. I am very happy to say the games were sick today. We had 3 iBUYPOWER aces, and every team played their heart out. So Verizon, VALORANT, Game Changers North America here, continuing during the Swiss stage, but ending for today because we have permission to throw it. Thank you so much for hanging out with us, myself and Zobi, throughout the day. We'll see you in a few weeks for more casts, but there's more coming up with different casters all the time in next week. So be sure to check it out. All the dates, everything. Verizon, VALORANT, Game Changers North America. We're out until next time. Bye-bye.